Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. I'm coming at you from a hotel room here as I got an opportunity today to witness our Seattle Seahawks beautifully shellacking the Cardinals here in our home stadium, especially coming on the heels of I had to be in that Mariner Stadium for 18 innings the night before. So definitely could use a little bit of a boost to the spirits. And certainly it was a boost to the spirits. This was a complete team victory that you got to see today. Perhaps one of the first that we've gotten to see this whole entire year. Yes, the Denver game was a low scoring game, and there were times the defense held up, but certainly they also got a little bit bailed out by the fact that they had the opportunity we had the opportunity, I should say, to get a couple of goal line turnovers. That was huge in that game. Of course, then them not going for the field goal at the end as opposed to pushing down. It made that defensive performance look a little bit better than it was. Today was an entire team victory. Everybody held up their end of the bargain. Everybody did their job, so to speak. And I'd say the defense even did more so. I'm not sure many of you saw them only holding this team to 9 points today, but it was not by luck. It was not by hook or crook. It was indeed a type of win where they had earned this victory on the heels of some stops on third down, though early on the Cardinals were getting some movement there. It really was coming down to the fact that they were getting the stops on third down. They were getting pressure on third and long, something that's been a big problem for this team up until this point, of course. 6 sacks today, by far more than any other time this year. Two turnovers. Another big part of the methodology of this defense is to get turnovers. And once again, we get to see the Avatar, Tariqistan, the Woolen Mammoth, the cheat code. Let the nicknames continue. Let them commence because this kid's worth it. And he's going to earn these nicknames very quickly as he got his fourth interception of the year in only 6 games. 6 games. So an amazing job by him. And it was on a very much, did that not look like a little bit of a Richard Sherman type interception to you folks? I had a little bit of a Richard Sherman vibes where he's carrying that receiver up the field. The quarterback thinks or believes he's going to get some separation. He's on Hollywood Brown, a very fast man in his own right, and yet he's there step for step. And right at the moment of truth, as they like to call it, when that ball's at the air at its highest and it is catchable, he goes up and shows that he is bigger, he is longer, he can maybe even jump higher than one Hollywood Brown. An amazing play on his part to go up there and get it. Fourth interception for him, but not to be outdone. Kobe Bryant, who's had a little bit more of a rougher road so far in coverage and sometimes in tackling early on this year. But one thing that has shown up is his ability to cause turnovers. Once again, you saw it today with the Peanut Tillman punch that he has brought to bear more than a couple times. He now has 4 forced fumbles this year. So let's just folks at home, 4 interceptions from Tariq Woolen, the Avatar, 4 from the Red Mamba. It's not bad from those two rookies that we do talk a little bit about, but we're always, of course, always on these other guys too, who have been very impressive in their own right. Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross had okay days, I think, overall. There was certainly a little bit more pressure on Geno than we have normally seen up until this point. Some of that was obviously going to come from J.J. Watt, more kind of into that inside territory of things. But Cameron Thomas got a sack, so there was a little bit more coming down on Geno. There were times where it was a little bit of the coverage sack, as we've seen with Smith at times in the past, but they played solid. The other rookie who may have played the best out of all of this bunch this past game was perhaps Kenneth Walker III, and shows you if you were not already somewhat starting to get on board with the pick in that second round, if you were one of those begrudging people still holding on to the fact that Seattle should have gone somewhere else in that second round, understanding now the injury situation that has occurred here with Rashad Penny for the season, understanding why you need the depth at the running back position, but now you're getting to see the talent of Kenneth Walker. And he showed you today the stop and start ability, the ability to break tackles in a phone booth, how he can open it up when he does get clear of traffic. There are a couple times there where he looked caged in. He just got a little bit of daylight. That old Gale Series saying that this is 18, give me 18 inches of daylight. That's just what you saw today here from Kenneth Walker. 18 inches of daylight was enough for him. He would get through, and there weren't always holes. It does remain a bit of a problem trying to run up the middle, for instance. A couple plays there where J.J. Watt made things look really ridiculous at times. But when he had his moments to make the big play in this day, he did, cutting back against the grain, showing that jump cut ability. I thought with Geno, we're going to get some Russell Wilson type vibes there with him lead blocking on one particular play where he cut it back. But Kenneth Walker showed you why he was one of the more talented running backs in this last draft. He was not simply part of a crew of guys or a grouping of guys. that this is actually a guy that was a separator, much like Breece Hall was, and that there was those two, and then there was going to be a fall off at that running back position. And not that they wouldn't be able to play in the NFL, but we're talking about two guys who had some star-making quotients to their particular game. Fantastic, though, all the way around played. I think that the tackling was a little bit better in this game. Didn't see as many missed tackles. They were able to really hem Arizona up. I was in the stadium, of course, today, and shout out to Megan Gock-Roger for hosting me here on this visit. And she got some really great tickets for us. That's why I'm a little bit late today, as I was right behind. We're right there on the field there, not on the necessarily the Nest side. We're to the other side, but we're right there on the field really closely. We could see really all the action, a lot of little tidbits I could kind of take away here and there, being that close to the action and what you were seeing. But it was impressive. The speed showed up, for instance. I think this team doesn't often, you notice as much the speed of the team, especially defensively, as it hasn't really brought a lot of merits to it, but they were very quick today. They were on the routes. They seemed to understand what Arizona was trying to do to him. I mean, Carroll does not seem to be particularly confused, or I should say hurt at this point as well, doesn't seem to be particularly confused when it comes to this Cardinal offense and what they're trying to accomplish. Cardinal offense didn't have a whole lot. They were kind of dinking and dunking, playing it very safe early on. They didn't seem to understand that they were going up against a team that had given up 30 points over their last few games, was on averaging that. Instead, it was just sort of, let's be careful. You would have thought we were a top 5 unit in the way that Arizona was kind of treating things a little bit like that. I'll say, too, you can very much notice in a game like this how it is a shorter quarterback behind the line of scrimmage can struggle. It was very notable at times where Kyler Murray would have guys break open over the middle on crossing routes or in-cutting routes, and those guys would be open by a good 2 yards, and then he would only see the guy open once he got past the tackle box area, and then it was back on, to where he's seeing to the width. Then he would let it rip and then make the throw, but then by that point, the cornerback had enough time to read the route, know that what was going on here, and then catch back on up. There's a Kobe Bryant play in particular where he comes back and is able to knock a ball away late because of the fact he was beat. It took Kyler a long period of time to be able to see it. And there were those moments in this game you could see with Kyler really being on that field level of how it is that there are times where I just don't know what's going up over here, and I've got to wait till it kind of clears out here. Now, he's still dynamic. He still ran all over us at times today where it was just like, you can't even get a hand on the guy. He's running around. And he was good in that realm of things, but nonetheless, they kept him hemmed up, kept the pressure coming, brought some of the blitzes. We saw Ryan Neal sack today on the blitz that was really nicely drawn up with Darrell Taylor drawing it wide first, pulling all of the protection out wide, and then there just being a big fat hole for Neal to run right up into and attack Kyler Murray. Love what I saw today, a complete team victory. 3-3 now. You find yourself in essentially what I guess would be second place tie with the Rams, as we both lost the 49ers, even though they are also 3-3. Many of you keep telling me this is just about a rebuild year, and we gotta think about this as a tank and whatever else. I don't know. 6 games into this year. 6 games into this year right now, and 3-3, and I'm not far out of the division. I'm not far from potentially a playoff spot. So I think we're still kind of in this. And we've got to give one more shout out, of course, to Geno Smith here, who, though he maybe didn't have his perhaps best game or one of these not star making, but just unbelievable games where you're just eyes are popping out of your head going, who is this quarterback? Today was a little bit more on the level of being, I think, a little bit more under control and a little bit more of staying in the pocket of things. Seattle was being pretty careful with what they were doing. He did have 37 attempts, 23 completions, 222 yards. Who am I reading? Kyler Murray's, my bad. So Geno was 20 of 31, 197 yards and 82 rating. He had 5 sacks, a little more pressure in this game. I think that's a little bit of why you see a tiny bit of dip there. Seattle was also playing this a little bit safe on the field. It felt like there was a little bit of, let's just keep this stuff up in front of us, keep it protected up. They weren't playing necessarily soft, but just offensively speaking, you weren't taking deep shots. You were kind of it was dink and dunk, a lot of running to Kenneth Walker early on, a lot of running up in the middle, a lot of running on first down early, which they started to get out of in the third quarter. But they were being a little bit more conservative, I think, with the offense today than they have been in some of the other games this particular year. Maybe there was a good reason for that, but they were definitely kind of keeping the foot somewhat on the gas, but more kind of half on the gas. But it was a tremendous experience being in the stadium. Everyone was really, really loud. We still do have a component of people who like to just sort of sit there silently and not do anything. And it's It doesn't overtake the stadium necessarily, but it is annoying if you're one of those people who go in the stadium, unless you have some problem with your voice, to sit there quiet the whole game as you've got everyone around you standing up, screaming their brains out, trying to do everything they can to egg the team on. It was a little bit disappointing at times to look and see at certain sections of people who've just sort of decided, I don't have to participate. Okay, you bought your ticket, do with it as you will, but it does suck a little bit to see, as I'd love to see that stadium start to get back to more of a raucous area. We had a little bit of an effect today, a couple false starts and whatnot, so that was good to see. But it could still be a little bit more. It was loud today. We were loud as we could be, but it was we can get a little more. We can get a little more. I feel like doing the Hulk Hogan, this move. I wanted to do this move. They put me on the Telestron. No, they put me on the Jumbotron. That's what we've been doing. But I hope you guys are doing well. I'm probably a little bit rummy again. I was on 18 innings of a Mariner game the night before, and then we had the Seahawks game today. Screaming my throat out at both. Actually, surprised my voice sounds pretty good right now, but I'm definitely going to be a little bit rummy here. I wanted to talk with you guys, though. I wanted to celebrate this victory with you guys. How can I not? When our Hawks are able to beat a division rival, and again, we're sitting in second place. We're not far out of first. This could turn into a little bit of a dogfight within this division. We never know. And it's not like the 49ers are necessarily going to run away with this, with how their offense is playing and how many injuries they're having to deal with on their side of the football. Let's see how you guys are doing. And it is good to see Megan Gok Roger. Again, shout out to you. Got some great tickets in this game. Had an awesome time with you. We were able to really take it in. And it was a just awesome day all the way around, exactly as you could hope to kind of draw it up when you get to go in and watch your Seahawks. So it was really cool to see. Drop Top Submarine, how was the game at the stadium? It was awesome. It was very loud. So there was a lot of loud. I don't want to make it seem like I'm throwing a bunch of shade on Hawk fans, but it was reasonably loud. It was probably a little louder for me back in 2000, like 2000, probably 12, I think wasn't that the Packer game, but that was also a Monday night game. That was a different, Monday night games are always going to be a little more rowdy, and it wasn't far off. There were times where we really were dialing up the noise. It just, when you're looking around seeing some of the contingent, you're like, but it was beautiful in there. The presentation is good as always by the Seahawks. They keep the fans engaged. They do as they can to kind of keep things rolling along. And it was fun. Everyone was having a good time. Everybody's in a good mood. No fights in the stadium. Very few Cardinal jerseys out there. I have much more jerseys when I went to the Packer and Bears game in the stadium than there was in this particular game. Just a few, though they were they're a little mouthy though. A little mouthy. One guy tried to start some stuff with Megan. So he was like, she was wearing her jersey, and he started dropping F-bombs and stuff. And then then a couple of Hawk fans started saying, what was that? And he started moving very fastly up the street. I gotta catch my but it was cool. Had a good time with it, man. And I highly recommend anybody, if you ever do get a chance and you're a Seahawks fan and you haven't had a chance to go in that stadium at some point and check it out and actually experience it in person, it is worth doing at some point, to be around the fans, to be around that scene, to smell the smells and see the sights. It was pretty phenomenal in that respect of things. So hopefully this works out. I am on I'm on hotel Wi-Fi too here, folks. So this could be a bit dodgy today. We'll see how it rolls. Doomtron, what's up? Jason Wolf, great win. The defense wasn't trash. Defense was awesome. Bash, aloha. Eric Wallace, that's what we do, sir. That is what we do. I'd be more emphatic, but I don't want to wake up all the people around probably already in bed here. Benelli says Woolen's on his way to being a multi-year All-Pro. You're right, Benelli. I mean, he's going to it's hard to do it as a rookie because a lot of that has a little bit of riding with reputation, and a little bit of prior performance takes into account, where those guys kind of get situated and sealed into those spots. But he's on track to be a minimum second team All-Pro right now. And if he continues to put up these just insane kind of numbers as far as interception go, if he ends up with 9-10 picks, it's going to be undeniable. And go Hawks 05, I love Woolen too. I loved him when we picked him. I'm not going to be that guy that's going to sit here and tell you that I knew that this was what it was going to be. I didn't know it was going to be this good, even once we got to a point of a developed state. I thought that, making Sherman comparisons or Sherman-like production comparisons for this kid was going to be really premature when he had so far to go. But he's crossed that distance in a hurry. He's gotten across that continental divide, and he is looking really good. As Jordan Brooks said, I think in the post game, he's basically riding on just talent right now. He's just freestyling out there right now. And that's the scary part, is what happens when he gets the technique down. What happens when he can route read and understand concepts, especially when he has a man like Sherman in his ear to potentially help him kind of ramp that process up even faster. Jose Lopez, where am I at, Brandon? I am right now just about 2 or 3 miles away from SeaTac Airport. 'Cause I'm gonna get my happy butt up on a plane tomorrow morning, first thing, and get back over to the Spokane way. But I got to go to the Seahawks game today, and I got to go to the Mariner playoff game, which was a little bit akin to medieval torture by the 15th inning. But it was awesome being in that stadium, and I got to give Mariner fans props for that. They stayed into it for 18 innings. Nobody was down on sitting down. Everybody understood what time it was in that stadium. It was cool. Bass says that Woolen and Bryant are killing it. The rookies are doing awesome, man, all across the board. And in these two guys in Woolen and Bryant, now you got your two booking tackles, you got your two corners, you got a starting running back into the future. You're building so much off of this last draft. Say nothing of Boye Mafe or what we might end up getting from the receivers or even Tariq Smith. We're not even done sort of looking at this whole draft yet in its assessment, but it is looking very good so far. And I'll tell you what, with Kobe, much like I said with Tariq Woolen and his ability to replicate and get these interceptions, because he's going to be able to do the same thing technique wise within this defense. This interception today was different than his other couple, but I still do believe that. And much in the same way with Bryant and Bryant's ability to cause these fumbles, like Carol mentioned about this. I think it was pre-season back in training camp, where he said he's got kind of a feel for doing it. He just has an understanding for how to do it, and it's not happening by happenstance. He's trying to come up and make that, and he's very much a rugged defender in that way. It really stands out to you with Bryant when he's making tackles. He's coming up to hit guys. He's looking to come up violently, or if he's not coming violent, he's going to be violently ripping that ball out or giving you the punch. And he whatever he does, it's kind of I'm going to Hulk smash you a little bit here, one way or another. But it was legitimate him coming in with that punch. He timed it just perfect, accurate with it as hell, and much like with Tariq, something you're probably going to see with him into the future. And yeah, again, four forced fumbles for Kobe Bryant, 4 interceptions for Tariq, four forced fumbles from Kobe Bryant. And in these kids' first 6 games, we've got 8 turnovers caused between them. Whew. And Tariq's got a block kick, a recovered fumble. It's like, get out of here. Maverick Consulting Group, what's up? It's good to see you. Western Corbett, hey. Jason Wolf, 6 points were special teams' fault. They were. Yeah, they left the door wide open on our guy Dixon on that one. From the field level, it just looked like the long snapper just kind of got out the way and said, "Have at it, boys. Have at it." Megan says, "Unfreaking believable, Bash." Oh, she's talking to Bash there. Kyle Moki, go Hawks, baby. I think adding Burns or Roquan to this defense would be amazing, but at the right price. Hawks Nest Country, let's soar. I do would be open to that. We did just have a restructuring, I believe, of one Quentin Jefferson. So Seattle has just freed up a little bit of money to potentially try to go do something. What it may be, I do not know. But the fact that they did free up that money would probably indicate that there is some kind of move coming down the track for your Seattle Seahawks. And Brian Burns, it's reported that the Panthers want to hold on to Brian Burns and they want to hold on to Derek Brown. But I don't know that we've got any. Let me clean that up. Got quite a little bit of glare there. Sorry. I don't think the indication is they're not wanting to move those guys. But Roquan, I think, is definitely in play here for sure. So potentially. Mario, we need a donation button, man. Oh, do I not have a donation on? Should have donations, should be on. I'll get a different donation button in if you don't want to use the YouTube one. So I'm on the road today. I can't, but I need to put that in my program, Mari. So thank you for reminding me of that. We'll get one in the future for getting like a PayPal button in here. We can do if you don't happen to have YouTube. I've been meaning to do that. DJ Owen, defense stepped up. I love seeing that. They stepped up big today. They came a long way today from where they've been. That's what defense should look like. That's what you want it to ideally do. It not necessarily, we're not going to give them that dominant every week, but just to look functional again, just to not look completely like lost and empty, which today was none of that. Go Oxo 5 says Woolen has as many picks in his career as Shaq Griffin. Big facts. Bash says, how about Kenneth Walker the third? Not just the touchdown, but the way he was running through defenders to get yards. There was one run where he broke 4 tackles. His stop and start what stands out to you on the field. He's going to stop and get to speed and then come back to a stop, and all components that 1, 2, 3 faster than anybody else there with that. So that's 2, 2, 2, 2, do, 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 do. And you see defenders just starting to come to their stop when he's already come to the stop and then restarted. And so he gets those defenders to then hunker down, stopping, but he's already back to first gear. Then he's down to fourth gear. And it makes him very, very tough to deal with out in the open field. You could just see the defenders today really struggling to kind of keep up with him. And as I said, then once he gets free, he's got that open speed. He can home run hit you then if he can get clear of all the traffic. And there wasn't a lot of look, he ran well today, but let's face it, there wasn't always a ton of holes there for Walker today. He had to make a lot of his own work and on his own by breaking those tackles. But he's fantastic. Sam Dog defense played their best game of the season today. I agree, Sam Dog. I'd say by far, even by far. Berg shows us terrible wildfire smoke pollution in Western Washington right now. Yeah, it was awful. For 18 innings of breathing that in was not great. I got out of that stadium and I started to speak, and ash came out of my mouth. Bash says, I never thought I'd say this, but we're number one in the division this year. Go Hawks. Exactly. If you take out the tiebreakers, I guess. Niners do have a tiebreaker on us, though, right now, Bash. Maverick, and it was 12 North Bay of You're Welcome, and it was 12th North Day. You're welcome. Baja. Candidates are good luck charm. Canadians helped us today. How about the Canadians out there today in the stadium helping us out? Whatever it takes, man. Michael says, congrats on going. Sorry. Not sure that. I don't know why it's holding comments. It's weird. Maverick says Dixon needs to be flogged. I just think that it was the guy came so free up the middle. He wasn't expecting it. He had no idea that that was going to go down like that. And I'm going to try to stay with the chat today, but I'm definitely working off a laptop, so it's staying tight on this is a little tight here. Brody, if our defense plays this good in the playoffs, we can win the Super Bowl. Well, I mean, I think there's a reason you played this good against a Cardinal team that's not necessarily stacked up to be great this year. I predict they were going to be in the last place in the division. And I think that's, Brody, when you look at this, you'll end up looking and going, okay, if we win today, we beat them on the road, we probably beat a last place team at that point. I know they do have a couple wins this year. They were kind of lucky to get those wins, I feel like, a little bit. But if they could, you could. Yeah, Brody. You can keep defense. If you can keep an offense under 10 points a game, get 6 sacks and 2 turnovers, you definitely could put a Super Bowl team together. I just think that when they go against, I think, a little more legitimate offenses, I don't think they're going to get this kind of result. And I think Carroll's gotten to the point with Murray and Kingsbury, where my general feeling, and I'm going to put Hurd in this too, and whatnot, where they have a general understanding of what they want to accomplish and how to force Murray to kind of have to play left-handed a little bit. And that's what that felt like today. There wasn't really a point where, he felt comfortable back there in rhythm. There were times where Geno felt in rhythm and comfortable, but that some of that's too, I think, just them understanding what to do with them. Jason Wolf says, good point. We were one away from my season prediction. It's getting harder for people to say, well, we're going to be a 3-4 win team, man. When you're up, you're 36 games, 3-3, and there's some tough games coming down the schedule. We might get brought back down to earth, but part of the NFL is just staying in it, right? Part of the NFL is just, doing what you can to stay alive, stay into it. And if you can last longer than other teams can last, if you can last before, before the other teams may have injuries and fall off, and you're able to just kind of ride through and grind out some wins. And Carroll's teams can grind out some wins. We know we can do that. Geno Smith says, you're welcome. And I say, thank you, Geno. I really appreciate what you did today. Greg, what's up, B? Bet the atmosphere at Lumen was electric. It was good. It was good today. I mean, the people that were up and in it were into it. And it definitely, as the game went on, and you could sense we were getting closer and closer on this thing. And the more that you needed the fans, the louder it did get. We had like a little 2-section thing in front of us, me and Megan did, where all the people behind us were yelling, all the people left, all the people right, but there's like a good 20, 25 people where just sort of just sitting there, they didn't even look like they were having a good time, but they're wearing like Seahawks uniforms and they were chilling, and they were like, but they were just staring. I don't know. It was strange, but most of the people were lit. And when that thing was going today, it was awesome. And we had a couple false starts, so they were hearing us. Benelli says we have a lot to be excited about with this squad. Help at linebacker is needed badly, though. Yeah, they weren't as able as much to attack us with the linebackers in coverage today. Of course, that was also the Cardinals' weird play calling where everything was about attacking on like out routes, 3 and 4 yards, barely past the line of scrimmage. Sort of strange what they were trying to do. I don't know where they were going with that. One can only wonder. But this is where we come back to a guy like Roquan Smith or maybe even Shaquille Thompson. Or not Shaquille Thompson, but yeah, Shaq Thompson there with Carolina Panthers. Can we find maybe another linebacker there? And again, Schneider's moved some money around. I think he's intending to maybe do something here. Uh, Maverick Consulting Sun said Broncos country, let's hide. New phone news this. Any word on Harris's injury? I have not heard any word on it, but he did walk off the field and he walked off without looking too gimpy. So I'm going to guess he's probably going to be okay. Jason Wolf, Brian Birds is on the trade block. Boy, that's going to be costly to go get him, though. And he's having a good year, but you're talking about a first, probably a first and third, maybe even lower. I could see Brian Burns going for essentially the Frank Clark price, which was a first and a second. Emmett 21 says, go Hawks, Emmett. Zao Zero, yeah, Brennan. What's up, Zao? Benelli, we need Burns or Roquan. I'm open to both. Pretentious Cameron, what up, man? How was the game? It was awesome. It was awesome. It was just a good, well played game. That helped, right? You didn't have to avert your eyes, or I didn't need any eye bleach. It was just good, well played game. Seahawks defense got stiff around the goal line when Arizona was able to drive, which was good to see. The views were awesome. It was sunny out, so it was like this bright, sunny day on the field where it's so much of the time you get to see the field or in your stadium, it's overcast and gray, and everything's got a gray feel to it. It was just beautiful and shiny and bright. The Hawks Nest was lit up across from us. Those poor folks, though, probably melted halfway through the game because it was a warm day, but it was great. There's nothing like being in that stadium. There's nothing like just coming up to the stadium with the smells and the people that are into it, and everybody is excited and hyped for the game. And I think people were a little bit hyped too today, a little extra because of the Mariner game the previous night. You can see some of us, like myself, that were like kind of dragging through because it was like that was a long game. that was two baseball games worth back to back, but it was great. What do I think about trading for Roquan Smith? Says Logan West. Logan, I'd be much more in favor of doing that over probably going for Brian Burns because I think the cost would be significantly less. And I think that that's probably more of a need right now than Burns is. Burns would definitely help, don't get me wrong, but I think that you bring in Roquan to linebacker position and that significantly upgrades maybe the worst positional group you have on the team right now. I agree with Zal. We probably don't need Burns necessarily. Snail says, B, didn't think you'd be on tonight. I wanted to go live a little bit. We're not gonna go like 4 hours tonight, but I want to be on for a bit and be able to celebrate this win with you guys. Just a little bit. 13th man says Seattle making history. They are indeed. James Black, so I guess we're going to lose the next 11 games because we're supposed to go 3-14, laughing out loud. I guess so, James. I guess now right now as they're just starting to tighten things up, they're going to all fall apart to get there. I feel you on that. Yep, the experts are scratching their head on this one. It's going to be another fun week of how's Carroll? How is he? What he was supposed to? I just thought he was going to not be very just how they don't, but they lost Russell. 12 North Chad says, missed you, Brando. Thank you, 12 North Chad. I missed you too, man. I can't quit on you guys. I can't not go live on with you guys. Gotta get on here after, especially after a win. Magic Vlogs. Do we trade for Devin Bush, a younger linebacker that has some upside? He's a little bit undersized, so not the biggest guy. I always kind of questioned about being in a 3-4 defense, quite frankly. I was wondering about how that was going to work with him in Pittsburgh. And maybe he's fine for that with the size. He's got, I think, a year of the torn ACL recently. Obviously, he's going to cost less than even what you'd probably have to give for a guy like Shaq Thompson because he's just not revered as much throughout the league. I'm not sure, Magic Vlogs, how much better he is than what we got right now. But Seattle's definitely got a lot of history with him. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep knocking down my mic because my table is short here. Seattle's definitely got a long history of knowing what he is and where they're at with him as far as their evaluation. I'm sure they looked at him back in the day, but I think he's probably just remains with the Steelers at this point. I don't think that they move him. Go Hawks says I'd trade a second for Burns. I would too, Go Hawks. I just don't think Carolina is going to allow that because you look at what a guy like the Frank Clark is the one that to me is kind of like the baseline for that. And it feels like there's been a couple of other trades like that close. Von Miller cost a second and a third rounder for just half a season of football last year. I mean, that was just for a half season of club control. So pass rushers, when they're fairly prime pass rushers, do go for top of the market prices. And if you do trade for Burns, I think you're looking at multiples. Cool Breeze, how was the game yesterday, Brandon? It started out everybody was lit, and the fans were into it all the way throughout the whole game. And I gotta again, these are baseball fans. You gotta give them credit. That stadium's telling you to get up and they gave everybody a towel. Okay, we all had towels. So let me get the towel out so you guys can see. So we get these snazzy towels, right? Let me show you guys. There we go. There we go. So we got these towels. And you're waving the towel in the first inning. Let's go, let's wave it. And they're telling you in the stadium, okay, we're going to be on national TV, wave the towels. And everybody's waving the towels. And after every 2 strikes, you're waving the towel and you're screaming. And you get to the 12th, 13th inning, you're waving that towel, you're screaming. You're for beer's been cut off, food's been cut off, water's been cut off. 15th, 16th inning, 17th inning. Okay, and they're still in the stadiums every time. Okay, get up, wave the towel. And we were into it. I'm not saying we weren't, but my God, 18 innings. 18 innings is a long time. It's a long time. And I start glazing over the game. Just like you start to wonder if they've all forgotten how to hit a baseball because nobody on either side was seemingly kind of coming very even close. And it was 0-0. So there have been no runs scored through 18 innings. And you're going, dear God, really? We can't score 1 run. And then you're sitting there thinking, you're like, we're up here screaming every time waving the flag. Like, we're not getting you guys even up to like, we're not pushing you to help you to just motivate you to get just one, just one over the plate. No. So it was a little depressing. It was cool to see the Mariner fans though out there. That was definitely electric. People were understood. There was the sense of urgency there. It was, win or go home. Everyone in that crowd knew that we needed to go out there and get it done. And if not, that was going to be it. And people seem to have a little bit of that understanding, especially for baseball fans who tend to be a little bit more, the thing. But 18 innings, wildfire smoke blowing through the stadium constantly. It was an experience in that respect. It was an experience. I'm glad I was able to do it. And when we eventually go out there and win the World Series here in another year, I'm gonna be able to be like, yep, I was there for the building block of that. I'm gonna be a little bit behind on the chat too today, so bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Try to stay on it. So if I do get a dono in here and I miss it, don't hold me. This chat's gonna be a little bit wild here with this using this deal. It's like a little bit slow with it, and I probably missed somebody's chat already up there. So if I missed your chat, I'm sorry. It's definitely being a little bit slow with it. Just show it. And I think I saw Garth Knight. I think you donated. Yeah, there we go, Garth. So, Brando, did you get to see the Mariners team do the dog at the game yesterday? Great dog. I think it's a rescue. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I didn't see the dog. No, I didn't see the dog. There might have been a dog, but I did not see him. If he was there. Big Country says, I'm so glad the defense stepped up today. It was about time. We needed them to. They couldn't be this bad throughout the whole entire year. Maverick Consulting Group, were you sitting near Captain Seahawk? Not necessarily Captain Seahawk. I didn't see a Captain Seahawk, so I don't think so. We were right at the back end zone on that other side and fairly close down to the field. We were right on it. Magic Vlogs also, Brandon, did you get my tweet? I probably didn't, Magic, because I had to shut off my phone to try to save some power for the end of things. So yeah, I wasn't. I'll check it out though after the stream for sure. James Black, that's awesome. Great to see a win in person. It was awesome to see a win in person. And it was such a well played game. We were right there near that sideline for that Treek Woolen pick where he jumps up over the guy. It's like he brought a ladder out on the field, just like shh, and then just climbed up the ladder and caught the pick. Poor little Hollywood Brown. There's a image you can find online of it where he's like a little child there trying to reach up with. And I'm sorry he got injured, but he's got little hands up there trying to. He ain't even close the ball. He ain't even near the ball. And that was going to be Tariq's. That was only going to be Tariq's. Good. A couple of those catches too. DK at the end where he jumps up on that one catch and goes and just right over the top of that guy, mosses him. That was nice. I'll tell you this too. In watching the game, something I wanted to have confirmed or denied in my mind was, a lot of times we think about DK and why he doesn't get utilized more, or why he's not featured more, why he goes quiet. When I tell you that teams are rolling that safety to his side, snap after snap after snap, I ask you right now, if you've got the NFL Plus experience, go look at the All 22, play after play after play, and you're going to watch a free safety rolling up over the top to DK time and time again. And it's teams aren't even trying to hide the doubling of DK out there on the outside. And you can't tell it on the television cast all the time, but I'm telling you, just it was every time I went to look to DK's side, I'm like, okay, let's see what they do on this play and how they play DK, if he gets one-on-one or not. He just wouldn't get it. They were always that safety there rolling, always just kind of either coming up to undercut a route if it's in cutting like a post route or a slant, or then just take it right up over the top if it's a 9 route. Nothing you can really do with that if they're going to play double that deep. But it's once again to those folks who say, I don't see it with DK. Well, there's this drop today that he had here. He puts the fear of God in defensive coordinators' hearts, and they are putting 2 men to him almost seemingly at times, it seems like every play. Even if you're not counting it as double coverage, that safety is actively moving towards his spot post snap time and time again. Duron Everest, where have you been? Duron, I went to the Seahawks game today. So I just got back from the stadium, just back into the hotel right now. But it'll be just a 1-week thing. I'll be back to normal schedule to next week. We'll be doing the play-by-play again and stuff. Nikki J, yo, Brian with another fumble. Another fumble, Nikki. Looking good. Looking real good. Zero, if Tariq gets the chance, he might get 7 interceptions and now becoming defensive rookie of the year candidate. Oh, he should be leading defensive rookie of the year right now. There should be no doubt about it right now. That I don't care who. Don't throw Aiden Hutchins at me or Trevon Walker. I don't care about that. This kid right now should be the defensive rookie of the year right now. Zhao. You're right. It's going to take maybe a couple more interceptions to seal it down, but he should be very much the front runner. Go Oxo 5. They'll stop looking Woolen's way very soon, and they're going to cut off half the field. Bingo. And the second you do that, go Hawks, that's in the defensive advantage. The thing that people don't understand about that is they always get caught with these corners of make him travel, have him follow the other team's best receiver. But instead, you cut off half of a field for a quarterback. If you're going to have him go, I'm just not going to go there anymore. I'm not going to attack today that side. I'll just go all to this side. Makes it very hard to be proficient as a quarterback unless you just have somebody on the other side that you can pick on nonstop and it's going to be easier for the defense to play it too as well. Nikki says, we're looking for the stream. Forgot you're at the game. Yeah, I figured it would be. I had a few people hit me up on Twitter going, wait, where are you at? What's going on? What's happening? But we'll definitely be back on our normal schedule programming with the live stream and stuff. But it's been a couple of years. I do a Hawks channel. I definitely have to get in there and check it out once every few years just to get my feeling refreshed on there, Maverick says, I've been to 2 home games. Amazing experience. It's phenomenal. It's I don't know about the other stadiums in football, but I have to believe that there can't be many more that are better than that stadium. And how intimate it is, especially when you get down near the ground floor like I was, level 1 right there. I mean, you're right there on top of the players, you can practically, smell it just about. And it's unique in the way they built that stadium, not just the reverberations and the harmonics with the sound, but also with how they've given you the viewing experience on that. And it was great. I wasn't able to talk with Megan most of the game because I was just kind of in silence, just taking it all in awe kind of thing. Audie Bell says, grown Geno. Geno looked good today. He looked good. Not really any interception worthy throws out there in my eyes. Maybe early on the one that he did with Metcalf that you could have almost said Metcalf should have had, that he had to rip out the defender's arms. But again, just Geno locked in control, doing what he needs to do out there, making the right decisions time and time again. When he needs to make a big throw at the times you need to make a big throw, he's doing awesome in that respect. This game won't be as statistically, explosive for him as some of the other ones were, but that doesn't mean that he necessarily played any of the more worse. Zalzero says Brian should be a boxer. He's got a hell of a fumbling hook. Boy, he does ever. He gets that arm in there and he just knows right where to hit it. He's really good at it. E-Dub says, Woolen's taking the wool of the wide receivers' asses. Yes, he is. Adrian X with the $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I ask every week, Sauce or my boy Woolen? I'm probably going to have to start leaning more Woolen here, Adrian X. I mean, I was like, you do it a couple times, you do it 3. Okay, but it's 4 weeks now. He's done this, and he's got these ball skills now. His top end is, as far as projection goes, is way surpassed to where I think even Sauce is going to potentially get to. Sauce is going to be a magnificent corner, but if Woolen's going to be able to turn a ball over like this with these ball skills and be able to jump routes like he's been able to jump routes, you watch Sauce. There's a cut up of him going up against Romeo Dubs in this last game where the Packers just played the Jets. Jets beat him. Where Dubs runs this route, and you see Sauce do like 3 moves to kind of stay with him on it. Eventually comes up, makes the play, and knocks the ball away. That's what Sauce will do. He'll walk up there and knock that ball away. He'll make a play on the ball. He'll be sticky there in coverage. He'll react to it off zone coverage. He can do that. Woolen is showing an ability to react off zone coverage and then make an interception with it. He's showing top flight ball skills. He high pointed that ball today, went over the top of Hollywood Brown to the point where Hollywood Brown, like I said, was like a little, it's like a little toddler trying to out jump a teenager. And he's just not even coming close to make a play or upset Tariq Woolen in his flight for catching the ball. Like there's nothing Hollywood can do at that moment to even just, upend Tariq and stop the catch. So I'm going to start getting closer and closer on this answer, Adrian X, of leaning to saying that Woolen's getting there. I mean, he's I think he's starting to edge up over the top of Sauce. 4 interceptions through 6 games is ridiculous. You don't do that by happenstance, and you don't do that by just sheer luck. As Jordan Brooks says, he's just doing it by sheer talent, which again makes it even more scarier. Benelli, I was praying we picked him. It was my player. Why we got him? Tariq to the moon. I think I remember you, Benelli, in the live chat talking about that. We had a lot of people when Kobe came up for his pick that were begging for Tariq. That's for sure. Voodoo Magic, I was also looking for your play-by-play for the game, but had to settle for NorCal. I'm sorry, man. Well, it'll be a 1 week off, I promise. But we'll be back. I'll be back with the next week. I just it was too good to go check this game out. Zero says Sauce did well. He locked down Aaron Wash Rogers. Aaron's I think this is probably gonna be Aaron's last year after this experience there with Green Bay. And he's looked really good. And that's the thing is I want to throw any shade at Sauce. It's just that Tariq is playing ridiculous. This is just these kind of statistics for a guy, a rookie, 2 years new to the conversion of the position. You don't see that. You don't see guys this good, this young doing what he's doing. And to think that, he's only going to get better. Somebody else said, he's not going to give me more picks being thrown his way. There's going to be a start to come a point here where quarterbacks are going to begin to go, well, I just can't test him. Whereas on that 4th down play with Kyler, he's thinking, all right, I got my best receiver matched up against this rookie. Let's throw it up to my best receiver right now and see what he can go do with it. Well, you saw, Kyler. You saw. Time to go play some Call of Duty. Grug, I noticed more 3-4 looks today as opposed to other games, and the defense played better. I think we should run with the Vic Fangio scheme more. You're not going to get any argument from me, Grug. I definitely want to see more implementation of the scheme to the Fangio style of things. We played a lot of cover 2 on the back end with Kyler, so that we were definitely trying to just keep things in front of us with the safeties. That seemed to be, I would say, predominantly what we ran from the majority of our coverage today. Was at least probably 50-55% was in cover 2. So I wasn't concentrating as much too. It's hard to sometimes see the looks on the field at times to kind of can't do the player count with that, especially because I'd lock in on a particular battle or matchup that I could really see cleanly. But I'm all in favor of the 3-4 looks over that 4-man wonky front that we saw through the first couple of weeks of the season, which was not working. So at least we know the 3-4's got some kind of track record of working, where that wonky 4-man front, there really isn't any kind of track record of it working. Go Oxo 5. We currently have the interception and forced fumble leaders, and they're both rookies. Ooh, feels good. Feels real good. How about Kobe Bryant? Is it a linebacker lead the league in forced fumbles? No. Is it a defensive end like Myles Garrett getting strip sacks right and left? No. Slot corner Kobe Bryant with four forced fumbles. Go Oxo 5. We currently have the interception. Sorry. Sean Lee, let's go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Daniel says, hey, man, how were the past days for you? It's been, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be running on empty by tomorrow. I'm going to be running empty. The 2 baseball games in 18 innings basically was a bit much. That was a bit much. But I wouldn't have it any other way. It was awesome. It's great to get back over the west side of the state. This is my home. I'm from Seattle. I grew up in Seattle. This is where my blood runs, so to speak. So it's always coming back into home and being back downtown and being able to breathe back in downtown Seattle again. And it was nice. It wasn't. I was a little worried with some of the homeless stuff that I'd heard about and all that other stuff. I've got to give Seattle props, and it was clean. It was cool. It was something you could want to walk around and enjoy. It wasn't a freaky environment. There weren't syringes all on the ground or poo everywhere. As you get in some of these big cities now, it was really nice. It was everything that I could want in that respect, and I was just kind of just at times just being silent, just kind of drinking it in. I know I wasn't going to be maybe back there in a while, so I loved it. It was a great experience. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, and thank you again so much for a wonderful day there at the stadium. Had an awesome time. It says an epic day shared with one of my favorite humans. Bucket list dreams made, and it will never be forgotten. Well, thank you, Megan. I had a great day with you. Definitely one of my favorite people too out there. It was awesome to watch you be able to kind of take that in and have be it like through new eyes a little bit, getting to watch somebody going in there for the first time and feel, like, wow, oh, wow, this is the view is really nice in here, and oh my gosh, we're really close. And it's just the feeling that you should get to have, where it's like you can't get that on the TV. And Megan, it's got such a sanitized feeling in TV. You don't get that in the fact you're right there in the city, and it's a part of the city, and you can really feel it. It's in the ghost of the kingdom shadow, and it's in the shadow of the kingdom, I should say, or whatnot. I think I said that weird, but thank you, Megan. I had an awesome day. Awesome day. Brian Meyer says, Brandon, I just realized you're at the M's game too. Holy crap, go to bed. Oh, well, the good news, I got back from the Mariners game last night and I crashed. It was like 9:30 and I was like, and out. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done after that. And I went with a couple of friends and they were all just, all of us were just, okay. We had to wipe the ash off from under our eyes. It was crazy. Uh, Voodoo Magic, dang, you brought your equipment to the hotel room. You are officially a professional. I am, man. I am. This is officially the low grade mic though. I didn't bring the prime mic stick here. So this is the little USB-er. But I gotta be a professional about this, I'm gonna do this channel. I gotta make sure that I'm on it. I couldn't go without saying what's up to you guys. You know that too. They won 19-9, not 19-8. Thank you for mentioning that. I would have left that. I would have left that undone. Let me fix that. See, look at my brain. It's already moving. It's moving a hair slow just a little bit. Kenneth Runner says E-Dub. Kenneth Walker, man, what a runner. What a runner. More a unique running back than we've had here, I think, in Seattle at any time. Very, very unique running back. He's got some element of some of the former guys, but he's his own kind of guy too at the same time. He's got just his own little unique brand. And I don't know if we've seen quite a tackle breaker like him in short spaces. We've had a lot of gliders. I think young Kurt Warner was that way. Young Kurt was like that. But before the ACL. But nobody that's this sudden. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate it. Says Brando, there's a lot of pleasure services by those SeaTac hotels. Look it up after the stream if you want to loosen up and get some Z's pre-flight. I'm good. I'm good, Garth Knight. I'll definitely be getting my Z's, the exhaustion Z's, kind of sleep on that. But I have heard that heard that it can be a bit of a live place down here. My thing was I just wanted to be down by the airport because there's nothing like trying to get up in Seattle and be at like Edmonds and try to get to SeaTac at like 7:00 in the morning. You're not doing that. Like that's me. If you got to be at the airport like by 9, you better get up at like 5 to go make that trip. So yeah, I'm no need of relaxation tonight, but a good tip to know there, Garth. Good tip. Daniel, thank you for the 5 too. Daniel W says we did switch back to the 4-3 today. It looked like a lot of 4 down men to me, but I was drinking a lot in an inebriated, so I don't know. I'm rapping out loud. Pleasure. Yeah, Daniel, I didn't concentrate too much on the line. I did see some 3-4 looks, I thought at times, but I was at times looking at some of the matchups on the outside or just kind of locking in. There were times I'd lock in on Kyler a bit and when he was the pocket and which his process going through, or Geno the same way. So I didn't get as much down around the line. I figured that would be the spot I'd be able to really check out when I watched it on replay later on, I could kind of maybe get more of a feel for what they were doing down by the line of scrimmage. But they definitely weren't getting beat on the outside stuff. They were keeping their outside integrity really well, and they weren't doing it at the cost to getting stretched out on their holes on the inside stuff. So they were keeping things clean. It felt like the defensive linemen had some of their best days today. Brian Moye was showing up. Puna Ford had a sack, but then he had a couple of other plays where he was a problem at times. Maybe they're getting a little bit of the hand, a little bit more of the understanding of the gap and a half scheme that they've got to run here, and maybe understanding it and getting more comfortable with it. Sal Zero says, I think we might be getting a safety and trade Diggs. Interesting. It's possible. Didn't do a whole hell of a lot today in watching him. I'm not going to knock him. Didn't do anything necessarily, I think, bad. I think he had one missed tackle in the open field on, I think it was Kyler or running back there, but nothing that I saw much out of him other than that. But he does play a lot of the single high stuff, and Cardinals weren't taking many shots over the top either. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, hurting my draft picks. Start sucking immediately. I don't think so. Sack of Mucus, thank you for the ninth correction. I did the correction. It should be, if you guys refresh, it should say 19.9 now. So thank you for letting me know about that. My tired brain got tired. Bash, it was my opinion when we drafted Kobe Bryant that I thought he would make a good safety, and actually in his nickel, he's playing like a safety, and I think he would make a good safety if we needed one. I think he would make a good safety if we needed one. I think he could hold up in that realm of things, Bash. I mean, he's a bigger guy. He has the size to do it. I think you'd probably want him more like a free safety potentially than you'd want him in a strong where you've got him having to come up and tackle all the time necessarily. But like you said, you do a lot of safety-ish kind of things at times out of the slot. You've got to be somewhat of that in between of a safety and a linebacker a little bit and how you have to play it. And he's been able to do that pretty well here early on. So he made some, on top of getting that fumble, he'd made, I think, a couple plays in coverage today too as well. And he's been seemingly getting a little bit better in coverage, has Kobe, as the year has gone along, which has been very encouraging to see and just should give us more hope here for not only the future years, but the future of this year getting better and better from his standpoint of it. But they may eventually do that, Bash. Let's remember, once they get Trey Brown back, they're going to start to have some real good depth problems, right? We got a lot of guys. We only have so many that we can put out on the football field. So how do we come up with our best three? Who's our best three? What's our best three combination? The Snail with a $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. I appreciate it. Says, congrats to 2005 MVP Sean Alexander. Well, let's take a moment and definitely give our props to Sean, who got into the Ring of Honor today. Well deserved as far as being a Ring of Honor member. And I'll tell you, folks, they're running out of room out there in the stadium. They got room for one more name, and then they're going to have to start double-deckering those things or finding a new way to do it, because it's definitely getting tight. Getting the Ring of Honor names, which is cool to see. We've got more and more guys getting in there, and it's awesome. So, but Sean Alexander, tremendously productive, the most productive running back in Seahawks history, most yards run for, most touchdowns, set an NFL record, cover of Madden, only Seahawk MVP. You got to give the guy his props in that respect of things. And he, like I talk about with Kenneth Walker, there'll never be another Sean Alexander who runs quite like him. He was truly one of those unique once that come along, kind of not necessarily just being special, just in his really uniqueness and how he got it done with his vision and burst with his size, and then how he could run inside the 20-yard line, where it's just, I still do maintain there was no running back I've ever seen in my life who runs with more ferocity inside the goal line than Sean Alexander. And that includes beast mode. Beast mode was always tuned up like that. He was always running hard like that. But with Sean, he'd smell that end zone. He'd smell that end zone, and it would take nearly an act of God to stop him from getting in. And well-deserved on his part. Good to see him go up in the Ring of Honor. One of the videos I did on the channel was a Sean Alexander video, really kind of turning over that aspect of things, of wondering if he was going to get in the Ring of Honor or not, because there is sometimes a little bit of some split opinion on him from Seahawks fandom about where they stand with him and their view of him. But good to see. And Jeffrey, I agree with Edub, man. We'll got Denver's picks. We're good. We don't have to worry about low draft picks. They're going to get us low enough draft picks. Emmett21 says, I say we trade for Denzel Perryman to replace Cody Barton. I feel like we can get him for a cheap price. I don't know where he's at right now, right? He was on the Chargers for a long period of time. That's a move I'm open to, Emmett. It's what I've talked about with Cody a little bit, is that in Barton, you have a guy who's so low, you can replace him fairly quickly without having to break the bank to do so, without having to give up high draft assets to do so. And if there's a deal that comes down the pike, why not jump on it? Brandon B, when Trey Brown comes back, should they move Kobe outside or keep Kobe at nickel and put Trey outside? Would Jackson just be depth at that point? Yes, I do believe that Jackson becomes depth at that point first, Brandon. I think that what they're putting Kobe into the inside role, and part of the reason that they've had Kobe put into that inside role long term, Brandon, is that they look towards the Trey Brown situation long term within that. In that, I think they think Trey comes back, they put him to the outside, Kobe to the end. Now, because of their size dimension, Kobe being 6'1", Trey Brown being 5'9", a lot of people would think at 5'9", that's a natural fit then to go back into the slot. But I think that they like Trey Brown as an outside corner. They like his technique. They like the way he plays out there. This is just my instinct on this, Brandon. So it's definitely a guess. I don't have much more to push off of it, but I think because they went so quickly with Kobe to the slot and just saying, okay, you're going in there, you're going to take over, you're running with this now. I think there was a little bit of a long-term view of that. We can be fine enough with Michael Jackson on the outside, and then once we get Trey back, we're going to have a little bit of an upgrade to that position at that time. And boy, if that's the case, and we get Kobe Bryant back to rolling, you're gonna have a corners that are really going to be helping out both their safeties and the front seven and what they're doing. Nikki says, "How was the game live?" It was awesome. It's an amazing experience, and getting to see it, Nikki. I've been in the stadium a good amount of times where I've had to watch games sometimes from the 300 level. And then that's still can be a fun experience and a rowdy one up there. Those guys get nuts up in the high tower points of the stadium, but certainly then the players get very small and the ball gets very teeny tiny, and sometimes it's hard to always see what's happening. You get to celebrate with everything, but it's just sometimes hard to see all that's going in the game. To hear, I was close enough to see the players and the inner battles and who was fighting and like just the Kyler Murray throws were standing out to me too, where you could really see from my back angle at times with him where, I can't see Kyler like that. You'd see the receiver go cross and all you got is the top, a little white top of Kyler's helmet. And then the receiver gets outside the tackle box and then you see Kyler can see it and then he'll throw it. You just go, boy, back to not to harp on it, man, back to short quarterbacks. And Geno continues to look in control. Just in person, that control you feel on the screen is what you feel in person. He's not out there jumpy. He's not out there dodgy. He's locked in. He's feeling good. He's trusting his process through. He's scrambling when he needs to scramble. He's making the right decision. He's throwing the ball in the right places more often than not. I mean, he really, really does jump out in person, just from a body language standpoint and everything else about how in control he is right now and how he's playing. And then Kenneth Walker, just his suddenness, stop, start, stop, start, 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 like just that ability to go 0 to 100 back to 0, and he knows he's got it. I mean, he'll bounce it. He'll bounce it when it looks like he's got no room to get through of anybody. Even you're not breaking the tackle here, Kenneth. There's you got a yard and a half of space there, and he'll still try to unleash it. Sam the Great says, shout out to Chili's. Made them a lot of money for the Mariners game. Nice. Oxo, what about Robert Quinn from the Bears? Older, but you could get him for less. I'm not opposed to Robert Quinn. Dale Taylor did go down with a little bit of an injury in this game. We'll see how serious that is. I think Uchenna Nwosu had a pretty good game for you here today. It always comes down on that question, Hawkso, of who is he taking over from? Who is he taking snaps over from? Is he taking away from Boye Mafe? I know Daryl Taylor's not been great. He just missed today another sack or two as well, just inches away on a strip sacks. Did Taylor? I'm open to it, Hawks. It's like I said, it's not going to cost a lot. It would help the team out. You're now building up a little more depth for your edges, which is always good over the course of a long season because you are going to lose guys probably. But I don't know that that's the move that they would necessarily jump at. I think that they would look to upgrade other positions, but I'm open to it, man. I like where your head's at. It's creative. Kronos has been a member for 6 months of the Hawks Nest channel. Thank you for being a Ring of Honor member on the Hawks Nest. Kronos it says, Tariq Woolen's Defensive Rookie of the Year odds have fallen from 12,000 to only 1,400 as of last week. Can't wait till people start putting him in the top 5 conversation. Wow. I mean, if you put down $5, you could get 12,000 back times that. I forget how that works in the betting world, but that would have been a hell of a bet to turn Kronos on way back in the day when it was at 12,000 to 1. Yeah, he's going up into the top 5 conversation this year, Kronos. We're not waiting on this. This ain't going to be a 2-year, 3-year process. If he's going to get this many interceptions this fast, if he's going to shut this many people down in coverage as he has, because that's the other thing about this, is not just the interceptions with Tariq Woolen. It's also what's the quarterback rating? Like last week it was at 40. That's top 5 as well. He's got some other ancillary stats around the interception numbers that show and point to him being an excellent player right now. And I think, say nothing to Defensive Rookie of the Year right now, I think he's going to be making noise for at least second team All-Pro on this current track, if not more so, if he can keep up this insane interception pace. 12 North Chad, how would Bruce Irvin help the defense? Bruce Irvin helps the defense, North Chad. Think of it like this. Think of how Al Woods helps out the interior of the defense with only being out in the field at times 30, 35% of the time. And that you have a guy in Al Woods who he can't run like he ran when he was in his prime and running 60% of the snaps, 70% of the snaps. He can only run what he can do, but he's very good in that little time that you ask him to run it. And Bruce Irvin, you're going to ask him to be that fourth backup pass rusher off the bench. And that means that, you're not going to have to ask guys like Darrell Taylor to play 60, 70% of the snap, as has been posited by my chat a couple of times. Maybe some of the issues that have come up with Darrell Taylor and his fall off this year have to do with playing too many snaps, being asked to just do too much and not being able to just sometimes be able to throttle it all the way up because he's a little bit gassed at that point, and that this maybe provides a little bit of that relief. You also have in Bruce Irvin, who, if you look at him historically speaking, and granted a lot of these stats are taken off the early part of his career, but his career in total is that over the last 10 years, he was one of the most proficient rushers at generating pressure. And that's been one of the key spots on this defense that has been a problem point here to begin things off. Eagles beat the Cowboys. No shock. Eagles got a good team, though. Jalen Hurts' ability to push the ball up the field will continue to be something that we want to monitor over the course of this whole year, especially when the weather starts turning dodgy. I do wonder about that just a little bit with him. Jaeger Rodell says that Tariq Woolen looks like the steal of the draft. It is. As good as those picks are that we have in other places, from even an Abraham Lucas, who I had as a late first-round grade on, that you got in the 3rd round, and that's a hell of a steal to me. Even with that said, that you're going to maybe get a guy we're going to be talking about in the top 2-3 cornerbacks in this league by next year, and you got him in the 5th round. That's no one else did better than that with their pick in this last draft. No one will have anybody even close to that kind of steal as far as throughout the rest of the NFL. And it's great to see Jaeger. Sorry. It's great to see it called yogurt. My bad, Jaeger. But well said. Seahawks Gaming, if Coach Carroll does not win Coach of the Year, then who are these analysts that determine those awards? Who's doing a better job? Who's doing a better job? And what will probably happen is it'll probably go to like a Mike McDaniel or something. Or, the guy in Miami. But Coach Carroll should absolutely be winning this year if he gets this team anywhere close to the playoffs. This is a roster that was universally looked at as one that should be in contention for the number 1 overall pick in the draft, as in being the worst team in football, basically. And here they are now sitting 3-3, minimum 2nd place in this division. 1st place, if you want to take away tiebreakers and just say, let's worry about tiebreakers in the year. Let's just call it first base. That sounds nicer. I like that rolls off the tongue a little bit better. But he's deserved to be there in what he's done on getting this team. We knock him on the defense, but it is about the team, and getting this team prepared and where they are is certainly noteworthy. I do say, as I said last week, and as I continue to say, and this is why I lean in this so much, is that when we have the bad losses and folks are saying it's Coach Carroll's head, and me saying, yes, I'm definitely open to that possibility. And if the year ended today, right? But what I've also tried to say after I've said each of those times where I stand right now with the situation, or how I view the situation with him, is to also say that we do have to give this a full year here. We're going to have to give this a full year because it's going to happen no matter what. There's no chance somebody's going to move on or that we're going to get somebody new in here this year. But let's take the full year to see where this team goes, see how the growth happens and occurs, and see if the team does take steps forward. And as much as it was frustrating me to watch that defense over the last couple of weeks play and just get gouged by backup skill position players across the board with both teams, We did have to also look at recent history, being that Coach Carroll has gotten these teams to turn around over the course of the year, especially the defenses over the last couple of years. He does seem to have a methodology that he applies into how he trains and prepares his particular teams every year. And he does have a little bit of an onus leaning usually towards getting his teams to play at their best in November and December, getting better along through the course of the year. Whereas some coaches kind of shoot their whole shot in the first part of the year and they get their team blown out and tired. And this is why we get those stories of 4-0 teams that don't even end up in the playoffs. And I think that Coach Carroll has a way of getting around that. Now, this is a little bit of me reading into recent history. I don't have anything that I know of that he does specifically to create these conditions. It just seems to be how it bears out year after year. Anas Zuberi says, too easy. Too easy. I'll tell you what. Arizona's going to end up in last place of this division this year. Brian Meyer says, Arizona's offense is pitiful. Let's not get too excited about that, D. It's 1 week. You're right, Brian. It's 1 week. And that is an offense that is definitely going to need DeAndre Hopkins back. And it'll be funny if DeAndre comes back next week and then it suddenly looks completely different with him back in there. But Rondale Moore, second round pick they got a couple of years ago, man, they have to work overdrive just to manufacture touches for that guy. It's pretty incredible how they can't get him the ball outside of just kind of throwing it to him almost on bubble screens or little 2-yard routes. Dynamic player, just can't get in. Hollywood Brown wasn't really much there with him either today from their side of it. Ertz made some catches for him a bit, but they didn't have anywhere near. They thought about what I thought running game wise going with Eno Benjamin in this game. They just weren't a threat on the ground. Salzier Walker does run a lot of patience too, almost Le'Veon Bell like. He does. He does. He can trust his ability to get up to speed, so he knows he can afford to kind of bounce around back there and take his time a little bit. I think it's also a bit of the maturation process with him. No, rookies will tend to try to just force things and move fast with things, and now he's maybe starting to trust a little bit of his timing a bit. Maverick says the offensive line wasn't great, but they will improve today. Yep, they weren't great today, but they will get better. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Nikki J says thick smoke is the new norm here in Washington. It is. It's been what's weird about this, Nikki, is last year we had a horrible out east. It was awful. This year out east hasn't been as bad. And now I'm over here in the west, and this was next level. I mean, I have some pictures from the stadium and Mariners where it's just like you would have thought it was Nom out there. You're like, are they playing baseball or is there going to be an artillery shelling soon? E-Dub says we took wool to steel. We took wool to steel. Yes, we did. Dylan McKay says, I'll be a Canadian helping. Sorry, Dylan. I got Jack cut me off on that. Chat went a little weird on me. Sorry, 1 sec, guys. I'll be a Canadian helping for the Giants game. Well, thank you, Dylan. As I say, we're Seahawks are a worldwide team. That includes Canada right with it. You guys only get guys don't have anybody. They haven't given you guys any football teams up there. So yeah, we know how it goes. You're part of the 12s. Jeffrey Thistle is celebrating 6 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I thank you, Jeffrey, for that. He says, how'd your date with Megan go? Can't wait to see the Monday night disaster. Russ playing hurt, so you know it's going to be bad. Indeed, we do know one thing about Russ is that he can play hurt. He can play hurt better as much as anybody else out there, but he doesn't always play at his top level when he's hurt, and especially when you're talking about a torn lat in that arm, in the throwing shoulder. That's the Dak Prescott injury from couple of years ago that was keeping him out, I think, in preseason. It's going to probably impact him. And, Jeffrey, I'm going to be watching too. It went phenomenal. It's a great game to go check out with Megan. Awesome to see her first time again to go in that stadium and get through that experience a little bit. She was loving it. She was talking to everybody up around all over the place in the aisle wells. And everyone was just a cool spirit in the stadium. I was really glad to see the 12s were welcoming him and just everybody was in a happy, good mood. It was great. Ideal, I would say, Jeffrey. Ideal. Zero says, I'm sure now the league would have picked Woolen in the late first or second round, seeing how he's playing. I would say at the very least, Sal. I think seeing how he's playing, there's a lot of teams out there where he probably would have gotten into the top 25. Maybe even not more so. Maverick Consulting Group says, yeah, but duck for a safety. It's only 2 points, not 6. That's true. Would have been good to see him maybe just, if you're gonna if you're gonna get biffed there, if you're Dixon, just like hold on to the ball at least. Those sport kickers though, when they get lit up, man, it's like watching the crash test dummies go flying. Bird Show, I think that the sun, shadows, and smoke were the reasons that the game went 18 innings with only 1 run. Maybe. Whatever the reason, it was Addison Shelble, what's up, Brandon? I'm going to be going to the Seahawks versus Charger game at SoFi next week. Very excited to cheer on our Hawks here in SoCal. Well, hell yeah, Addison. It's an awesome place to hopefully go check it out. I've heard it's a cool little spot to check out. But yeah, you'll have a good time, man. Fun team to watch, Addison. If they're playing like they were here in this game, and hell, if the defense playing bad, at least the offense will probably be putting up a lot of points. So that'll make it exciting. But it was good. It was a great experience. You got to do it as a Hawk fan. You got to find your way at some point or other to get in the stadium, even if you're not in the local Seattle area, because it's just worth it. Football is such a unique sport to go to. D Nuggets, the $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Says this is for room service. Glad you streaming today. Well, thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate it, man. I got a little food here beforehand, but I'll get we'll get a little something with room service here. Yeah, give me a burger here at like 9. Come on, room service. Come on, Red Roof. But thank you, D Nugget. Bash Gordon, the Niners are always trying to rain on my parade well after we beat the Niners. The next time we'll be number 1 in the division. Laughing out loud. Curse you, Niners. Hey, they're not running away with it. That's for sure. You listen to the NFL, and they're like, Niners are clearly, you hear the pundits, Niners are clearly the best team in the NFC. Well, they got 3 losses on the record. Jeffrey Thistle, you're giving me a hard time. Fat Daddy Stocks, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it, Fat Daddy. Says, are you going to do a stream for the Monday night game? We could. We're going to be doing, we've got Brendan coming over onto the side of things after the game. So, I can potentially do that, Fat Daddy. We got our Tuesday stream over in Brendan's, and either Wednesday or Thursday, I'll do a stream this week, Fat Daddy. So we'll do one of the two, because I know I won't be able to go super late tonight. So we'll definitely do the Tuesday on Brendan's, and then I'll try to do a Wednesday. If not Wednesday, I'll do a Thursday before we got either at Thursday Night Football or right before. But I have Thursday night show there with Brendan too, so we'll pack it up this week a little bit. We'll get an extra one in. Cameron says, do you have a prediction for the Chargers game? I think the Chargers will win by probably 10 points. That's the Staley defense that's given Russell Wilson a lot of problems naturally when things have been going relatively well. And now things are going not relatively well. I would give the Chargers 10 in that game. And I think Russ is going to have a bit of a rough time with it. And if he plays through, and if he's able to fight through this lat and get himself back to right and get that offense to a functional state, we got to give Russ a lot of props at that point. If he can get to that spot of things. But I do remain very skeptical seeing how he's played up over the course of this year so far. Sam the Great says, I didn't expect the New York Giants to be good. We got to play them and the Bucs coming up. I didn't either. Giants, Brian Daboll coming in there, inheriting Daniel Jones, should really give you a lot of, if I'm a Giants fan, should make me feel very encouraged about Brian Daboll, because he's not getting his quarterbacks, so to speak. He's not getting his guys, so to speak, on the outside, right? We've got Kadarius Toney has been really weird with them, with what goes on with him and his injury situation, getting on the field. Sterling Shepard goes down with a torn ACL with them. I think they've got their other receivers been a little bit. You got Kenny Golladay, who's been a bit of a free agent bust, quote unquote, but he's been able to get it done with them. He has been able to get it done with them. And the Giants are, I think the Giants are also getting a little bit of benefit of investing. They had a while there for a few years where their offensive line was really laughed at in the NFL and scoffed. And they've actually finally done a good job over the last couple of years of investing into that line, starting to kind of turn it around. And that can be a building block for a team and help propel it. But they are one of the shocking teams. We're certainly one of the shocking teams that they're as good as they are. No one saw that one coming, man. No one. When the NFC East is dominating the NFC, it is a weird season. It's just going to be a weird one. And that's what I'm saying too, is like, great, weirder the better. Weirder the better. Be a strange one. That'll work in our favor somehow, I feel like. I got bugs in my room. I do. I got one of those little flying bugs. Those little gnats. James says the entire NFC is just dog ass. You're not wrong. That was the Seattle Seahawks and famous special teams play, the Red Sea, where they part and allowed defenders straight up the middle to block kicks. Pretty much. Yeah, they were just like, doors open. Have at it. Big country, the NFC becomes more wide open every week. I think we have a decent shot at the postseason, especially with everyone else in the division looking average. Somebody put in my chat section, in my comment section, I'm steal it with what they said. It's like, getting the playoffs sometimes is you get if you just can maintain your way, sometimes 3-3, you're just kind of getting above the water line as it's raising and drowning the other teams now that are out of it. And you just got to kind of out survive them over the top of it as much as anything else. And this is verse, of course, looking at it like we're an elite team, we're going to win the division, we're going to go on this run, but you're looking at like, can we just kind of scrape and claw and scratch our way into maybe getting into a playoff position? And that's how you do it. Survive, outlast, and that's could be great if this team had got a couple other wins to give themselves some breathing room. That'd been great, but you're in it. We're in it. And I know it's a rebuilding season and there's a ton of people with no expectation on it. At the end of the day, we're here for expectation. We're the 12th man. We expect more. We hope for more. We're not a fan base of low expectation. We leave that to the Cardinals fan base. We're a team looking for the Lombardis. So let's go for it this year. Why not? What do we got to lose? Eon Tyrell says, keep grinding, win. Going to game next week. Hell yeah. Cool Breeze, I hope the Mariners open the checkbook seriously this offseason. The Mariners need to take the checkbook out and they need to get the offense added. The fact that you went 27 innings against the Astros and you couldn't put up but 2 runs on the board in 27 innings of baseball to finish your season, if that's not a Pike Place Market salmon slap to your face telling you that you need to go get some offense like now, I don't know what is. And there's a variety of positions that they could look to upgrade. They're at a point where they've spent 20 years without having to spend very much money. They've been able to sit on that little payroll at the back end of it. It's now time to kick this into gear. I think they're going to do so. I don't think they're just going to try to make one move and go, okay, it's a day. Let's trust the young guys now. But it's time to start spending some money. It's time to open it up. Oh, you knew it was only going to be time before the Orn came in. Salazar says, something tells me Diggs will get traded and we'll get another safety replace him. It's possible. It'd be an odd move. It would speak to how far he's gone down for them or where they look at with him if he is indeed gone down to that state of things. It is possible. No doubt about it. I'm a little skeptical that they would do that trade, but you could stand upgrade one. Free safety, strong safety could both be upgraded at this point. Sam the Great says we got to try to get Carlos Correa next offseason. Yeah, I was a little bit hesitant to it. I think we got the Berg show in here. Who was mentioned that on my Crow's Nest channel about maybe we move JP Crawford to second base and then we get Carlos Correa. I think Correa's opted out, Sam Great. I think he's going to be a free agent this offseason. So yeah, I'm open to doing that. Whatever it takes to upgrade this lineup, I think you got to put all options on the table. I mean, there's a couple positions I probably feel good about sitting on and saying, okay, I'm good at catcher. I'm good at center field. I'm probably fine with first and third, but just about everything else you could find a way to see about trying to get upgraded. And yeah, Jaeger, I think we will get a few bats. I do. Baz Gordon, I was watching the national broadcast on ESPN, and one of the shows was about how the Seattle Seahawks won the draft this past year and how all their draft picks were already bringing value to the team. It's undeniable. I mean, they're bringing a ton of value to the team. I don't, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas are going to probably play about where we thought they played at the start of the year, where we hoped would be league average to a little bit above league average, which is sensational to get that kind of play out of a rookie. Kenneth Walker looks like a top flight running back right now off the jump here. You've got Boye Mafe, who has shown little flashes at points. Obviously, he's maybe not been as loud as some of these other guys. Kobe Bryant, with the forced fumbles and starting to get better in coverage, improving every game. Tariq Woolen being a shutdown corner from day one. Yeah, it gets to be that many guys. You're lucky to get 1 or 2 guys out of a draft. To get that many guys bringing those kind of returns right now is so unusual that it becomes something that the pundits, ESPN, nobody can deny that they're seeing it as well. Basically, the only thing that ruined my day-to-day B was the Ravens lost. It's a tough loss, Megan. I heard today this is Lamar Jackson's first loss against an NFC team, too. I don't know if that's true or not. It sounded good. Ethan says, "Hey, Brandon, a great win for our Hawks today. Hope Megan had a blast, and it was all I was hoped for and more. Unfortunately, my mind is still with the Mariners game. I'm just bummed. It was helping me get over the Mariners game, Ethan. If I was having to sit there today and just sort of sit and think about the Mariners, I might have been more bummed about that too. But it helps after in retrospect having the Seahawks, on the heels of that and go out there and win. It made me feel a little bit better about it. And I wanted more from this Mariner team this year. I thought that they could play as their own players have said today. We can play with anybody. That Astro team isn't better than us. We can play with them. And I felt like they could. I felt like you had a team put together with how the starting pitching worked and the bullpen worked and the fielding worked. They just could not get enough offense. That's really what it came down to at the end of the day. But now he says Roquan is who I really want. He's a brick wall. He is. He's a unique kind of middle linebacker. He's kind of what you draw up in the lab for an inside middle linebacker from a size, speed quotient, be just rugged defender out there. He's not a guy you just come down at the second level and expect that that's going to take care of him all day. He'll get off that block. He'll read that block. He'll slip that block. I'd be interested in him. I'd be interested. Dwayne G says Burns and Smith. Who's the Smith? Oh, Roquan Smith. Boy, Dwayne, that'd be an aggressive ass move, man. You'd be going. You want to talk about going all in? That's going to cost you probably the cumulative of like a first, a third, and probably a second round pick into that realm of things for those two guys off just that. I would think. I don't think they're being on the Burns, Dwayne. You got to get Burns, then you're gonna have to pay Burns. Do you want to pay him $25 million a year into next offseason? I mean, that's the going cost is going to be for a guy like that as he's due to get an extension here. Roquan will be probably a little bit more realistic because middle linebackers don't get paid at the same mark, even though he's going to want to be paid as well. But you're talking probably about a $7, $8, $9 million a year less average contract for a Roquan Smith and a Burns. But that would be the big thing to hold that up, Dwayne, as much as the draft capital is how much money you're going to have to pay both of the two of them because they're going to want that extension and they're going to want it quick. And I don't think they're going to just want to do it for half a season. Derek Tribble says, with the $2 donation, says, I like D Nuggets room service call. All right, Derek, it has gone to that. Your $2 is to the Brandon Burger Fund. Rajo, do we have a chance versus the Chargers? I mean, I'm high on the Chargers. They're down Bosa, so they're not going to be able to run with you with some insane pass rush, that you might have had to have dealt with both Bosa and Mac at that point. You have a chance. The nice thing about switching to this type of offense is this type of offense does have an opportunity to go after that Brandon Staley, Vic Fangio defense, short, intermediate passing and just lean into that all day. You can kind of go after this defense a little bit. That's why we've seen the Niners have some success at times against this Rams defense throwing the ball, is that they will be willing to stay to those short throws, whereas sometimes the Ram defense will both be aggressive on the front end and then keep themselves safe on the back end. And then they leave that in-between spot that you can kind of go after at that point. Thanks for the Jolly donation, Derek. Can you dig it? Says the Broncos got fleeced. Oh, we finessed them big time. Yeah. We finessed him big time. We tried to tell him. Us Hawks fans. We said, Denver, he isn't what he once was. You got to stop just looking at the highlights. Go watch all the game film. Go watch him go through his reads. Go watch him go through his progression. Go watch him at the line of scrimmage. Go watch him throw without anticipation. And once you do that, you will come to understand that you have just given us a goodly sum, a king's ransom, you could say. And we've given you nothing back but a wooden cup. And it's not the Grail Cup. Bash Gordon, I like the defensive play today, just keep in the nickel and the dime and keep Cody Barton off the field and we might have something. Yeah, we just need those spread formation offenses, Bash, and we'll be good. We just need those 4 wide receivers and we are fine. Chase Stern says, hey, Brando. What's up, Chase? How you doing, man? Ryan Ball, 7 wins to go. 7 wins to go. And we are in the playoffs. I know what you're trying to say. Why do we need to do a GoFundMe for Brando and Megan to go to every game now? They were clearly the missing piece to the D performing. Wouldn't that be funny if we figured that out? That like every time me and Megan win the stadium, we won, no matter what, like 100% of the time we won for some weird universe reason. I'll tell you this, my Power of Large in jersey, which I wore today, remains undefeated. I wore week 1 against the Broncos. Odds were in our favor. Yeah, they were in our favor. You want to know why? Because I was wearing it's the large and power of jersey. And Megan was rocking the Zorn, which kind of doubles the large and power of jersey, right? It's like an amplifier, you know, or a modifier or something. Sam Z says, how much are we going to get blown out by the Chargers? I think we'll hang in there with them, but I think that they're probably a little bit better team than us. I just think they're a little ready to go right now. That offense is going to, I think Herbert's going to look at some of the open holes in this defense at times and go, whoa, hey there, how are you doing? Well, we'll see. This team surprised us all year. Maybe they surprised us in that game, and it's going to be a home game. That's the one nice part about it as well, is that you at least do get to play out here rather than playing it in LA. Zero, I can't wait till tomorrow. Brandon Perna is going to suffer once again. It is kind of fun to watch him suffer on this. He was one of those guys so high on Russell's going to fix everything things. He was fully buying into it. And it has been fun watching Perna kind of struggle there as the sea takes him underneath. And he did a video last week where you started to go, oh, the reality is starting to fully sink in here. You know, there's none of the hope, just the clear-eyed vision view of the situation. Was thoroughly out there from Rand last year. Poor guy. He knows he's in for a couple years of pain. Jeffrey says, nah, Russ is fine. Broncos are fine. Nothing's on fire. Ethan says, I went to the Mariners game and it was an incredible experience. Wish I was able to say hi to you. But man, I hate that our season is over. It really sucks. They will be back. Bright future. They will be back, Ethan. The future is ever bright for this team. They're so young. They've got so many years ahead of them. Everything's set out in front of them properly. It's really, it's a little bit like we say with our Mariners. If you get these 2 drafts right, this last draft right and this draft right, you've done the heavy lifting. You've done the big part of the equation that's the hardest part of the equation. Now it's just topping it off. It's just finding the edges and getting them kind of rounded out a bit. That's the process at that point. That's where the Mariners are. And it's something to get excited for because, again, future's looking very, very bright. Ayla says, hey, Daddy. What's up, Ayla? How you doing? Hey, baby. Empower Code, Brandon. What a win for our Hawks today. In addition to the great defensive performance, it's also good to know that Dwayne Eskridge is still alive and well. Take care, man. Have a good night. Well, thank you, Empower Code. And Eskridge showed up today. Made a couple good catches, made a few moves in the open field. You saw a little bit of that yak ability, yards after the catch. He was showing that off a bit today. He's got that in his bag, and they're slowly starting to maybe implement him a little more into the game. We saw him in a couple weeks ago, I think, in the Lions game with a few fly sweeps. No fly sweeps today, but maybe we start to see a little more of Dwayne in there, and it's a welcome sight. It's just another extra kind of component to the offense, especially on some of that short stuff where Geno can just kind of throw him the ball in space and let him try to go work with it. Chase Stern, did you go to the game? I did go to the game, Chase, and it was awesome. Carlos Mendia, thank you on the score, Carlos. I think I got it all updated and changed at this point. But I appreciate you letting me know. I don't know where I got 19-8. 12th North Chad, I guess that Tariq's interception trumps turnover on downs and better field position. Yeah, I mean, you're to ask a player in that moment not to go for that pick, just knock it down. It's 4th and 11. It's probably too hard to do at that point. Like, no, I'm gonna get my interception. What are you kidding me? I can't blame him for that. And it was a difference in field. It was a difference in field percentage, but it wasn't like too bad. It wasn't like a 50-yard bomb. It's like a little 25-yard go route. Rajo, Walker should have got 100 yards rushing if it wasn't for the holding call at the end of the game. Pete was pissed. Officials got a little bit touchy at the end. They got a little touchy at the end. Can you dig it, Joy? Joy indeed. Very much. Did you throw in the towel? No, I didn't throw in the towel. Never throw in the towel. Not the Mariners game. I was spinning that towel like a mofo. I got my technique now. I know how to spin it and have it twirl and unturn. And I was doing magic tricks with that towel by the end of the game. Nikki J says, what a sad game. I don't watch baseball, but tuned in for that one. That was rough. Nikki, was depressing. It's depressing because you just know how well your pitchers are doing. And Sturvis was doing well with the bullpen, calling in the right guys. He was pulling the right strings at the right time. Didn't like him getting Eugenio out of the he pinch ran for Eugenio, and that was the one that really drove me crazy because it was a game that was obviously looking like it was going to come down to we just need somebody to hit a home run. We're not going to get 2 or 3 hits in a row. We just need somebody to drive it into the seats, which is what Houston did to win the game. But then taking out Eugenio for Dylan Moore at that point was brutal. Berkshire, the beer was cut off after 9 innings. That would have after that I would have had to leave. Yeah, everyone was just, I mean, no one left. Everyone did stay. So you got to give people credit, but it was definitely, you talk about 9th inning beer stopping and then you're into inning 15, 16. You're growing awful thirsty. You're very parched. Okay. Long day in that sun, smoke. It's like, Ayla says, can you say hi to me? Hello, Ayla. It's good to see you. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on my chat. I take a little bit of time to catch up because I try to respond to just about everybody if I can. So I appreciate it. Very kind of you to be in here. Goodness, I keep knocking this microphone down. It's going to sound great to you guys. Sorry. Trying to get it stable here. It's not stable. Matt S. DJ has played well. Yeah, he played good in this game, Matt. Did good on the punt return. How about him getting a little bit of yards on the punt return? It looks like they're using Tyler. If it's an inside the 20 type thing, they'll put him down there just to secure it. And if there's a chance there could be a return, they're bringing DJ Dallas out to return it. But he did good in that realm. I think he had a carrier too as well. He's been good for us this year, though. Very solid. Very solid. $5 donation from Garth. Thank you, Garth. It says, Brando, this Ayla is being very forward with you and might be in the SeaTac area. She might look like Julia Roberts or Lawrence Taylor. Well, sadly, I don't look like Richard Gere. So Richard probably got me on that one there, Garth. I'm probably a poor substitute for Richard. I don't have his wallet in that movie and probably not as much in the ladies department with that one. Cody Webb says, hey, what do you think about Ken Walker? We have 1/4 billion saved in top picks since Broncos suck and will continue losing. No more than 4 wins, calling it now. I could see it with them, man. Cody, it's a definite possibility. Kenneth Walker, I thought that there was 2 running backs in last draft. If we can call them, whatever you want to put this running back point in. I mean, because we come into that way, you can't take a running back in the first round, so don't call him a first round talent. You just can't do it. Okay, so I won't call him a first round talent. Let's call it difference-making running backs at the position. And to my eyes, there was really 2 difference-making type running backs in this last draft that really had separated themselves from the other guys. And that was going to be Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker. They had a collection of talents that they brought to the table that was separate from other running backs in this draft. I think maybe Dameon Pierce has the chance to be the third back of this trio to be in that realm because of how well he's running as well. But for my money, it was undeniable with Ken Walker and Breece Hall. And Ken Walker showing you that this is why. This is why he went in that second round. No running backs go in the first round anymore. That doesn't happen, which is understandable why it doesn't happen. The value isn't there for it to really happen. Every once in a while, you'll get your Saquon Barkley or your McCaffrey, but normally, no. No. And I get where that's coming from. What that does do, though, is it does push then those first round running backs into the second round. That's the common thing that will happen now. It happened last year. It's happened previous year. It happened again this year. So guys like Breece Hall and Walker, who probably do legitimately have a little bit of a claim to being first round type running backs, fall into that second round. And that when they do get on the field, then you're going to see very quickly why they're so dynamic, why they're so talented, why they're considered better than where some of the analytic folks will tell you of all these running backs are in this real just kind of bag. They're all very similarly talented, and there's no reason to go up for one over another one. This is where that throws that out the door a little bit. I'm with those analytic folks to a degree, but they really started to overstate the case this offseason when suddenly now you can't not only not go in the first round for running backs, now you suddenly can't go in the second round, and it just goes without saying that you can't draft a running back in the second round. The value is just not there for you to do so. Really? Are we sure it's not there to do so? Because I think it's kind of there to do so when you know that there are none being taken in that first round, and you might be getting 1 or 2 of the best backs in the entire draft. And those guys are still difference makers. Those guys are still separators. Those guys are still, able to give you a benefit to the position. And when there's not a hole, they'll find a hole. When there's an inch of space, they'll take a mile. And that's what you get. Pike Place Market slap, salmon slap to the face. That's right, Cool Breeze. That's right. Sam the Great says San Francisco has injuries. LA is in a funk. AZ just sucks. I got faith in the Hawks. Hey, we haven't even reached our final form yet. We're just leaving the cocoon. I'm gonna be like Willard Scott in the sucker. I'm gonna grow a big mustache. Matt S says Mariners are such a fun team to watch. They're going to be really good next year. They are, Matt. They're going to be good. They're going to get better. Julio's going to get better. Cal Raleigh's going to get better. I think you're going to get less holes in that lineup, which is going to make us harder to play. And once they start spending money with baseball, I know it's a little bit of a crapshoot at times, but you can also get yourself some real players to get in there and then round things off. And it's the last part of the point here now. Get those last couple of hitters in this lineup, open up the pocketbook. And the thing with ownership on this is if you open up the pocketbook and ensure this team will be great next year, and people will be aware of the fact they're great, and they'll get the press clippings of this guy signed and that guy signed, and there'll be an expectation level that this team should be great next year. That will bring people back to the stadium, which will then allow you to continue to increase the budget, increase the salaries. And so I hope they can do a little bit of that math with this and really understand that this will bring that benefit, but it is a risk on their part. Brody 13, I honestly think this is going to be Geno's prime year. He's looking like it, man. Well said. It is looking like it. Carrot Bus, I'm starting to rethink being high on Damian Lewis. Laughing out loud, he's got to be replaced if he continues to play like this. He's been pretty bad. I didn't get much of a chance to see him today, Carrot, on just because once it gets down the action there and you're up kind of close, everything kind of gets into a pile of bodies, whereas when you're watching TV, you can see a little more of the separation of what's happening down in the low side of things. But, he's been misplaced at that left guard position. He's really a right guard. Even at right guard, he doesn't necessarily have the exact mobility you normally look for in guards in this particular offense. They may end up looking to move on from him faster and sooner because of that reason above all else, whether he should be a right guard or left guard. That might just be the thing that becomes the determining factor as to where he goes and why he goes. But we'll see where the PFF scores land with him after this one. It'll be interesting to see. Cody says, whoops, cut off. But do you think we are a playoff team this year? And do you think we are next year? I do think, Cody, 100% we're a playoff team next year. Are we a playoff team this year? I think it's a little hard for me to say yes 100% at this point or to feel real confident. If I'm saying 51% and 49%, no. To even get to 51%, the question that looms, Cody, is the defense in a legitimate state right now? Are they in a place to where, because giving up 30 points a game, you're not in a legitimate state. Giving up 30 points a game to teams like Atlanta or Detroit, who's down 3 of their top 6 players, or the Saints, who are down 4 of their top 7 offensive players. You lose those games to offenses that are not good offenses, missing some of their prime stock, and you're still getting kind of worked up and down the field with those off. You go, well, okay, the Cardinals are not those kind of offenses. Cardinals are going to probably be a bottom 12, bottom 13 offense when it's all said and done. So hard to make as much a commitment to saying this is what we're going to get to face every week. You've held Denver down, whose offense is a crap show, and you've held the Cardinals offense down, which is kind of a crap show. I think and you did both those at home. So I think we need to see a little bit more of the defense showing that they can be at least, like we've tried to put it with this, Cody, they don't have to be top 15. They don't have to keep a team to 9 points. But if we're going to get to the playoffs, this defense has got to slide its happy ass up into the 20th realm. Like they got to find some way to get into 20th. Somewhere around that edge of things if we're going to hope to get to the playoffs. So if we can get to that spot, Cody, defensively, I'll give you a yes on that playoffs. But if we can't, if we're going to stay bottom of the league, bottom of the end of the league, 31, 32, I don't see how you can pull that off this year. I do think, Cody, no matter what, though, with what they've shown you in the signs of building here with these rookies and the young players and the new scheme of Waldron starting to really unfurl now, yes, I do think you're going to be back into the playoffs by next year. Matt S says you should all trade Julio to the Yankees. Laughing out loud. Matt S is obviously a Yankee fan. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll keep Judge. I'm sure it'll be all right. I'm sure he's going to stay. I'm sure he's totally not mad at them booing him for striking out in that ALDS. Zero Lewis is not bad. He's a good player. He's just not his natural position, just like Tanner Muse. Muse is a strong safety, not linebacker. That's well said. Cody says, I wouldn't be surprised if we snuck into the playoffs. We are way more talented and better than the lamestream fake news was saying about us. Well said, Cody. We're a lot better than where they were. And the fact that the young guys are popping as early as they're popping, as big as they're popping, gets you that much faster and that much quicker. They're saying nothing of the fact having Geno playing like a top 5 quarterback in this sport right now. Boney N says, Brandon, does Herbert light up the Hawks next week? I'm thinking of picking up Everett on the waiver wire. Everett's such a dodgy one, Boney, because he could have like 12 targets. He drops 5 of them. And you're like, what the hell, Gerald? I mean, tight ends have kind of given us a little bit of a problem, I guess, this year, Boney, right? A little bit. Like the Broncos tight ends got us a bit. Saints, I don't know if you can call Pitts a tight end, but he kind of got you. Yeah, I could see Everett having a big day, Boney. I could see him if the Chargers aren't trying to throw the ball up the field all over the place, then there'll be a lot of underneath routes to Everett there, and I would be looking to do that if I was the Chargers too. I could see it. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'd pick him up if I was you. I think even today, Boney, we had Ertz had a couple of catches on us today. So even if he doesn't get the 100-yard type stuff, he'll be probably 50, 60 yards with maybe a touchdown catch. Snail with a $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says NFL is chaos this year. We could beat the Bucs. Well, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it, Snail. And hey, yeah, if Steelers are able to beat the Bucs, why can't we beat the Bucs? I mean, we seem to be better than the Steelers are this year right now, what they have going on, especially when they're down. The Steelers just beat the Bucs without TJ Watt, their best defensive player. So, and it's in Germany. What does that maybe somehow level the playing field a little bit more, We know Tom's going to be single at this point and in Germany. Okay. We know the history of Germany with some of the freakishness. The German folks can get up to some stuff. I'm just saying they got some reputations out there. Okay. So Tom single, get a little equivalent of like what we had today with Kyler in Call of Duty. That's Tom's Call of Duty. Okay. The German women will be called Dirty Tom. Well, we'll see. But Snail, hey, man, that's what I say. Thank you for the donation. Anything can happen in the NFL. It's unpredictable. The NFC is as wide open as I've seen it in probably about 5-6 years. There's not really that one team. And even the teams that are good right now could kind of fall back to earth a little bit. Like I do wonder about the Eagles maybe peaking just a little bit early. And I wonder about Jalen Hurts throwing the ball kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like Jimmy Garoppolo can throw the ball a little bit when it's warm and everything, the conditions are right. You start getting that wind to blowing and a little bit of rain, a little bit of cold, not quite able to push the ball down the field quite as well. And there's already a little bit of question with him on that. So, hey, it's open. It's open right now, Snail. It's anybody's game. And all we got to do is just kind of stay alive, stay into this as we get down to the home stretch, especially if we have a team that's being built like I tend to think Carroll tries to build his teams, which is that I'm going to try to get my team playing its best at the end of the year. And sometimes I have to sacrifice them playing at their best at the start of the year to get them to that. It's like you have to make a call on that as a coach. Do I want to be this or do I want to be that? I think Carroll does lean to more of the latter than the former. And if that is the case, and this team does get better, and if they're in that realm of been 6-6, and then now suddenly everything's kicking into gear a little bit more, at least the defense maybe gets more legitimate in how they go. That's how that door opens. That's the pathway to it. Boop Dogs is the most player I was disappointed with was Mitch Haniger. Yeah, I would put Mitch into that. I'd put him probably a smidge ahead of Kelnick for me. Because Kelnick at least is a guy that's young and you understand if he's taking some time to develop. And baseball's a tough sport for hitters right now. It's hard on them. As hard as those pitchers throw, with the movement that they throw, with the different pitches they can throw, they're at their best form as far as in historically speaking baseball history by far. And teams can keep throwing these pitchers at you. They can keep bringing guys out of the bullpen at the same mark over and over again. But Mitch was very underwhelming for me this year, and a guy that I don't look to sign this offseason. I don't really have to make much of a consideration to do so. He's been highly injured. He's going to get some contract somewhere probably for something decent, but I'm just at a point with it where it's enough of these 230 marginal power hitters in this lineup hitting in the middle of our order. None of that. Enough of that. It's time to start aspiring for a little bit higher than that. SJM says, what did the Seahawks do differently this Sunday on defense compared to all the other games? They were more cleaner in their gap integrity in the run game, first off, because the Cardinals were going to try to run the ball in them early on. They looked at that as a way to expose the Seahawks defense. The defense held into it pretty well with that. The Cardinal defense was going to try to throw the ball short and have those guys catch the ball short, get their yak yards up the field, move the ball up the field thusly. Seattle did very good job today of closing off those routes. They would give up the completion, but there tended to be a guy there very close who was then able to make the tackle. Now, what this created, SJM, is a lot of third and long situations for the Cardinals, especially as the game went along. And then once you got into third and long and the Cardinals needed to actually wait on those long developing routes to get to the sticks, now you're able to generate the pressure that you would hope you'd get from your front guys, both by blitzing and just by the front four getting the job done on their own. And so that's the combination of it. You know, when you get into third and shorts, third and 3, third and 4, it gets tougher to blitz because then you can just have the quarterback go to a hot route. Or it gets harder to have those guys just pin their ears back and go because they've got to be a little bit worried about letting the quarterback scramble for a gain of 4 or 5. They'll be easily had there. Here, they could do a little bit more of that because they got themselves, because of the work they did on first and second down. Somebody mentioned in the chat, SJM, there was maybe more of a 3-4 looks in this game rather than the 4-man fronts we've seen prior. I can't speak to that for sure, but that would make some sense here as that goes. So, you know, just doing a good job as far as fitting the designs of the defense, but then not getting too soft with your zones where you're just dropping yards and yards and yards back, just giving up not only the completion, but then making it very hard for you to make the tackle post completion, which is what we saw a lot of those big plays happen in these recent weeks where they get the ball, it's quick catch, first defender can't make the tackle, breaks free, gets up the field for 15, 20 yards. So if you're going to be a soft zone, you got to be able to rally, got to be able to get that ball carrier, drag down. You can't let those teams just constantly stay in those third and threes. And that's what the Cardinals were trying to do. They weren't interested in really pushing the ball up the field until it got later in the game. They were going to just try to dink and dunk their way up the field. And as I said, they've had a bit of, I think, a plan of a Kyler Murray plan, a Kingsbury plan, and how they try to face them. And it's a very good plan. It's a very good plan. Jeffrey Thistle says, get rid of the big dumper. Need someone with a bigger dumper. I know you're joking on that, Jeffrey. And by the way, Cal playing the last month and a half with broken finger and torn ligaments in his finger. Isn't that amazing? The guy didn't miss one inning of that 18 innings of catching, by the way. And it's in his catching hand. So every time that ball hit his hand, he had to feel that, you think. Think about that. Broken finger catcher, month and a half down the stretch, needing games. Every time just hitting your hand like that. Hitting that broken finger every time. Cal's a tough SOB, man. Eric Tierney says, wouldn't surprise me if Diggs got traded. His blow up with Brooks and some questionable comments post game. Ooh. There was Eric, you're kind of pulling this back a little bit further now. I hadn't considered about the blow up that did happen between Diggs and Brooks on the sideline where those guys were really kind of getting into it last week. And I was trying to do some lip reading on that to read. I couldn't read it. Both of them were just kind of up. So I couldn't get as much, from that. But, it's Quandary, you just signed this new contract. I mean, if you move him, that's all that bonus money that I think you're on the hook for immediately this year. I would think they would wait till the offseason if that was a route that they wanted to really look to go with him on. That would be stunning to do that. And it would speak to just, a guy that was, I think, voted captain, wasn't he, at the start of this year, to end up in that place and be released. I would be pretty stunned, even though I know, again, he hasn't played well. And there is a little bit of that. He's been happy enough to voice his displeasure with how well the defense has played, as well as not playing the greatest himself at the same time. Sam the Great is not sold on the Giants or any other NFC team. Well, not. You do feel like they're maybe a little over their skis right now. Certainly with the Giants, I feel that way. I mean, the Cowboys have a good, they got the defense that can be pretty tough, and who knows what they're doing with offense. It looks like I don't think they're going to have a quarterback controversy after today losing the Eagles. If Cooper Rush came out there and beat the Eagles, they'd probably be more about, do we want to maybe go with Cooper over Dak? You're already hearing a little bit of that, which is kind of hilarious. Tommy Eaton says, we are starting almost all of our draft class. That is impressive alone. It is, Tommy. Yeah. Impressive. And you're starting them and they're playing well, Tommy. It's one thing any team can go out there and just throw their rookies out there, right? And be like, yeah, we don't have anything good behind you. So we're throwing you the wolves. Good luck. You're throwing these guys out there and they're excelling. Sam the Great says it will be a dogfight for the playoffs in the NFC. It will. It could be one of those years that comes down to too, where you see maybe less of those teams that actually end up getting to the 13-3 mark, right? 14-3 mark, whatever. And that is more of those teams driven down to kind of the mean a little bit, where it's just a lot of parity. That's what it seems like here a little bit. Wilbur Knight says, salute, Brandon. Seahawks fans don't get too comfortable. Well, thank you, Wilbur. Salute to you too, sir. I do appreciate it. Ayla says, oh, that face. Thank you, Ayla. Very kind of you. Very kind. I assure you, it's just merely the lighting. I set up the lighting just to perfectly capture the cheekbones. So it's all on that. It's all on that, I'm saying. Kevin Lownice says, I think Kobe is figuring out how to play the slot. He looks so much better today. And I think he's been getting better a little bit every game, Kevin. It's been little marginal steps. So it started out really tough and rough through the preseason when he shut in, and even this regular season's been kind of tough. But it seems like every game, he made one play in this game. Okay, got a couple of plays here. Oh, he showed he's a little bit closer in coverage. Oh, he's not as bad in the tackling here today. That did seem like a little bit more of what we were saying. A little bit more of what we were saying. Wilbert says we need more studs on defense and we'll be legit. Agreed, Wilbert. Agreed. And that's why I think there's a good chance you spend 3 of your first 4 picks. Let's see. Let me get this right here. So we had, so you had, so 3 of your first 4 picks in this draft were on the offensive side of the ball, right? And so now you maybe could see Carroll flipping that up or Schneider flipping that up this next week saying, okay, let's do next year and going 3 of the 4 picks will be on the defensive side of the ball. I could see him doing that. SJM says Woolen intercepted a deep ball on 4th down. Might have been better to just bat it down. It is SJM, but it's hard to ask those guys to do that, man. It's hard. Hoop Craze, W Stream. We got the win, baby. We got the win. Voodoo Magic Crow's Nest M season wrap-up stream. For sure. For sure, man. We'll be getting some more content coming off the Crow's Nest channel I got on that side of things for sure. Sean Hines, would you want Dansby Swanson or Carlos Correa at shortstop? I don't have as much in-depth knowledge of Dansby Swanson, Sean Hines, but I've seen a good amount of Carlos Correa. I like what he would bring to the lineup. I think that I would be probably most in favor of going something like that as a route. That would be, I honestly, Correa's kind of the name, but I'd lean more, if I'm putting a priority list, I would go looking left, right field. And I know DH is an easy thing to basically bring in to bear, but our DH and left field and right field have been positions that have been pretty empty for us offensively over the last couple of years. That's really the first part that I would attack. I'd be open to Correa, but the cost has got to be right. And it's also got to be, okay, what are we doing? Is Crawford going to second then? And we're going to move him there? Is it how are we going to structure that through at that point? But I also think there's a couple moves to be made here, Sean. Even if you wouldn't got Carlos Correa, I think you need to do more. Definitely need more. You can't just trust coming back with Winker and Kelnick out there in the outfield and going, okay, well, we'll roll with that. Frankly, them signing Kelnick to that extension was silly. With his defense out there and left, just say nothing of his bat falling off a cliff. He's not fast enough for that left field in T-Mobile Park. Eric Turney, how do you think Jordan Brooks held up today? I only noticed a couple of small mistakes, but some good things. I thought he played potentially maybe his best game. A part of them doing better in the running game was him being there, getting off blocks. He made a nice hit on a play on the running back where he did get a couple of yards, but he laid a nice stick on him. We saw a few more of those kind of Jordan Brooks-like hits that he can lay because the kid is a thumper. He can thump. So I saw some improvement from him today, Eric. I wouldn't be surprised if you walked out of this game and you saw this as his highest rated PFF game, for instance. I completely see that. A Scarecrow Bar with a $2 donation. Thank you, Scarecrow Gar. Says Ben. Thank you, Scarecrow, for the $2 donation. I see what you're trying to do there. And I'm not going to read it tonight, but I appreciate the donation nonetheless. Let's hope Ben and Buster are fine. Hoop Craze, how did I feel about Cody Barton's coverage? It's still a bit of a work in progress, Hoop. It got better today. He does show some good makeup speed when you do get him beat. My problem is at times is he gets that initially he'll get beat. So he's got to be always kind of catching up, kind of figuring it out. So he's a little bit of a step behind. Some of that could be that he's playing a position that's not where he's played naturally and he's learning it on the fly a little bit. But this one play with Kyler where he was a little bit late on recognizing the crossing route coming around, and it is open initially. And then you see, you guys go back and watch the highlight on it where you see Barton hit the Jets, get caught up to a guy in Rondale Moore who ran like a 4.3 40 at his pro day or something like that. That was very impressive. Very impressive of him to be able to catch up like that in that play, get his hand in there, knock the ball free. And I think he had a couple of those moments as well today, on top of the fumbles that he's caused. Still is giving up a couple of completions here. Still has a moment or two where tackling is not always the greatest with him. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Brody 13, I work for the Seahawks. Would you be interested in being a water boy for the Seahawks? No. I wouldn't be able to live stream if I did that. And that'd be weird for a 40-year-old man to be water boying it. I don't know if that'd be the height of my. I don't. That sounds good on the surface, but then I was like, okay, I'm just literally giving these guys water. Sam the Great, Geno trademarked. They wrote me off. I didn't write back. Playoff push for our Hawks. Hey, he's confident right now. He's operating out there not like a guy who's been a backup his whole career. He's operating like, now I get my chance. Now I'm taking off. Ayla says, don't be jealous of me because you don't get attention. Hey, baby. Ayla's being hilarious. Oh, goodness. Daniel W. Diggs played scared now. He broke his leg trying to make a tackle, got trucked, putting all his body weight awkwardly on his ankle. Snap. Now he just tackles people ankle instead of upper body. Yeah, he's definitely still missing some tackles out there. He's definitely missing some tackles. Wilbur Knight, Wool and the real deal. Build around him. He's definitely a foundational piece in that defense right now, Wilbur. And that's going to be mighty nice to have for the next couple of years going forward. Boney says by tomorrow night, the Broncos will be 2-4 and one of the worst records in the league. Yes. And I'm here for it, man. I like watching those Bronco games with no offense. It's great because it's like me getting to watch our offense the last couple of years, but with none of the frustration and all of the celebration. It's awesome. Megan says, I'm loving the Bronco fans are finding things we knew about Russ for years. Exactly, Megan. They're understanding the full meal deal. Lions Mania, where I'm at. I'm in Seattle, Lions Mania. I went and actually saw my team play today, and it was awesome. You're right, Megan. The orange jersey helped. Zal, I'm waiting for the Broncos to play so I can see the third Brandon implode on himself. Oh. Aside, if the Broncos lose tomorrow, they will be looking at Russ sideways. Oh, it's already getting bad. The knives are already starting to come out in Denver. I didn't know those folks were so on it like that, but they are out there. They've got their whetstones. They're sharpening those Russell knives out. They're even scrolling his name into the blade. It's getting dark. It's getting dark in Denver, and we haven't even gotten to winter yet. Megan's a mod. Oh, I was going to say, Megan's a mod. Boney says, at the beginning of the season, I predict the Hawks will go 3-14. According to this, they need to lose all their 14 games. Hey, there was a lot of folks that made that prediction. You weren't alone on that one. King Bomber says, nice hotel stream. Thank you, King Bomber. What's up, man? It's good to see you. Sal Zero, Hawks Nest, Brandon, Seahawks, Brandon, and of course, Brandon, Let's Cry Perna. That's right. I don't know what it is about a Brandon name. If you got a Brandon name, you're going to be a YouTube streamer, man. There's just no, you're getting on. You got a YouTube channel if you're named Brandon. You're already one step closer to getting there. But yeah, I'm going to enjoy that one too. Shoot. Samuel Ashul says wooden cup. Dara says Seattle sports this year is amazing. Next year, I see a few championships from Seattle teams. Wouldn't it be great if we got both back-to-back years happen, Series and Super Bowl? Oh my God. Oh, nothing better. SJM says the problem with Russ is that he's old now, not as fast as before, and he can't see over the linemen. It's true. That's a big part of the problem. I think a part of the problem becomes is too with it, SJ, is just he's not developed the old man skills at the quarterback position you need to develop. In part, that's probably because he's not really had to. He's been able to lean back on that mobility and his big arm, and that's gotten him out of trouble a lot of different times, but has also probably reduced him down a little bit as a quarterback and reduced down his effectiveness as a quarterback. And, You need to grow as your skills erode, as your physical skills erode, the brain needs to grow. And with Russ, I'm not sure he's quite gotten there. Poopy Dog says the Broncos are looking for the lemon law in the Colorado to tear up his contract. Oh, shoot. I just don't know what that is. To tear up Russ's contract. They're like, no, but if we do it in the first 3 months, then we can just, it doesn't, right? I mean, he can just keep whatever money he's got at that point. Like, we'll just call that good. Like, he can just go anywhere. We can do that, right? Yeah, we know about the picks, but just, that's the lemon law. Is it he keeps the money, we're out the picks, everybody's happy at that point. Okay, we're just trying to get to that point. We're just trying to get to the 0 point here. Lions Mania says, oh, cool. You were at the game. Good win to you guys. Kenneth Walker is the real deal, and Geno Smith is not as bad as people say. It's again harder for those folks to say Geno's bad. This is now 6th straight performance he's put up that's been at the very least minimum solid. And Kenneth Walker is fun guy to watch. Lion Mania, the television doesn't do Kenneth Walker justice in his suddenness. You just don't quite understand how sudden he is unless you really see it in person, I feel like. Kirk Stemmer says Burns has been good and consistent pass rusher, but he has yet to have a true breakout season. I don't think he's worth the picks or the cap hit. You succinctly put it up better than I put it, Kirk, but I would match your thoughts on that 100%. The cost on that one, where you are as a team right now, Burns is fine, but to get the $25 million a year that he's going to probably want to be paid, that's just a little bit too much. The defense held the Cardinals to 3 points, says King Bomber. They were good, man. Very good effort. Snail says Perna and Grossi are A-tier football YouTube. 100%, man. They do great work. They've earned the subs they got there, and they do fantastic stuff. Grossi's got it down with those reaction video things, man. He's got it nailed. Mumbles, sorry for the late on getting the donation through here today. I'm on a different setup than I normally do, so I can't tap the donations as quick to get into them all. But thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles. Says Tariq in 4 games with a pick. Tariq, four interceptions in a game with a pick. Bryant, 3 games with a forced fumble. Gotta love it. Defense starting to look all right. Maybe get that mediocre defense plus amazing offense, hopefully. Also for room service. Thank you for the room service, you guys. I appreciate it. I'm going to be able to give myself quite a feast here after the stream tonight. So thank you. And mumbles. We got 4 forced fumbles by Kobe Bryant. So 4 and 4. I believe Kobe Bryant's has got the full meal deal on that. But yeah, that's mumbled. That's what I've said with this offense, showing what it's been able to do so far, where the offense is being, to use your words, kind of amazing here, so to speak, start things off. The defense can just get themselves up to mediocre is the way to put it. Just get me to mediocre. I'm not asking you to go all the way over the hill. Just get to the top of the hill, right? And I think they can get there. You're not setting a huge bar to have to clear to get to that spot. And again, Mumbles, they've done it in the past. They've done it recently. Sam the Great says Mariners will become the next Astros. Just watch. I agree, man. I agree, Sam. That's part of why I created the Mariners channel I did this year at the start, is I thought this team's starting to really get serious about it. They're starting to get real with it. Let's stop playing around now. Let's stop playing around. Let's try to get in there and see if we can be one of the big dogs in this sport. And it's because they've taken the patient approach and they put their farm system in the right way. If you're a person that's been out on the Mariners for years and you said, I don't know about baseball, baseball's about to get more livelier next year with the shifts being taken out of the game. You're about to have one of the best teams in baseball playing here, 81 games a year. It's no funner spot to go to in the summer, in my opinion, than go see a baseball game in that stadium and just be able to hang out and go around and whatnot. So get in the Mariners if you're not, because they will probably be rewarding you for some faith in watching them here as we go forward. Zal Zero says it's as Shannon Sharp said about, and Shannon Sharp, former Broncos tight end, he said on his show here recently to Skip, he said, Skip, I think Seattle sold us a lemon. And indeed, we did sell you a lemon. Sorry, Bronco fans, but look, AFC West hate never dies. It just doesn't. And it's going to last until the end of time. We don't have to play in that conference anymore. We don't have to play in that division anymore. But unfortunately, we do still have to hate you. And we've got to do bad things to you from time to time. From time to time, we got to blow you out in a Super Bowl. From time to time, we got to finesse you on a couple of draft picks. And being that you're Denver and this is now your role for us, look at it like this. You got us in the 80s, right? So that was your time. Now the universe is counterbalancing some stuff. And It's going to be a few more years of bad football for you with Russ. I'm sorry about that. King Bomber, any thoughts on the Gabe Jackson restructure? Gabe Jackson restructure would not be occurring unless there is another move to be made in addition to it. They would have no reason to want to restructure Gabe. There's no reason to do it. Unless they're looking to sign someone to a contract extension on the team right now, and they're looking to put that deal together. That's the only other reason you would do it. So, and even that means there's going to be another move to be coming in conjunction with the Gabe Jackson restructure. I would tend to believe King Bombers that they're looking at a trade from outside in. I can't think of a lot of guys that you're looking at putting on a contract extension. Maybe Geno. I mean, that's like just about the only one who I could even think is like a possibility, right? All the other guys you got locked up that you want locked up. You've got certain guys on multi-year deals that we wouldn't, I mean, no offense on a 2-year deal here right now, right? So I think it means that there's a trade coming. I believe. D-Wizzle says all it took was one real defensive veteran leader to hit the practice squad, and bam, defense looks night and day different. I don't know if it's the Bruiser and appearance of things, D-Wizzle. I think it also came in conjunction with playing the Cardinal offense. And look at how Carroll's played Kyler Murray in this offense in recent years. Even when he's had guys that he's been short staffed on a position like cornerback a couple of years ago when we had the Dunbar kid out there playing on 1.5 knees. Even in those times, you still weren't allowing this Cardinal offense to be as dynamic and prolific as it's been against other defenses. So I think that Carroll's got a little bit of a secret sauce that he applies to Kyler Murray. It's behind closed doors. No one's looking, but he does it. Carroll's a fast man. What can I say? He's got very fast hands. But yes, I believe that they have found that way. And look, Irvin's going to help this team out, D-Wizzle. He will definitely help this team out. And if that's what it took to kick him in the butt, then so be it. Sajin says the M's need to beat the Astros first. They do, but that's all about getting better. Guard Knight says Brando's interaction with Ayla has the King song Lola spinning in my head. Oh goodness. King Bar, besides, I wouldn't change. Daddy Dennis, Sonics, Seattle Supersonics, please come home. We need them to come home, man. We need it. King Bar, besides, it wouldn't have changed much considering Michael Dixon's punt would have probably gotten just as far. Yeah, you were still going to put him in good field position if he didn't get the deal there. That was a weird play there. That whole thing was just an odd sequence. Back-to-back weeks, the punt unit's been just a little bit dodgy. Bit dodgy, that punt unit. SJM says prediction for the end of the season, win-loss record. I'm not still fully convinced we're going to be a playoff team at this point because I need to have this defense show me that they can get this done with an offense that's even, marginally okay. And last you go from that Falcon game to the Lion game to the Saints game, and you go, whoa, defense, whoa, you can't be this bad. Brendan said on his channel the other day, we were talking about this, about how there's been four teams that have given up more than 30 points in probably the last 5 years in the NFL. It's just a place you cannot be as a defense, and you cannot be that as a defense if you're hoping to get to the playoffs. They've got to prove that they can get down that part. I trust in the offense enough to get us there, but to push my record up past where I had it at 7 wins at this point, SJ, would be doing that on just the back of how you played defensively against the Cardinals here today as much as anything. And that to me, that's a little bit of potential fool's gold that we run into, where I do think they'll continue to get better, but they're going to have to show more of it before I'm going to be completely convinced that they're going to be able to arrive there. Tribe says the San Francisco Whiners are who we thought they are. They are kind of, yeah. They're also, again, whatever we give our guy Ivan the Terrible a lot of problems and hard times as far as the trainer here. That trainer in San Francisco is like, he's racking those guys out. They always have so many injuries. It's kind of incredible. Daddy Dennis, did you bring a baseball mitt to the game, not a towel? Well, they were giving towels out. So Daddy Dennis, they were giving these out, man. I thought it was kind of cool. They're giving out all these. That's definitely, you like it upside down too. Is that nice? I like the upside down look. That's going on the back wall, by the way, back at the Hawks Nest home. But no. When you get past the age of a child, when you get past it's like the christening of a girl at 16. Like the christening of a guy at 16 is that you got to go in a stadium with the bare hands and you got to start learning how to barehand it. It's now time to learn how to barehand it. There's something that you're gonna the mitt days for the grown men are over. Mitts are for the kids. Men bring the big dog, the big hands. That's what the men do. You got to catch that barehanded. And if it hurts, you can't show any pain. You can't wince. You got 45,000 people looking at you, seeing if you're going to turn into and start weeping like a little girl. You're like, no, it's okay. I'll just miss that one. Oh. But no, I would have barehanded it. It's coming. I do the old school. Alexander Matthew, that was our best defensive showing. Some say week one. Some say week one defense was good. Was it, or was it bad Denver offense? No, this was your best defensive showing this week by far. Because remember, Alexander Matthews, you had 3 situations in the Denver game that did not make that your best defensive effort. You had to have 2 goal line turnovers that are not usually likely to occur, and then you had to have the Denver coach decide to not let Russell try to go for it on 4th down, instead do a 64-yard field goal attempt. And those things helped your defense out as much as anything on that day to be better than it really was. This was your best one. This one right here, in my opinion. Oh. And if I missed anybody's super chat, I'm super sorry on that. Think I'm pretty good with on it, but I might have missed somebody's there. So Garth, if I missed one of yours on there, it's hard to do it on this. I'm going right through the YouTube platform today, so it doesn't let me look back on stuff if I get behind in the chat. Scott, Edwin Diaz to Seattle. I don't think Scott. I don't think you want to go out there and sign a reliever at this point. I think you need more bats than anything right now, and it's like you really got to put all of your efforts into getting the bats more than anything else. And it'd be great. The bullpen, I don't think is going to be the problem going forward. It's good enough as it is right now. I think we're getting another arm back actually from injury next year. So I go spending money on closers is a dodgy business. Real ones, you have to replace one starting Seahawk with Julio Rodriguez. Who is it? Quandre Diggs. I think Julio would be a good free safety center fielder, man. He'd be the new prototype. 6'4", runs like the wind. He's got the size to match up with tight ends if you want to run some of the cover 2 shell. He can run the strong safety stuff if you need him to do that. So you can go full on Vic Fangio with him. That's easy. Free safety all day, real ones. Strong safety would be maybe the natural one people would think with Julio with his size and build. But no, I'm going free safety because he's got that unique speed for that size and build. Trevor, this will be one of the public hockey stadium more than we want the actual team. Overnight, the Eagles got a weak-ass schedule. They do have a weak schedule. Yeah. It's going to benefit them in that way. Ours hasn't been too terribly tough if you look at ours. It gets harder as the year goes along. Jeffrey says we'll take Judge and Altuve. I don't know about Altuve. I got to give Mariner fans props, by the way, with Altuve. Our Mariner Stadium called that man a cheater in unison. Every breath in that stadium was saying cheater at the same time. Every time he came up to bat in that stadium. Every time. And I mean, they were at their loudest calling him a cheater. Jose Altuve will never come to Seattle. That's he would never be. He doesn't even want to come to the city ever again, I'm sure. Like he went 0 for I think 8 in that game or something. Like he was just being mercilessly booed. They were doing the same thing with Bregman and Yuli, but like Altuve got lit up. He was just that's in that guy's head. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish Aaron Judge has had 8 4-strikeout postseason games. He deserves to get booed. Fair point, man. Very fair point. You need him at that point, and he's not coming up big at the biggest time. Scott, Seattle should trade Tyler Lockett now and put Woolen to pair with Metcalf. Let him go both ways. Brian S. Big Country says if Keenan Allen plays, Herbert will light us up. That could be a big part of it. They still got a pretty good guys to throw to even outside of that if they don't have Keenan, but Keenan definitely helps make that offense really go. Teddy Dennis thinks Russell carves up the Chargers tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Hawks can beat the Bolts and Bucks. They could. Alexander Matthews says, yeah, my dad is from Bonn, Germany, and he says the women are inventive. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, it just that I've not known German women. It's what I've read. And if you go back a good amount of time period, and good many, even 100 years to even further back, it's been known as a place with inventive is a good word. I like the word you used, inventive. Just what I've heard. Just what they say in the wind. Jaeger says Russ ain't doing jack tomorrow. Expect him getting sacked. Let's do it. SJM, is Carroll stepping in to make the defense better? I wonder. I don't know about that. Maybe. Seahawks Gaming, Cam Akers on the trade block. How about a 5th rounder for him? Boy, I'd be willing to do it, I think, but I don't know if the Rams would trade within their division like that. I don't think that they would be willing to pull it. Sal Zero says Robbie Anderson now on the trade block. Compensation, a ham sandwich. Yeah, boy, that talk about forcing your way out of town. He pulled an Antonio Brown on the sideline. He did everything short of pulling his shirt off and throwing it into the crowd. Like, you think he wants out of town? I've seen that guy a couple of times. He seems like kind of not a fun teammate to deal with. Like he just seems like a bit of a bit much. Brian Akers not getting traded. He's away from the team dealing with personal issues. Yeah, maybe on that one. There's definitely it's from the start of the year onward where he wasn't getting touches here, Brian. There was definitely some stuff seemingly kind of falling apart there and that between him and McVay, but we'll see. I could see him getting moved, not to us necessarily, but I could see him getting moved at this point. In fact, I would say there's even a potential likelihood on it, Brian, based on what I'm reading. Mari with the $2 donation says Kenneth Walker starting over Penny. Well, thank you for the $2 donation, Mari. Rashad Penny's, of course, injured at this point, so he's down for the whole year. He's on IR, and he's a free agent, so he's not due to come back to Seattle, even if he did, even if you want to bring him back, but he's not under contract. I do think Penny potentially is brought back on a 1 year, $2-3 million deal. And at that point, Mari, yeah, he would be brought back as essentially Kenneth's backup. You would get him both some touches, but that would be probably where you would be looking at putting him. That's where you'd be positioning him. And I think that's likely Penny comes back because I don't think there's going to be likely a team that's going to be willing to pay Penny money, even though he's been very productive. The injury stuff's going to be too much of a concern. Thank you for the donation, though. I appreciate it. And again, if I miss someone's donation, sorry tonight. This YouTube thing updates weird now, so I can't look back and like I can when I'm at home. So it's a little bit weird. So if I do miss your comment, just put it in there, and if I don't get in the donation, I'll definitely get it otherwise on it. You demand B, go to bed. I'm all good, man. I don't have that early of a flight, so I did my flight a little later, so I could be up tonight with you guys a little bit later if we needed to. Seahawks Gaming, Tariq Woolen, definitely Defensive Player of the Month. If he's not, then that award means nothing. Alexander says, Brandon's a night owl, no bed. That's right, I'm a night owl. I'm naturally hoo-hooing my way up at night right now, so. Diggs is getting jealous. Alan Armitage says something is wrong with Diggs' body language for real. He's definitely seemed a bit out of it, man, and maybe it's just that the injury from last year is kind of caused it a little bit here. Where his head isn't as much as into it, and maybe you think thought he was going to get paid a little bit more than he got paid, and he's just kind of torqued on it, and the defense hasn't been good. I don't know, but yeah, he's definitely not been anywhere near, and he's not been sensational, but just he's not been on it. That's for sure. Diggs is a trash trade him. Zal says, I said he might get traded for a 3rd or 4th. We still made something out of it since we got Diggs for just a 5th. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to get that much for Diggs because remember, he didn't have much of a market in free agency this offseason either. So I think he is viewed a little bit higher by this team than necessarily he would be by the league circles. That would be my guess, but I don't know. The NW Seattle fans soft. They see an argument on the football field and think it's a huge deal. The Diggs Brooks argument is nothing. Nothing. Stop it. The bigger issue is Diggs playing scared. Yeah, I don't think it's. I mean, it's not a huge issue, Daniel. Definitely not the like. Don't want to overblow it, but you take it in conjunction with not playing well on the field, and then you're having blow up there on the sideline with teammates. Then you go, okay, is something wrong? I mean, it's people just trying to read into it as much as they can without having information or knowledge, but just trying to see what they see. And certainly, when you get those moments on the sideline, I don't think they're necessarily harbingers of things going wrong. They certainly can be even encouraging, where you have accountability at work. That's always great, but. It's just, I think, in the conjunction with the fact he's looked bad on the field, too. Joe Strew says trade Diggs and replace him with who exactly? Think before you speak. I think you're talking to somebody else. Sorry. Greg, I don't know if this holds much value, but Peyton Manning thinks highly of Will Levis, saying, I like Will Levis. The guy's an elite quarterback. I think I trust one of the greatest quarterbacks the game has ever seen. Thinks highly, saying, I like Will. The guy's an NFL quarterback. Agreed, Greg. I would trust Peyton's eyes when it comes to this type of stuff. I think he knows what he's talking about and speak on. I think he'd probably just be quiet rather than say bad about a quarterback if he didn't like one, But I think it's easy enough to see when you look at Levis that he is a pro quarterback, and I still do maintain there's definitely ways Stroud can be the number one guy taken because of his age and because you can go, well, there's more upside there because he's so much of a younger prospect than Levis, but Levis will be pro ready. And both of the two guys, in my opinion, are going in the top 10 in the first round. I've been on that boat for a while now. Daddy Dennis says Ryan Neal was an undercover MVP today. He was, wasn't he? Got the sack. In on the blitz. He was good in coverage a couple of times down the football field, including coverage on, I believe, Ertz on a play, and I think he even showed up at times in the run game a bit. He's definitely an improvement over what you get out of Josh Jones out there. Alexander says people are so quick to get rid of players. They are, man. No, it definitely is the thing that will pop up. And with Diggs, I think that's a good question. If you do move Diggs, who are you moving him for? I don't think. I think we come down to it. I don't think Diggs will. Maybe there's some issues going on, but I think that if they're settling up like that, they'll settle that up at the end of the year, as opposed to right now where you got to pay so much out of pocket to move him, which I just don't see. It's almost impossible. Brendan says we're playing more nickel than dime. Yeah, Kelly, you're going to do that though as much as because you're probably playing Arizona, who's going to run more 3-4 wide receiver sets than your average team because they're a spread concept attack. So that's just more about the type of team you're playing, not doing as much under center stuff. They want everything to be working off of read option, shotgun with Kyler, give him as many things spread out as possible so you can keep the ability open for him to so you can be able to keep the ability open for him to scramble. Dennis says, does this one make the Seahawks buyers in the trade market? I would think marginal buyers, Daddy. I don't think they're going to sell the farm to make something happen, but yeah, I think it makes you marginally in that way, and marginally becomes good for us. We can go make that Quandre Diggs trade of a couple of years ago happen, or the Carlos Dunlap trade of a couple of years ago happen, where you don't necessarily need to trade everything whole hog, but you can go get somebody to help you out at least moderately. Daniel says Seattle fans want Seahawks to stand in a circle saying "Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya" every time they make a mistake. Laugh and start. Well, Daniel, again, I don't think it's just a matter of just the blow up on the sideline. It's the fact his play's been so bad. He's been definitely in press conferences, certainly not necessarily sounding like a leader. We're going to get this cleaned up. It's been like, yeah, we're bad, whatever. We're just bad, and I'm not. It's the tone's been a little bit off with them on it. So people are kind of reading into that a bit. I can get where they're coming from with it. I think they've got it's understandable. They're like, what's going on, Quandre? Why is this getting weird all of a sudden with you? Doesn't mean he's going to be moved. Probably not going to be moved, as I just talked about with how much it would cost to do so, Daniel. But I think when it just comes in conjunction with the other things, if you just have a blow up on the sideline, Daniel, and there's not these problems with Quandre where it does look like he's not all in on tackling right now, is his head fully kind of in this game right now this year, as it doesn't seem to at times be. So that's where that one kind of bears out of the other. It doesn't make it just a blow up means that you want to get rid of a guy, and we shouldn't want anybody ridden just because they have an argument. Arguments are fine. They are. But I think it's the other things with it in this situation. King Bomber, why would Tariq want to bat it down? I don't think anyone in the right mind would want Tariq to bat it down. At this point in the game, it doesn't matter if you get that extra 20 yards. Yeah, I just don't think you're going to tell your players to do that much unless it's like a Hail Mary. That's the only time you're going to ask them to bat it down. We got some love for Carlos Correa, but now he says Correa's a stud. I'm down for Correa. That one seems like one that's kind of a straightforward move you could make, that if you wanted to really just swing and go. I like he's in the American League already, so he's going to have a background with some of the pitchers here. I sometimes get weirded out with some of the National League hitters coming to the American League, like you saw with Jesse Winker, right, where they can sometimes just fall on their face for whatever reason. King Bomber, you're trying to chew clock, and I'm pretty sure that helps the Defensive Rookie of the Year case, and P would much rather have the title of next Defensive Rookie of the Year coach than an extra 20 yards in a game you're going to win. Good point, King Bomber. Very good point. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Oh, shit, sorry. Man, this thing's hard to use. SJM 1341 with the $5 donation. Thank you, SJ. I do appreciate it. Zero says, nod. Fitzpatrick is better than Diggs, so as Jesse Bates. Yeah, they're better. Mason says, Jordan's Biden's. Could you look at Jordan Battle? Yeah. Hold on. Let me get a picture of this. So I can, oh, shoot. No, don't do that. Okay. I will take a look at him, Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, for sure. Mason says, I've heard people say that the teams are going to stop throwing to Tariq, and thus he won't get as many picks from now on. But in my opinion, teams have already been avoiding him the last couple of weeks. Kind of, Mason. I mean, you've got Kyler Murray dropping back on a 4th down, and he goes to his best receiver, who's on a rookie. So he's still kind of making that decision. I mean, I'd like to think Kyler's at least processing somewhat on that play. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just throwing it. Certainly none of us would be super surprised if that was what Kyler was doing in that moment. But yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't think they've gone away from him in the way we saw teams go away from Richard Sherman when he started to have that reputation. And it does tend to take you at least usually half a year to a full year before teams really get to that point, you know? So it will get to that spot on things pretty quickly, or Mason. To your point, it's not going to last a long time, but I don't think it's quite there yet to where they're just, not in it at all. Extreme Fishing in Sports, what's up? What's up, Extreme Fishing? How you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Sal Zero, hell, maybe Justin Simmons, but we're not doing deals with Denver anytime soon. No. And I think he just signed that contract extension, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Sidegen, yes, I get that with Russ. I love what he brought to do. Sherman 2.0 is right, SJM. Deadly, for this next draft, I say our first 4 picks should include inside linebacker, a true defensive end, center, and guard. We should spend our first pick on a true defensive end, or else we may get another LJ Collier. I'm open to a Deadly. I'm a guy that does push a little bit of back, Deadly, on picking for positions of need in the draft. Going into draft and saying we have these 4 positions we have to grab. Because Deadly, when we look at where we've gone wrong in our drafting history over the last 5-6 years, and I'm not including this last year's draft, but let's go back 2015, 16, 17. Let's go to an LJ Collier, Deadly. Part of what caused you to have the LJ Collier pick was that you said we have to get a defensive end here in this first round. That's what allowed you to arrive at that. So essentially, kind of what you're advocating for is what's caused you to kind of go down that pathway at times where you get locked into a position and not necessarily locked into the best player. That's where I get a little bit hesitant on saying we should go this way, or we have to go this way, or it's got to be this position, that position, is that it leads you a little bit astray from that, picking what is just truly the best player to take. I think as a general rule, as a general guiding light, though, for those positions you mentioned, absolutely. If you can find a way to come through the first 4 picks with being the best player available strategy, pushing you along to get there, and you arrive at guard, center, defensive end, and linebacker, that would be awesome. That'd be great if you could. Those are positions that could stand to be upgraded. I hesitate a little bit on defensive end because you already have Uchenna, Daryl Taylor, and Boye Mafe here going forward into next year. So you're already kind of three deep. Could you get better on the top end of things like a Will Anderson type? Yes, absolutely. But there may be other positions that are a little more pressing when you're talking about maybe needing two inside linebackers or you look at a 3-4 defensive end. There's a kid out of Clemson, Deadly, who's and maybe that's what you're talking about is something like that, more of a true. I guess that is what you're saying. So I misspoke on the defensive end thing, but yeah, you could absolutely do that for a 3-4 defense. Get a true defensive end. There's this kid out of Clemson who would be perfect if you want to make that your first selection, who I think is going to go in the top 15 picks. I just want to be I'm just a little hesitant on the position based because sometimes I think that's what Seahawks have done at times. Sam the Great says, I do water support for one game, $5,000. $250 is a suck. Trent's iBots. Also, glad to see you, the Hawks win in person. It was great, Trent. Sorry. Did you get the opportunity to eat anything at or after the game? Asked Trent. And it was great to see it in person. I ate, we had a pretzel. We had some popcorn. I didn't eat a lot of stuff at the game today. I just don't like the problem I have with the concession stands, and it was at the Mariner Park too, is that they are always so backed up and you got to wait like 25 minutes to get food that you have to make a decision between going and seeing game or getting the food. And like I went at halftime, went and got food, and I was still just about late coming back after halftime. So I just had to kind of cut out eating anything, and just kind of watch the game because I'd miss it if not. I didn't get a chance to go out and eat anything out after the game because all the places were filled up. Like, because all the restaurants have shut down. So now when the stadium clears, they fill up all of the local restaurants that are open, and there's just nowhere to eat. So I had to kind of cram something down before I did the stream here. So how's our $54 million next year? We have plenty to spend. Oh yeah, we have got plenty. And it was great to see him win in person, Trent. Very good win scene. Last few times I've gone to see the Seahawks, they've won. It's been good. Mason, what do you think was a specific problem in pass protection for us today? In my opinion, it definitely looks like we struggled picking up blitzes. Was it Geno's fault pre-snap? Hard to say if it was Geno fault's pre-snap, Mason. Maybe he wasn't taking as much time pre-snap as I've seen in other games, which could him just not taking as much moments to pick those blitzes up. Yes, the blitzes gave you a hard time today. The Seahawks, the Cardinals defensive coordinator is very good about being very exotic with his blitzes. He can come from every different direction. He really is going to challenge your pass protection. What he shows you pre-snap is not what you're going to see post-snap. And he's going to be wild with it at times. It's going to be all over the place with it at times. And so I think that was a bit of what was going on here, a bit on that. And you haven't had teams blitzing you as much as they blitzed you today. So, yeah, I think that's very well said by you on that. Alan Armitage with a $2 donation. Thank you, Alan. I do appreciate it. Says, at Brandon, what's your take on Ryan Neal so far? I think he's better than Josh Jones, Alan. I think that he's unfortunately, and I know he played a little bit better today, but I think where Ryan Neal settles out is if you put him as a strong safety and a starting strong safety, he's a below league average starting strong safety. Still, even though he's at a below league average starting strong safety role, that's still way above where Josh Jones was because he was being at like a league worst rate strong safety, especially in tackling. So he does give you an upgrade over what you got from Josh Jones there at the position, but he's still not getting to like at an average level of play from the safety position, nor is Quandre Diggs. So you do have a little bit of you're taking a little bit of a bump right there in the safety position in general because of that. But again, way better. This is a little bit of Allen, like what I've applied with the Cody Barton situation, where upgrade him just by a little bit, and it's going to be so much better for the defense versus what you're trotting out there at the position as it stands right now. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Broncos willing to trade Russ back to Seattle for 4 7th-round picks. Randy Wagner, Brandon, I'm surprised your voice sounds so good after the game. Did you cheer loud enough today? I did. You know what it is, Randy? I'm going to give credit to doing this live streaming stuff and the fact that I push my voice for 6 hours at a time, 7 hours at a time, or when we're doing these live stream shows and doing that. I'm going to give credit to that as much as anything. Is I've been able to work my voice and train over the last couple of years to where I could probably scream just about all day long and my voice will hang in there. Okay, but I don't know. No, I was definitely I was standing on every defensive possession. I was screaming on every defensive snap. I got Megan, and Megan can attest to it. So I don't know why it sounds as good as it is. It's definitely a little dodgy as far as how it feels in the back of my throat right now. Zalzar depends on the contract for Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate all the donos, brother. Says at Brandon, is you know who is at the same hotel as you, or is she elsewhere? I just want to know if Ayla has a chance with you. All ladies got a chance with me, Garth. I'm a single man. As a single man, you can't cut the deck. You can't chop it off. But no, I'm guessing she's probably a little bit a ways from me on that one, Garth. Alan Armitage says Kobe Bryant is the peanut. He's mastered the peanut punch. You better believe he has, Alan. He's got it down. DJ says, nice late night Hawks stream. Hope you have fun at the game. I did, DJ. It was awesome. It was great. It was everything I hoped for and more. Mason says, I think Russ's lack of scrambling might be his own doing. He's always talked about wanting to be like Manning, Breeze, Brady, true pocket passers with great reads pre-snap. Russ isn't that kind of quarterback. No, he's not. And he's not. He could eventually grow to being that place, Mason. I think Russ could get to that spot of things, but I don't think that he's there, and I don't think he's close to being there. He does have to lean on his legs. I think some of this, Mason, comes back to he wants to be very protective as a runner, and so that's going to reduce his effectiveness. You saw Geno do this a couple times today, where even once he gets out in open space, he's going to want to get down and slide, which turns what could be a 11, 12, 13-yard play into more like a 6, 7-yard play. And I think Russ is doing a little bit of that math from within the pocket at times, and that's curtailing his willingness to go out there and run much. Roland Jose, we had a successful draft because Schneider was finally allowed to run it without Pete screwing it up. That would be the case. That would seem to be the case. That's where a lot of people have believed is maybe the case. And look, the fact, Jose, you went so different in this draft from a strategic standpoint and how you picked and who you picked and where you picked certainly does lend a little bit of credence to that, it would seem like. Jeffrey says, when Seattle sells you lemon, you got to make lemonade. Yeah, but we sold them the lemons and there was nothing inside. It was just the rind. All we sold them was a Russell rind. They got Russell rind. They keep looking for the fruit, but there's only the rind. King Bomber says, Brandon, it's no secret. Pete Carroll obviously contacted Microsoft and asked them to boost Kyler Murray's account with extra XP this week. That's why he plays bad against Seattle. Exactly. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Another dono. You're awesome, brother. You're right about the You're right about the 4 forced fumbles. Man, that is something. 4 forced fumbles. Say that 4 times in a row. But it's 3 in a row. It's cool, mate. It's understandable. Hope we can pick up the outside rush. Looked bad today. Yeah, and you're right. 3 in a row is correct on that, 4 total, and he's looking good. He's looking good, Mumble. No matter how many numbers it is, Kobe Bryant's looking awesome, and it looks like he's going to be causing a lot of fumbles moving on into the future. And the outside pass, getting out to the outside pass rush. I think you mean by in pass protection is I think what you're meaning there, because we got some sacks today. We had some of our guys got there. Darrell Taylor certainly still seems to be a bit of a mixed bag with what he's got going on, but you were pretty good as far as your pass rush goes today. But in just against those blitzers, tackles had a couple moments I felt like between both Cross and Lucas might have had a couple rookie moments there today at times. JJ Watt certainly had his way here and there. You've been a lot cleaner in pass protection than you were today. 5 sacks, I think you gave up, and Geno didn't have a ton of dropbacks. So the Cardinals did a good job with it. Their pressure looks were really, really well done, Mumbles. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Double donation. Orlando Rocco, if there is a trade, what position do you think it'll be? Orlando, I think it'll be probably middle linebacker, would be my guess. If not middle linebacker, then strong safety. Those would be my 2 that seem to be the ones that jumped out to me to where they would try to address it there. I can't think of anywhere else outside of maybe center as some real far outside the box like idea. Alan says it would be nice to see Woolen get a pick over Cooper Kupp. That would be nice. Just draping him. Like Kupp can't get free, Allen. You know, he's just on him like a blanket. James Black says Diggs returning to a Pro Bowl level is also a possibility. It is indeed. Oh, you're responding to Zal. Sorry, James. Jeffrey Thistle says everybody knows Aussies can't kick balls straight. King Bomber says Bruce Irvin's the reason why our defense got better. It's pretty obvious. Nice. Garth Ryan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for another donation, man. You're awesome, brother. I can't wait for Pete Carroll trade. Please let him give away everything for Christian McCaffrey. Oh, Lord, let's not do that. McCaffrey reportedly on the trade block, but what are the Panthers really going to take for him? Because they got to take such a discounted rate because of how much cost he carries with injury risk he brings. I don't know. That's gonna be a tough trade for them to pull off, but I think he's gonna be moved. I think Buffalo makes their aggressive trade for like a McCaffrey. That would make a lot of sense to me. If I'm Buffalo, I that's my go for move for Buffalo right now. Jason says it's going to be a D lineman or a linebacker. Possible. Jeffrey says trade McCaffrey to Denver. He'll get hurt after 1 or 2 games. Easy money. Sean says Russ doesn't have. Sorry, Sean. Hold on, Sean. Let me find your. Jeez, Jim Sorensek ass. Well, I mean, he brought some luck to the stadium today. So, Power of Men says, I can't believe we're tied for first place. I know, man. No one saw this happening. Clint Rice, do you see the Seahawks making any trades? Clint Rice, I think there's a variety of potential trades you could look at here. You've got you obviously got middle linebacker. You could look to upgrade safety. You could look to upgrade. Outside, I mean, offensive line's a possibility. As far as exact trades, Clinton, I would say Roquan Smith with the Bears stands out as a possibility trade. I think Shaq Thompson with the Panthers could be an outside the box kind of trade that you could look at. I don't have a lot of safeties off the top of my head that stand out to me yet. And some of this, Clinton, is that we have to wait on the trades for like another week or 2 here to get those teams that are truly in sell mode, and then be able to itemize which ones those are and what players they have to offer. Because right now there's only like a couple teams truly in sell mode right now for this year, which means we got to give it a little bit more time. Just a little bit. Jeffrey says Jose Altuve looked like he was in his head. Jeffrey, when I tell you that the stadium was unmerciful on him with the cheater chants, everybody was screaming at the top of their lungs, cheater, cheater, cheater. I mean, it was reverberating through the stadium. How could it not? Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. He says, Brando, I don't care if you miss a super chat of mine. My super chats are usually about the cures for loneliness in the SeaTac area, but those could be very important. You'd be giving me very important advice, Garth. That's the important part about that. So it's probably stuff that I don't want to miss because you might be giving me a nugget, a tidbit, a pearl. Jeffrey says Brando doesn't partake in the ladies of the night. Mr. Hollow, I thought Walker looked like a left tackle coming out of college, and I can't believe I don't feel differently after 25% of the season. I thought Walker looked like a left tackle coming out of college, and I can't believe I don't feel different after 25% of the season. I thought Walker. I don't know what you talking about. Kenneth Walker, Hollow? Not sure what you mean on that one. Isaac Wang says Akers is missing blocks. He's a liability in the pass game. Yeah, he's been missing blocks. That's for sure. Ava, how you doing, Ava? It's good to see you in the chat. And then I got to be a little bit quiet here, guys, because we're getting later here. So I'm going to get a little low on my voice here because I don't want to be waking up my next door neighbor being too loud. Would love to see Seahawks snag Roquan. Roquan's my deal. Daddy Dennis, that's my deal I'd love to see made right now. That's the one that I think could really help this team out. Sean Hines, would you bring up Emerson Hancock to start next season, have 6 starters, and then have 2 to 3 starters in the bullpen next playoffs? No, Sean, I'd go with the 5-man rotation. I think the 6-man rotations haven't shown to bear out or bring out what people think they will bring. Keep your starters fresh. And I don't think we had a problem this year keeping starters fresh. I'd like to just let Emerson continue to develop. You've kind of got your rotation set. Let him develop. Let him be there as a backup. We got lucky this year, and we didn't really have any major injuries in the rotation. That could happen, though. We've had that happen before, so we want to have a little bit of insurance, I think. Prab says, why do you think our offense looks so stagnant today outside of the offensive line, outside of the O-line play? I thought we were pretty conservative in our approach from a play calling standpoint, Prof. They really wanted to run the ball early. We did a lot of running on first down, where in recent weeks we've done a lot more passing on first down, and we've been a little bit more aggressive and kind of pushing the ball up the field at times. Today, they seemed to be a little bit more safer in what they were doing. It was a little more just dink, 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 dink. So I think it was their approach today as much as anything. The offensive line definitely allowed a lot more pass rush than it has this year. This was probably our worst game in pass protection overall. If you look at how many snaps we dropped back to throw and how good we were running the ball, it's odd at how bad we were in pass protection today. But I look at it a little more of an outlier than anything else, and you're not going to deal with the Arizona Cardinal free-wielding defense that you dealt with today, week in and week out. Though it's not a talented defense, it's just maybe a tough defense to play from an X's and O's standpoint. King Bomber, I think we have to rebuild from the draft this year and use our money in other positions. Alexander Matthews says HB Walker better stay healthy. If not, we are in a world of hurt. Very well said, Alexander. Yep. Yeah. Running back crew's a little thinner right now. Randy says, Did you guys hear about Sauce Gardner trolling Packer fans with a cheesehead? I didn't see him doing that. That's hilarious, though. Yeah, no way Quandre Diggs gets a 3rd-round pick. No way. Jeffrey Thistle said, I didn't even know Diggs was on the field ever. You couldn't tell today, that's for sure. Wu-Tang Financial, man, I needed the Hawks. Oh, shoot. Man, this is hard with this stupid thing. Whitmus, man, Walker looks so smooth today. How about Woolen? Oh, they were fantastic, Whitmus. How about all those rookies? How they're playing out of their minds. They're playing out of their minds good right now. It's amazing to see. Walker in person, Whitmus. I got to see the game in person today. He is awesome. And Woolen just equally as impressive. So big, so long. He went up for that ball to catch that today when he had the one-on-one opportunity there when the Kyler just threw the trust ball up. It was awesome. Alan says, Brandon 100% agreed. Hell yeah, Alan. Glad we are on the same page. Wu-Tang Financial says, man, I needed the Hawks win today after yesterday's heartbreak. Me too, Wu-Tang. Me too. Get to watch the Donkeys suffer in prime time again tomorrow. Things are going to be all right, folks. The world's going to keep spinning, isn't it, Wu-Tang? It'll keep going. And yeah, I needed it too, man. Boy, I'll tell you what. Daddy Dennis says, Diggs, the unquestioned leader in the locker room. His leadership showed today. Dude came back from a terrible knee injury and just as fast. I think you mean foot injury on that one, Daddy. James Black, Diggs is not making big plays and missed a couple of tackles, but he's controlling center field just fine. If he's invincible, he's not doing anything that bad. Yeah, I just think, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, James. More often than not, you got him playing center field. That's what you ask Quandre to Diggs do more often times than not. He is, though, missing tackles, like you said, and it's missing him pretty badly at this point. I don't trust him at all in the open field. But Nelly, I didn't see what Peyton said about Levis. I'll have to look into that. But if he's saying good things about it, that's encouraging for me. Sean Hines says, how long is Ford away from being called up as the number 2 catcher? I think he's still kind of like in that Hancock place of things where it's going to be a while. It's still going to be a bit of time with that. And you may end up using those guys as both with Hancock and Ford, you may end up packaging those guys for a future trade down the line with it as well. But I still think that they're probably a year away. He's probably a year away at least. I don't think he's ready. Ava says, "Where are you?" Ava, I'm in Seattle. I went to the Seahawks game today, so I actually got to see the game in person, which was awesome. Sean Hines says, "Does Cade Marlowe have more upside at right field than bringing back Haniger?" I haven't done too much of a deep dive on Cade Marlowe, Sean, to be honest with you, but I don't know what Haniger gives you back at this point. Can you count on Haniger hitting 280 and 25 bombs a year at this point? I mean, even in the playoffs, the guy had half a season to take off, comes back, hits 300 for 3 weeks, and then falls off a shelf. And he's just as bad in the playoffs as he was in the regular season at that point. And with his, it's to me, if Haniger didn't also have the injury thing, that might be a thing where I'm willing to bring him back. But he's got the injury thing. I just can't bring that back. I can't take on that risk for a guy that's going to be hitting 230 and 15 home runs. Jeffrey says quarterback spotting other quarterback talent might not be a bad thing. No, not at all. They know what they're looking for in the position. If I played in the NFL, I'll certainly be able to tell you one way or another about whether a guy potentially has it or not. Maybe I can't tell you if he's a star, but I can tell you if he can play in the league. Daniel Bailey says calling it now. Woolen Defensive Rookie of the Year and K9 Offensive Rookie of the Year are front runners and snubbed considering how bad the league treats the Seahawks. Not bad for an F+ draft, laughing out loud. Not bad at all, huh? I like you're calling it out. You're calling your shot. I will give you props, Daniel, if you're right on that one. Sam the Great says John Elway played in a different generation. He did. Bash can't compare anything to the Legion of Boom. That's like saying Richard Sherman was normal. Seahawks 17 says Woolen's making plays only veterans should make. It's true. And I don't think he's better to say he's better than Sherman. I don't think he's better than Sherman right now at this point. I think he's got potential higher upside than where Sherman was with what he brings, but he's not yet to where Sherman was yet. As far as it's like Jordan Brooks said, he's riding on talent right now. Benelli says Russ will be on the market next year. Denver will boo him out of town, cut him, and take the loss. I think it's going to go in that direction, Benelli. If it goes this sideways this fast, it's going to be hard for him to make it past a couple of years. Everybody's like, well, that contract keeps him there for 4 or 5. No. If it goes this bad for 2 years, they're just going to, the Waltons will, they got the money. They'll cut their losses, call it a day, and just get out if that happened. I don't think it will. I think Russ will at least marginally turn this around to a degree. It can't be this bad, can it? Well, maybe it can. I don't know. Vlad the Impaler says this was the best I've seen Jimmy throwing for years, and they dropped all of them. Jimmy Garoppolo? Bash, yeah, the point has dropped a lot of passes today. Dead on. That sucks. It's hard enough for Jimmy to get the ball there. And the least you can do is catch it if he does. Joe Strew says Denver's married to Russ for the next 3 seasons minimum. I think that's the likely case, Joe. I think it'd take a lot to get him out of it. But if it just went completely sideways, do they go into year 3 through that, Joe? Like if it goes horribly this year, horribly next year, I know that they're kind of stuck theoretically, but the cap will go up by a lot by that point. If the cap's up at 240, 250, if that Amazon money kicks in, maybe it makes it at least somewhat feasible for them to just swallow it at that point if it's just going completely so bad and they just get to a rebuild state. They just tear everything down at that point, try to build the assets back up. You're right. It's likely 3 years, but I could see them getting really aggressive on that if it goes bad enough. Seahawks 17 says offensive picks over the last decade now seem to look as a means to hide Wilson's failing points. A little bit. I think he had Seahawks 17 a prime run. I mean, 16, 17, 18, 19, I think he was playing really good football. I think he's just aged pretty fast and he's some of his skills have eroded kind of quickly, especially when it comes to scrambling and elusiveness. But I think they tried to find talent in Seahawks 17 that paired with what Russell Wilson did well as well. Sal Zero says Al Woods is aging and Puna's only good, not great. Yeah. Reclaw Law says, hello, this is a cool channel. Thank you, Reclaw. Welcome on in. Sam the Great, should we get DJ ukulele in the third round out of Clemson. I don't know, man. He's worth taking a flyer on. I don't know if I'd want to take him in the third round. And fourth round sounds better to me, Sam. I'll go fourth. D boy, what's up, D boy? I gotta be quiet, man, because I'm in a hotel room, so I can't be screaming loud. But what's up, D boy? Good to see you in here, man. Oh man, come on. Daddy Dennis says, "Wake up tomorrow in first place. Good feeling, in Daddy Dennis. It's a good feeling." Ava says, "How long of a drive was it?" Oh, Ava, I just flew in from Spokane. It's an hour flight, so it's that or a 5 hour drive. I'll do the hour flight. So I flew in, buddy came pick me up. It was awesome. Got to see the Mariners. Then the next day, got to see my Hawks. Doesn't get a better weekend than that. Galgi, are you staying in SeaTac? Make sure you don't leave stuff in your car. No, no car here, man. I was doing. I had some folks give me rides through and stuff, and getting Uber here and there. So no, it's all safe with me in the hotel room here. And despite Garth trying to get me out to those ladies of the night, I'm staying in my hotel room tonight. I'm taking my chances. Will Bigham, love the channel. Thanks again for the late night chat. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Will. I appreciate it, man. I missed you guys today. I like doing my breakdowns and being able to do the play by play with you guys. So I had to get back to my people. Gotta get back to my people. Daniel Dunn, do you think Barton has shown improvement today? Daniel, I think they went to more of a dime package looks. I would hesitate to guess, Daniel, when you watch the PFF grades that come out for Barton today, take note of the fact that when you look at the snap counts for Barton and Brooks, I think Barton's going to be probably 15 to 20 snaps less than Brooks. I would reckon to guess. So you didn't see him out on the field as much. Um, he didn't jump out to me in any spots necessarily, but I didn't see him also missing tackles like we've seen him at times either. I didn't see him completely whiffing as well. So maybe I have to see kind of Daniel. That's the part where I was in the stadium today, so I wasn't able to kind of lock in on certain positions or see other positions quite as clearly as I could others. And that would be linebacker would be one of them because they can just disappear into the mess of bodies at times from the backside, and you just can't see, or you flip it around and you just can't see what's going on. Barry, so a Toro. Thank you, Barry, for the $20 donation, man. Nothing to say, just a kind donation from you. I appreciate it, brother. I hope you're doing all right. Another one. Oh my God, Barry and D Boy, some OGs coming in the chat tonight. What's up, boys? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And then Will Bigham says, "Love your channel. Thanks again for laying out." I think I read that. My bad. Clinton Rice. So they draft safeties next year? Probably, Clinton. You're probably going to pick a couple safeties next year, yeah. And we know this team likes to draft safeties just naturally, much less when you need them. Seahawks 17 says right now, Geno looks like $25 million a year. Yes, that's about what the cost is going to be, which probably be a little bit too rich for my blood. But that you're right. That's about where it's heading. Robert Jorgensen, what's going on with punting situation 2 weeks in a row? I don't know, Robert. Two different situations at two different times. Last week, you're trying the Aussie kick thing where the punter actually is going to take the punt and then they run 3 steps to their right because they're feeling a punt block being overloaded to one side of the line of scrimmage. Dixon just doesn't punt the ball last week. This week, you left the front door wide open where the center snaps the ball and then seems to have stepped out of the way for the Cardinal defender to just run right up the middle, which is, of course, the shortest, straightest path to then get to Dixon to then block him, which it would have been blocked if Dixon tried to punt it there. So 2 snafus, bad snafus, Robert. I don't know. They're going to have to clean it up. Teams are obviously seeing something that they can exploit in their punting right now, and they're going to need to kind of find an answer for that. Paul Suzia says 2023 NFL draft, we may be looking at later round picks. I count 12 teams that need a quarterback, best available player. Geno is playing well. We may be looking at later round picks. I think I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure what you meant by that, Paul. I'm sorry. Looking at later round picks, I count 20. But you're right. There are going to be some teams looking for quarterbacks for sure. Jarrell Lewis, I went to the game today. It was fun. Me too, Jarrell. It's a good time. Sal says, I know that Geno, we should keep 2 more years. We need the bridge quarterback. We can. Boy, I don't want to sign him to big money. It's my only thing with that. Daddy says, I called the 13-point Seahawks win. I thought it would be higher scoring, but pretty good. Good job, Daddy. Way to hit it. Ava says, I went to the last Cardinal game where Colt McCoy played with my now ex-boyfriend. That game was really fun. Oh, yeah. We did lose that one, though, Ava. Boy, Colt cut us up. Alan said, sold them a lemon with no juice. Just rinds, Alan. All rind, no juice. And it was a moldy lemon, like Big Country says. It was a moldy lemon that had been sitting in a dirty bin. It had been sitting in one of those garbage cans that hasn't been cleaned out in 30 years. And all the like open trash that landed at the bottom of it, it's dried out. It's like been pulled off of that. We gave that to Denver. I'm sorry, Russ. That's so mean. Oh, man. Kyler puts 40 hours a week in Call of Duty, Benelli? Jeez. Robert Jorgensen, will Cliff Kingsbury be the Arizona coach next year? Yes, he will be, Robert, because they just signed him to a contract extension like they did the general manager. And I don't think you're firing him off of 1 year when the guy's already been here for a couple of years in sort of a middling role. He's been a mid coach for a while now, and they just reward him for it. Now, if your question, Robert, is for 2 years from now, no, he will not last past 2 years. But that extension for Kingsbury was silly, just like it was silly for the general manager. That both of them got contract extensions is kind of a slap in the face. It felt like to Kyler at the time, who was requesting his extension. John Robinson says, who are the game wreckers besides Anderson Jr. in this draft? I've only gotten one other one so far, John. I'm definitely early into my process of looking at guys, but go check out the Clemson kid. Was it Miles Murphy, I think is his name, John? He is an impactful 3-4 defensive end, which is so hard to be, but he's explosive. He can steamroll offensive linemen. He's exactly what you look for when you look for 3-4 defensive ends. And I do think, John, he's going to go in the top 15. That'd be a guy to look for if you're looking for beyond Will Anderson. John says, how about that man, Tariq? Isn't it funny how the fans love the draft and they're all doing wonderfully? And when we hate the draft, they all suck. Fans know, man. I agree, John. This is a little bit of the consensus thing. Like, when you look at analytic folks have looked at the draft boards and they look at draft boards by experts and who does this and who mock drafts, of course, not by draft boards. That's what I mean. There's those people that do mock drafts and where players should go. And they found that when they took the consensus boards, which all these fans boards that they put together and then put those out versus what the true draft broke down as, that the boards are very accurate to the consensus. And likewise, it's accurate to where you see the fans allotting guys to where they should go by their talent level as well. And it's sort of the strength and brain power, John. That's why I've called my chat with you guys here like a brain trust, and that we bring up ideas and we turn over things and we expand through those ideas and we go off on all the little roots that expand out of those initial ideas. And then in doing so, we're able to really get down to sometimes the bottom line on things in ways maybe other organizations aren't doing because they're a little bit in their own echo chamber and they're just kind of, we're trusting our process. We're trusting our process, right, John? And with fans, we got no process. Our process is we want the best player. We want the best scheme. We want the best coaches. That's our only process. That's our only commitment to. Zao Zero says, Justin Fields is a no for me, dog. I feel you, man. He put up some bad tape this last week, and I can't excuse it. You know what I mean? I can't excuse it. So yeah, it's getting bad with Justin, and I mean, I think they're going to move him. I do. They're not going to get a whole hell of a lot for him though at this point when they do. So if you're talking about taking a flyer on him, I'm okay with it, but certainly he's not looking like a guy you want to target right now in Justin Fields. Garth Knight with a $10 dono. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. Says Brando, I don't want to be a jackal, but what if someone fell in love with your company today? It's not impossible. I'm not saying loving company is dangerous, but I'm also not saying it's not. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate the $10 donation, Garth. And no, it was an awesome day, and I had a great time hanging out with Megan. It was nothing but cool. And she was really kind for me, man. She got the ticket for me today, and she could have gotten some 200, 300 level. They got nice tickets. Like we were right down there on that field, and boy, to be able to experience the game that close. It's been a while. I've been there before that close, but it has been a long time, and it was just awesome. Zao Zero says, I'd get CMC for a third, but I also see the Chiefs going for CMC. They could. Boy. Him in that offense is scary, wouldn't it? Him in that offense is ridiculous. Geno says, stop and sign me. Geno, how much you going to ask for, though? Let's start talking dollars, Geno Smith. How much you asking? John says, how about Brooks with the salty statement? Tariq doesn't even know what he's doing half the time, but he's making plays. How about you use some of your instinct and athleticism to make plays? Well said, John. John says, how much is a realistic asking price for Brian Burns? John, I can't help but think that the Frank Clark trade is your baseline here. Two players, similar age, similar level of production that you're moving at the similar time in their careers. He costed you a first and a second, so it's hard for me to minimum see. I don't think that they get a first and a second for him, John, but a first and a third, or at least a minimum first. Yeah, I think that they're going to probably pull that much in for him at least. That'd be my opinion. John says Brian Burns just scares me because he's undersized and might not fare well in a defense that doesn't blitz a lot. It's very well said. And somebody else said he hasn't exactly broken out, right, John? So like he's been a good player for Carolina, but has he been that dominant dude that you want to pay a Bosa like money to, the 25 million? Because that's the thing with this, John, too, is you're giving up the draft capital, and then you're also going to have to now come with the $25 million check a year, 4 years, $100 million. It's probably what Brian Burns costs if you're going on a contract extension, and that's the part that gets me real hesitant. I think we got to go other ways than that one, John. I think there's other spots that are just more other trades that could happen that make more sense. Daddy Dennis says, if I'm wrong about Russell bouncing back, then the Broncos will be sellers. Boy, they could, Daddy. Wouldn't that be awesome if they just start offloading even more talent to lower themselves? Oh my God. That would be great. And they're just like, we can't think about our picks. We just got to get what we can get back. Because, Daddy, they could do that if they're trying to recoup some loft draft capital, right? That's what you're meaning it as, is if they're trying to be like, look, we're down a first and a second round pick. Our offensive line's crap. We've got to fix this. We got to fix that. Then yeah, you're gonna look at trying to get some draft capital back, and you're just gonna punt this season down the line at that point. Could happen. It could happen. They're in a bit of a desperate situation. Desperate teams make stupid moves all the time. Seahawks 17 says no trades. Win or lose with what we've got. Bash Gordon laughing out. That's what I'm talking about. Single man unite. Single and ready to mingle. There we go. Lock back to the Broncos and who will back up Smith? We want passable backup. Yeah, I don't think we'll trade Lock to. I don't think the Broncos would take Lock back. They don't want him back. King Bomber, he meant LaDainian Tomlinson when he said left tackle, not left tackle. Oh, I thought he said the same thing at first. My bad, man. I see LT so often. I'm like, LT. Yeah, Kenneth Walker has some LaDainian Tomlinson to his game. Tomlinson, it was a little more of a things were just a little more smoother with LaDainian and the way he ran. I think that they're very close though as far as their burst. I think their elusiveness, hard to bring down, despite the fact that they're kind of more of what you'd say is more of an undersized running back theoretically, but they run like they run bigger than they are. There's a lot with LaDainian's jump cutting is very reminiscent with Kenneth Walker. There are certain shades to them that I would say is very, very, very similar. But LaDainian was a kind of just a difference. He was a different cat. Like he was a truly difference making running back of his time. One of the best of his era. Very hard to quite get Walker into that territory. And let's also remember with LaDainian, he's taken like top 5 in the draft. Like he was looked at as that guy coming out of the draft, and he was that guy. Walker, really, really good. Different era, definitely. Walker coming out at the time that LaDainian came out of probably would have been a first-round pick. But I think if you put them both in the same drafts coming out, I think LaDainian still goes top 5 at that point. But I think Walker would still, if he's playing back in that old era, would still go in the first round, but probably after LaDainian. So there's some similarities to him, but LaDainian was a special kind of cat. Joe Struge, was beaten up pretty good tonight. Yeah, he took a few hits. He took a couple hits. I watched him in person. There's a couple smacks he got. Blaze, the badass bassist Baze. Today was basically what I thought our blueprint would be for wins this year. But if we get this version of D with the last few, we'd be dangerous. You're cooking with oil at that point, Blazed. You can just get both components to work together. And Blaze, isn't this been a problem in recent years? We can get one group playing well, and the other group plays bad. Then the other group plays good, and then the first group plays bad. It's like 2020 with the offense playing great and the defense bad. Then they flipped it on themselves then at the end of the year where they basically both inverted on each other. So if we could get them both going, man, look out. Look out. And it is a little bit, we got to see more of this defensive performance because this is against the Cardinals and they haven't shown it very often this year so far. So Zero says, I bet your hotel neighbor's probably watching on your stream, laughing my ass off. Maybe that or they're signaling, giving me the double middle finger salute right now. Like, I'm trying to go to bed. Logan Simpkins, the blocking all around was atrocious. The fact K9 got all those yards and had 25 taken away is still insane. And props to the defense. Yeah, Logan, there wasn't a lot of holes there. In running up the middle, it continues to be an absolutely we're like a ship running into the shoals every time we go into the middle, trying to run in the middle. It's not good. It's tough. Well said, man. He made a lot happen with not a lot of space today. BMAC Pacific Northwest, Oregon State GOAT Sean Mannion still on the practice squad, right? He is indeed. Allen says Broncos are going to have to make room on their roster with players coming back from IR. Laughing out loud, maybe we can get someone for cheap. Seahawks Gaming, Bud Dupree or Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans? Jeffrey Simmons all day. Jeffrey Simmons is awesome. He's way better than Bud Dupree. Jeffrey's like almost a game wrecker from the defensive tackle position. Not quite, but almost. Daddy Dennis's Cards front seven missed Chandler Jones like crazy. Yeah, they did. That was a huge loss for them. And Daddy Dennis, they didn't do anything to replace it outside of drafting a Cam Thomas, who got his first sack of the day today out of San Diego State. But they didn't have anybody else that they went out and got to replace him. And they just hoped it was going to be okay. Daddy says their D played a strong game. They knew they were last in sacks and came in motivated. Yeah, they did. That's also where a lot of those blitz looks come from, where the defensive coordinator is trying to manufacture some stuff too. The Cardinals have some exotic stunts and blitz looks, says John. There you go. I've been watching our tackles, though, and they've been passing off stunts and switching wonderfully. That was weird to see. Yeah, just a tough game. Tough game all around. And that Bronco defensive coordinator, John Z, or that Cardinal defensive coordinator is a good one. Smith says Bradley McDougall for 5th or Rasheed Green for a 4th, and LJ Collier some projected trades by people. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do something like that. I don't know if Bradley McDougall's even where he was a couple of years ago when we had him. And he wasn't amazing at the time. He's okay. Robert says, I was waiting the entire game for going deep to Tyler or DK bust that game wide open. Yeah, they kind of just kept things short, Robert. It was just a little dink and dunk. They just didn't. I was waiting in the game for them to take a little bit more shots. They took one to Tyler, but he wasn't really open. And DK had a lot of double coverage rolled his way. Logan says, to all those questioning Brian Burns, he's a 3-4 defensive end who's in a 4-3, a premium run stopper who can get to the quarterback. In fact, he's had his best year in a 4-3 despite being new. He's 24, yes, costly, but worth it. Thank you, Logan. I do like him. I don't mind him as a player. You just do wonder with what you have to give up draft capital wise and then having to pay him at the same time. We just haven't had a lot of luck going down that route in recent history when we've taken it. He Spreads says, hi, guys. Good game today. Thank you, He Spreads. Appreciate it. Southern Seahawks 17. Seahawks fan of 35 years listening in from Southern Ontario. Love the show. Well, Seahawks 17, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say. And I'm sorry I'm a little quiet. I'm usually a little more boisterous, but I'm trying not to make my neighbors angry with me. So, but I appreciate you. Smith says, what's your name? Smith, my name is Brandon. So it's good to make your acquaintance. Very good to make your acquaintance. Alexander says Cards pretty much locked down DK and Tyler. They did. And a lot of rolling of double coverage to DK's way, too. Pretty incredible. Alexander being on the field and watching it. Because I had suspected that this was the case. I couldn't always tell with television copy. I've seen it with the All-22 a lot with other teams. They did it as much as any team this year. Rolling that free safety over to DK's side time and time and time again. It was crazy to watch at times, just how committed they were to it. And so, Alexander, you're asking below why they didn't produce more. I can't speak to Tyler for sure on this, Alexander, but definitely with DK, high preponderance of double teams. I mean, they were going to make Seattle throw in other places. Mumbles with the Mumbles with the $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. It says, yeah, Brandon, you're right. I'm not a concise person while typing. Plus, limited space with the messages doesn't help me when I try and make it readable. I know, Mumbles. That's the part that I wish I had more control over, is if I can increase the character count for people and messages they put in. Because especially when having debates sometimes back and forth with people, I can't get as deep into the debate because I know that they're hampered by the message restriction count. So no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for all your donations on the deal. And look, we should get excited about these rookies. We should get really excited about these rookies, not only for how good they're going to be in the future, but for how much this helps us fast forward our rebuilding process. John says, man, Russ is going to look bad running for his life from Bosa and Mack. Get ready, Bronco fans, for dip, no dodging, and ducking into pass rush as he reads breakdown and he can't step up in the pocket. Well said, John. Bosa's not going to be out this game, though, so he's only got to deal with Mac. But Mac's enough on his own almost, right? Drunk says Mariners need left field help as well as someone who can hit. Left field's the place where I concentrate, Drunk. That's the place where I go. That's where you need to concentrate in on. That's where you could do better on, to me. That's where I can get a guy that can hit, field out there, upgrade it. That's sort of the straightforward. But if I got to land on a Correa as an impact bat, and that's the best impact bat I can find, so be it. Yeah. Byron D says updated trade idea, a 3rd round pick, Stone, Forsythe, and Sidney Jones for Christian Harris. I would do it if they'd be willing to do it, man. Byron, if they're willing, I'm willing. I think it might be hard to get them to take that, though. John says, shoot, Woolen's in contention for Defensive Player of the Year. If he stays at this pace, John, if he stays at this pace, no doubt. Barry Satoro, thank you, Barry, for the $5 donation. Says, how much does Russ's drop have to do with all the sacks and hits taken? I think it's a part of it, Barry. I think it's the part of where your body starts to break down a little bit faster as you go along. You can't take as many hits as he took, where it's, one point you had Drew Brees had taken less sacks, less hits in his career, and he'd played 10 more years than Russ. You take that many hits, and there's this theory out there that Russ doesn't take hard hits because of his size and he protects himself. But we saw over the years, he took plenty of hard hits. And you can be tough and tough and tough and tough, and you reach a point of being tough, and then your body just gives up on you and being tough. Like, he goes, you want to be as tough as you want. We're going to start falling apart here. And I've compared this to the boxer. And this is something you hear about boxers. You see it in the UFC. You'll see guys that are as tough as nails in their 20s. They can take punch after punch. They can still withstand it and come back at you. But then when they start getting their button pushed a couple times, when they get knocked out a couple times on clean hits, suddenly it starts to become a little bit easier to push that button. And I think the Brussels button right now is getting pushed down a little bit easier than it ever has been. And it goes beyond his toughness level. It just goes on to the body starting to break down after taking that accumulation of damage. Daniel Dunn says, I stood behind Pete Carroll in line at the airport before he coached USC. Nice. Randy Wagner, thank you, Hawks Nest, and good night from the East Coast. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate you. Alexander says, Brandon, I don't know if you noticed, but at halftime, Steve presenting out Sean Alexander out to talk. Steve accidentally said, here's Matthew Alexander. Well, we got to give Steve credit. He's getting older, Alexander. Hell, I'm going to get to that age here at some point soon. So, I didn't get a chance to see Alexander. I'm going to watch it I was told that they did stream YouTube, so I'm hoping maybe I can look it up on YouTube. That was the one time in the game I was going to try to get food at that point and drinks, and the lines were crazy everywhere. So it took the whole of halftime just to get like a little bit of popcorn and a pretzel. That's good to know, Logan, that they changed to 4-3. I didn't know that they had. Yeah, I didn't know they had switched to that. Carolina. But yeah, Barry, I think it's normal. The players, if they're going to take that many hits, are going to wear down eventually, and the body can only withstand so much punishment. Logan says Taylor's 26, already a little concerning considering the fact we don't know much about him. Yeah, Taylor still continues to struggle. Geno was only 25. I forgot about that. He's younger than Darrell Taylor. Wow. Logan says, never mind. Madden Sim got to me. He's 25. Oh, okay. You're throwing me off, Logan. I was like, whoa, what, really? And Smith, I'm going to be checking on the safeties in this year's draft. I'm behind in my view on them, but I need to start catching up. Matthias23451 says, who do you most hope we sign this offseason? I haven't thought a lot about it, Matthias, to be honest with you. I've been so kind of concentrated in year, and I hadn't thought we'd be necessarily into the fully ready to cook mode yet, like fully ready to be elite team mode yet. I think Roquan Smith, if we don't trade for him, would be a guy that would make a lot of sense to look at as a signing in for agency, Matthias. He's a young guy just coming into his prime, fit for this defense. He's played in a cover 2 shell defense. He's played under Desai before. Desai will know how to use him in this defense. I know it's a little bit of a bored answer because we've given it often here, Matthias, but that's the one that's straightforward to me and makes a ton of sense. And I think the cost will be relatively okay to bring him in at that point. That's a move to me that, yeah, that'd be a move I would definitely look at targeting. I think defensively, as much as anything, Matthias, I think you can look at bringing a couple guys in that be legitimate, be it a pass rusher, be it a safety, middle linebacker, more than I look at the offense. I see offense and DK and Tyler being still solid as ever. Maybe you're starting to kind of carve a role out here for Eskridge. You got a couple young guys you picked at the back of this draft who might start to show you something a year from now. I'm not as locked in on looking at receiver or even running back for that matter with that. And tight ends, I felt good about all three of these guys here. So there's nobody at the tight end position that really stands out to me either that I say you could go sign this or upgrade here. It really comes down to Matthias' defense and not really being even picky about it. Just upgrade that defense, get us better, more talented on that side of the ball. Daddy says Russell's taken more sacks per game than any quarterback since they started keeping the stat. Has to add up. You were speaking to Barry on this too, and Daddy Dennis Barry brings us. That's exactly the stat I was referencing. Is just you can't take that much punishment. You got a full-grown men, 6'4", 260 pounds, 6'5", 295 pounds, running full steam at you, blasting you, and you're getting hit like that probably about 50, 60, 70 times hard every year. And then you do that for 11, 12 years. Like, yeah, that's on top of college and all of what you did growing up. That's going to wear a body down, especially when you get in the mid-30s, man. You're getting older. Your body's not operating like it did when you were in your 20s. You don't heal like you healed in your 20s. Your body doesn't bounce back like it bounced back in the 20s. And it takes you a couple years into your 30s to kind of realize, damn, I can't do what I used to do. I can't go out there and work out like I used to work out. And I got this knees hurting me and my hips hurting me. I got to do the every other day thing. It's tough, but that's why they always say Father Time is undefeated. John says, please God, no more investing in the safety except a late round pick when you're spending 36 million plus already. John, I'm making my peace with it, man. I'm not saying I like it. I don't like it. I'm making my peace with it because Coach Carroll's going to do it. He's going to be in Schneider's ear from the second the Steve. We got to get better at safety. We just got. But Pete, we already 2 first-rounders for Jamal third. Yeah, I know, but he's been broken, so we need better. Yeah, but we just spent money on Quandre. You told me to give Quandre a new deal last year, Pete. What are you doing? Why? Yeah, but he's lost his fire. I didn't know that was going to happen, John. I didn't know he was going to lose his fire. Who could know he's going to lose his fire? I think that's going to go down like that. Jeffrey Tao, hi, Brando. I'm jealous you got to go to the game live. What defensive adjustments did you see us make today? It looked like our whole defense played better as a whole. I didn't see anything, and it's hard for Jeffrey. It's hard to not see the game copy and kind of be able to really get the overhead view to see what they were doing X's and O's wise. To my eyes, what it really looked like they did is they pressed a little bit of the short routes a little tighter than they have been. They weren't as deep on their drops in the zone. They weren't just looking at just letting themselves be bled underneath all day long. They knew that was how the Cardinals wanted to attack them, and they were going to avoid it. And so I really like the fact that you saw those short passes. It seemed like there was a defender closer on those guys after the catch, instantly bring him to the ground. They did a better job of manufacturing pressure when they needed to at times, which they haven't done consistently. They'll go away from the pressure-based packages too often, in my opinion. they got pressure out of the front four when they didn't blitz today, which has been something, Jeffrey, that's been missing, where you just can't get any pressure out of those guys at all. So some of it was just some natural getting better in places and spots. But I do think, if I'm going to make a wild guess on this, Jeffrey, just in general terms, it did seem like the zones were played a little bit tighter today. That they were a little less, they were maybe a little more willing to trust their guys on the back end and see if Kyler could really push the ball up the field outside the numbers and really get them there. Especially with no DeAndre Hopkins in this game. And it worked out for him. But I didn't see them do anything major, Jeffrey, different than they've done. They just kept things a little more cleaner today. And then I think the one other thing I'd say, Jeffrey, is that in the running game, they were a lot more assignment correct. The guys outside setting the edges, set the edges. The guys inside didn't get widened out of their gap so far that they lost their gap integrity. They kept their gap integrity. And you had guys also doing a good job of doing the gap and a halving in this game, where they would shoot the gap, be able to come back to the back gap if they needed to, but they were shooting the gap fully, where they were getting penetration on their initial shoot. And that is a part that I haven't seen as much. They've struggled in getting the shoot part. It's like they're still kind of falling back into the trappings of the two gapping stuff that they used to do, where they're still just sort of thinking that back gap. And you first got to really attack the first gap, then get back to the back gap if you really have to, if the play goes that way. Daddy Dennis says, Big Ben, the most sacked quarterback ever. If Russell plays as long as Ben, he will shatter that record. He will, Daddy. And how was Big Ben walking at the end of his career? How was he moving after all those sacks, right? Like, he was definitely a guy that had taken those hits and taken their toll on him. D Nugget says, what if Geno takes a team-friendly deal, maybe starts to mentor the new quarterback at like $10 million guaranteed? I'm open to a D Nugget, but it's got to be a player-friendly deal for me. I'm not going to give him the sun, moon, and stars, or even a high amount of money on a per-year basis. He's going to have to take a lower amount. But if he's willing, I'm willing. John says, what do you see as ceilings for Anthony Richardson or Hendon Hooker? How about Hooker beating Alabama? What a game, John. I could see Hooker being a Watson type. He's elusive as a runner, too. He's really growing on me, John, and you can't deny the second that he's been made starter since transferring there to Tennessee. He has played phenomenal for them, and he got better over the course of this offseason, John. He improved his mechanics this offseason. I felt like his arm got a little bit stronger than what it was from the prior year. Not a huge degree, John, but good. I see Hendon Hooker with the higher ceiling at this point, John. I do see Hendon Hooker slipping into the first round at this point. I think Anthony Richardson is in such a rough state. Not rough like bad state, John, but just in he needs so much more maturation, and he needs another season of college football before you really get to the place of really knowing where his ceiling is. Could Hendon Hooker be a Watson type? Yeah, I could see something like that, John. I think there's very much some similarities between their games and how they play. And they both got like underrated strong arms. And I think Hendon's arms getting to the point where it's kind of underrated strong, which I don't know if I would have said that last year. I would have been, he's an average arm, but I think it's getting to that. Anthony's a little bit harder for me, John. I don't have as good a feel. I don't. He's got everything very well structured for him right now. It's very simplified, and he's still kind of struggling with that simplification. Throwing barely 50% completion rate right now. Just a little bit tougher for me to make an assessment with him about where his top end is, because it could be really, really high, but it also could be a guy that's not even marginal NFL player when it all factors out. He's a great athlete, but the guy that, John, they bring into the combine, they're like, well, you run some wide receiver routes, that kind of guy. And I think Anthony's potentially in danger of being that if he doesn't get another year in college and continue to develop. Daniel says, I thought Cody Barton played a lot better this game, mainly because Pete found a much better position for him that fits his skill set. Left LOTB, left on the bench, laughed my ass off. He's doing great He's doing great passing water cups. Yeah, I was going to say, Daniel, I was waiting for your punchline on that because I was like, was he playing better? I didn't do it. But yeah, definitely a few less snaps in this game from our guy. Went a lot longer of a way with our Seahawks. Barry Satora with another $5 donation. Thank you, Barry, for all the donos on the chat tonight. It says, how much does how much does Russ's drop have to do with all the sacks taken? Okay. Oh, so sorry, I got behind him. I went wrong way on the trendry. Barry with the $5 donation says, Bronco Country, let's ride. How many guys you think are going to be saying Bronco Country, let's ride tomorrow in Bronco Country? I don't think there'll be a lot of them. Let's ride. No, Sorry, I brutalized it. So Barry goes, Broncos country, let's rind, as in my rinds, my lemon rinds. That's right. I'm gonna use that one, Barry. I'm gonna put that in a video. Alan said Geno's gonna want more than 10 million team friendly deal. Yeah, Geno's gonna minimum want at this point 20 million per on a multi-year deal minimum. I don't know if I'm gonna give him that. Smith says, honestly, I'm torn between BJ Foster and Kenneth Gallman Jr. I don't know which one we should draft. Deanna Pennington, let's rind. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. That took me a second, Mom. That only took me a second to get that one. Smith, I don't know those two guys yet, name-wise, but I will look into them as far as possible names for us. I'm guessing those are guys that we look at in the draft. So BJ Foster, Kenneth Gallman. I will remember those names. Daddy Dennis says, wait, an Ohio State quarterback who never panned out? That's been happening for about 100 years. It's a tale as old as time, Daddy Dennis, right? Tale as old as time. Ohio State quarterback will suck in the NFL. I think that's how the Disney movie went. Brian, King Bomber. Also, what about Brian Brees out of Clemson? 3-4 defensive end or nose tackle or 4-3 defensive tackle or outside linebacker? I thought that's the one guy. I know it was Miles Murphy I was looking at. Boy, how about Clemson with all of those phonetic names? Brian Brees. What was the guy's name? I was watching their name. So yeah, I think a little bit. I haven't seen Brian Brees yet. King Bomber. He's on my list. He's on my list 100%, but he's not. That was my last guy I didn't get to just before I left here for my trip. So he's the first guy on my list and my name wise. So ask me this next week, King Bomber. I'll actually take a look at him tomorrow. I really wanted to take a look at his tape and just didn't get a chance. Just didn't get the chance. Jay Newfield, if the Broncos pick ends up being in the top 7, what should we draft? Quarterback, defensive line, or corner? I think I'd lean to I'd want to take the best player available more than anything else in that situation. And if the best player is a quarterback, go. If it's D-line, go D-line. I wouldn't take, I think corner would be my exception, Jay. I think you need to build a little bit more to your front 7, and you got to feel pretty good about your corner situation, and that you've got from Tariq to Kobe Bryant to Trey Brown. I mean, you've at least got a solid 3 set there going forward. I looked at Jay. I actually was looking at the last 7th picks that have been taken in the first round over the last 7 years, and if you look at the 7th selection in the draft over that last 7-year period, Jay, they've all been pretty much all awesome players. Both Josh Allen, both the one that went to the Jags and went to the Bills, DeForest Buckner. The real key here, Jay, is whoever you're picking at 7, Jay, if they are truly your best player available on the board, they're going to be outstanding, impactful players. And the recent history proves this out. Even proved it out in this last draft, where Evan Neal went with the 7th pick in this last draft. So if you're picking in that range, Jay, more than who you should pick, it's that if you get to that spot and that is where you're picking, you're going to get an impactful player. Like we got basically with the Charles Cross at 10 and a couple picks later. It's a much easier to pick in drafts when you're in that high end. But Jay, I think more than looking at a position, you got to more target best player available. Don't go for the player that's an 87 in Madden when you had a 94, 95 on the board in rating, who's at a position that you're determining isn't quite as high. I mean, you mentioned corner. As much as I wouldn't want to target corner, if there's a corner there that's a 95, 96 versus a defensive lineman that's an 88, I'll go with the corner. I'll go with the top end, and I'll make do on the defensive line. Clint Rice, how many years do I think Pete will coach for? Clint, I think he coaches for another 3 years minimum. I think Coach Carroll very likely could be the kind of coach where you've got to, he's going to die on the field. And I don't mean that in a like perverse way. I mean that in a like celebrated way. Like he just goes so long that he just finally passes on the field peacefully or something. Like he's going to coach till the day. I think if he's allowed to decide on it, I think he goes till the day he dies. That's my thinking. As long as he is, they'll have to rip him off the field. Grim 1-1-2 says defense played their most complete effort all year, Grim. More probably to the designs of this defense and how it's supposed to look, with being a little bit more blitz heavy at times they did today. Tackled better. They played great. Best game of the year so far by the defense. Alan Arvinson says Bryce Young versus Tennessee yesterday didn't quite impress me, honestly. I mean, I'm way more lukewarm on him than many other people are, Alan. You know, I know you've heard with me say I'm just not. He just doesn't quite sell me as much. I think he's going to be a very good college quarterback. I think he's still going to play in the pros. I think he's going to at the very least be a backup in this league. But I don't know if I see a guy that I see is absolutely far and away going to be a starter in this league and be a good one at that. Bash says, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Seattle ladies of the night will do hotel call, Brando, laughing out loud. Single men for life, Bash. Single men for life. Oscar says, what's more likely to happen? 5 picks in 5 games for Woolen or 5 forced fumbles in 5 games for Kobe? Good question, Oscar. I'm going to go 5 forced fumbles, Oscar, because Kobe can kind of make the fumbles happen coming from an outside angle where the ball carrier can't see him. I think after this week, Tariq's not going to be targeted very often at all, and he's got to be given the opportunities to make those interceptions. And if the quarterbacks aren't willing to throw his way, and when you start getting to 4 interceptions in your first 6 games, you're going to start having quarterbacks go, I think I'm going to go to that side of the field. That side's icky over there. This is not me. That's me right there. That's over me right there. I think you're going to get a little bit more of that. King Bomber says quarterback, linebacker, and 3-4 defensive end are going to be the main focuses of the first round. I like it, King Bomber. I agree. Drunk, I wouldn't be super surprised if this Russ bounced back against the Chargers. I'd be a little surprised. They got a pretty good secondary. Back there. But you could also say drunk, Russ is due, right? Big Country, the whole Bears offense is a mess except Montgomery. He's a good running back. Yeah, that everything else on the Bears, everything is a mess is the way to put it. Smith, we need to get some coverage linebackers. Yeah, we do. Modern NFL, you need coverage linebackers, that's for sure. And it is a huge hole in this defense, Smith. You're right. I mean, you have Jordan Brooks last year giving up over almost 1,000 yards from the linebacker position. That's a lot of yards. That's a lot of yards. John says, to be completely honest, I would rather have Max Crosby than Burns. We need to find our Crosby desperately. I could see football team trading assets. Who you taking? I'd rather have Max Crosby than Burns. We need to find our Crosby desperately. I could see football team trading assets. Who you taking? It's hard to say, John, because you need to remember have guys that are in teams that are in sell mode. We don't have enough teams in sell mode right now. You have a team like the Panthers in sell mode, and I can point to you guys like Brian Burns and like maybe Derek Brown and maybe Shaq Thompson. But there's not enough of those teams yet that have fully decided, John, that they're in sell mode. And this is a problem we ran into last year. When you have the extra game, the 17th game on the season, and the trade deadline doesn't move, you have more teams that think they're into it, which means that those are that many less likely teams that are actually going to be moving guys. So we need a couple more weeks to see which of those teams are going to fall back, which of those teams are going to step forward. And then once we got the fall back teams, we can target it. But remember, John, part of why last year's trade deadline was so inactive across the board was there were so many teams that thought that they were kind of in it, that their season wasn't done, that they didn't need to be in sell mode quite yet. Logan Simpkins says, also, it's me, Lolo. Just changed my username. Okay, Logan. Or should I say Lolo? Zero says, also, LT was a bigger back, too. LT is a literal monster. Yeah, I mean, it's no shade to throw at Walker to say he's not necessarily in the LT, stratosphere. That's just a real rare. I can't speak. It's getting late. That's just a real rare place for running back talents to be. LT's up there with your Dickerson types and probably your Barry kind of types up there too. He's, as you say, literal monster. And Walker's just a shade below that, but that's okay. Always with the Born. Born comes on. Daddy Dennis Cards Twitter after the game was a house fire. Is there a Cards Twitter? If a Daddy Dennis if a tree falls in the forest, did it truly fall? Logan, Bobby is stuck with LA. Devin is far too valuable to Tampa because Levante David's turning 33. Yeah. You ain't getting none of that. I really always liked Devin White too. PFF doesn't like him a lot, but I like Devin White. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says Kobe and Tariq playing great. Well, shout out to you, Jose. You're right about that Kobe, man. You're right about that Kobe. You're right about both those Kobe's. But they were playing great, Jose. And hey, man, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Jose Rodriguez over there killing it on his channel. Please do subscribe to him if you're not. But yeah, they're balling out for us, man. 8 turnovers in 6 games from those two guys, Jose. Who could have saw that? John Stillwood, do you think the new long snappers is the punting problems? It could be, John. It could be. I mean, it's weird that the pressure came right up the middle. So whoever came up the middle there, whose ever responsibility, and you would think that that would be the long snapper's responsibility. But it was odd that he like, I think if I went back and watched it, the snapper like blocked down instead of just left the open. So possibly it's causing some of these issues. Yeah. Downstairs says, but nobody has the eye talent like Tommy Romo. He's a commentary crystal ball. Exactly. Grim, best case scenario, if the Broncos lose enough games for us to draft Will Anderson, that'd be awesome. I'd take him. Jeffrey Thistle, Geno is Kyler as little. Kyler's tiny on the field. He looks so tiny, and he's toddler tiny. He's got these little legs that are like toddler legs when he moves to on the field. It's weird. It's weird. Nolan Arvans, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, much respect. Watch 2 episodes of Game of Thrones and you're still going. Just starting to rewatch the game. What should I key in on? I'd lock in on Nolan Arvans defensively, how much we're running 3-4 in this game. Were there a lot of 4-man fronts? Did we blitz much? And then that's what I'm going to be watching for when I rewatch the game. And then the offensively, were we trying to be a little more conservative in this game? And then that's maybe a little bit of the reason why they weren't as explosive, and then where are the pass protection issues coming from? Those would be the main things for in this game I would be looking for, Nolan. But thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, we will probably be wrapping this up somewhat shortly here because I got to get up in the morning and make an early flight, somewhat early flight. Not crazy early, but kind of early. John Stillwell with the $10 donation. Thank you, John. I really do appreciate it. He says that touchdown run by Walker featured a sick move on the defender. It did. I think what you're talking about, John, is he does a little bounce hop move. So he gets to the defender out to the edge. And that was a play that's very LaDainian Tomlinson like. Like LaDainian had that kind of run probably 75 times in his career of the touchdowns he got. But he's sliding outside and he's got the defender one-on-one. And the defender's got to try to corral him and then obviously try to keep his leverage to the outside. And Walker does this move where he jumps in the air and does a little bit. You ever see the ballerinas where they do the leg move where they go, whoo, like they go whoo, in the air when they jump? So they jump, whoo. Yeah. He does this move and it like hypnotizes the defender. So Walker jumps, goes, and the defender just kind of comes to a stop. And then Walker just sort of runs it in right around his shoulder. But John, it was really aptly seen because you could see it, especially on the ground level, watching it in the stadium, John, where I was in my view. You could see him. He just jumps into the air and does this little pirouette move. And the defender just kind of goes, huh? What was that? And by the time he's figured out what's happened, he's already run past him. Sean Alexander was awesome. Bash says, is nobody going to talk about the Quentin Jefferson having a sack? Laughing out loud, that threw me off. I was like, oh, okay, Quentin. Hey, how about that? Yeah, he got a second sack of the year. Smith, my BTC. Alan says, the Seahawks in the basement, they forgot to lock the back door. No. Oh, that's awesome. John Robinson says, what's Roquan's passing coverage grade anyway? Is he actually making plays on the ball? Up until when I watched film breakdown on him here kind of prior to the year and looking at him, John, I was seeing him able to make plays on the ball. Now his coverage grades and his grade by PFF overall haven't been great lately, John. Some of that I wonder though is just playing on such a bad defense and being on the field for so many snaps because your offense can't get anything done. I think that's where a little bit with PFF's grade up Roquan, you have to take it with a bit of a grain of salt because the other side of the ball is so bad and it puts that defense in such a tough spot. Lucky 12, I am still live, man. I am still live. I'm a wild man. Logan says Russ succeeded with that contract. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Only their picks. Agreed. The power of myth. Would I not be a Seahawks fan if I want Russ to do well next year? He has potential to be a top 10, 15 quarterback of all time. No, I don't. I don't. Well, look, there's a lot of fans of Russ, as I've acknowledged, and I've, I know I've been very hard on Russ on this channel. I was very hard on him right up in the time he left. But I could always understand and sympathize with those fans, that many of the younger fans in my chat that became Seahawks fans at the very same time because of their age and whatnot, that Russell arrived here. And I had a similar situation happen to me when I was younger with Steve Largent, and he was obviously here when I came in, but the effect that had on me at that time. So I understand if you're still a Russ fan, and I don't mean him any ill will. I want him to lose badly this year because it's in the best of it's for our best, but I'm fine with him doing fine after that, so long as he's not beating my Seahawks team. And I do agree. I think Russ was a top 5 quarterback for a 2 to 3 year run of his career, but I don't think he's I don't think he's in that spot right now. Logan says Russ would finish maybe top 20 all time, but not top 10. That's out of reach. Yeah, I don't think he can get to top 10 either. I don't. I mean, we can go down the list really quickly, but he's not going to overset Dan Marino, John Elway, Joe Montana, Brett Favre. I think would still outbeat him at this point. Tom Brady. I mean, that's just 5 off the top of my head. And I think he's going to he'll probably nestle in there at like 15 or something, 16 maybe. Maybe that's even being too nice. That might be even too much. Jay says, I'm cheering against the Broncos this year so we can get a better pick, but next year I'll cheer for us. There we go. I feel good about that. John says that's what sucks is there are some hitters at safety in this draft. Marquise Blair was a waste man. Don't think Blair would be better than Johnson. Yeah, the hitters thing you got to worry about, John. What's the value of a hitter now in this modern era when we don't see hits anymore? It's been legislated out of the game basically almost. 13th man says, as a Bronco fan, I got the Chargers winning tomorrow 31-17. 13th man. Oh, hell yeah. I hope you're right there, 13th man. Power of the myth. I hope San Diego crushes them tomorrow night. Geno's still one of the best quarterbacks in the league, while Russ near the bottom. I do too. And I don't mean any ill will to Russ. I'm just like, hey, this is for our picks this year. It's all fair and love and war and getting draft picks, high compensated draft picks. Alexander Matthews is for Pro Football Focus is Skip's Bible. Yeah, there's definitely those folks that is make it the end all be all. That's where I think you gotta be careful with that though, for sure. John says, I was thinking the other day, and I bet that the Pats have cheated and done this. I know the quarterback and coach only can speak on radio. Why not cheat and have all defensive players using earpieces to talk? If you get caught, John, it's probably going to go bad south. And if you got all of them wearing earpieces, one of those earpieces could get knocked out. Offensive player picks it up, and you've got hey, look, we got a cork back situation going on here, right? Hey, look, up at this cork bat I found from the other team. Kind of turns into one of those, John. But I'm sure somebody could push that envelope at some point, and somebody will. I wouldn't be surprised. Chuck Seeger, the Broncos are going to give us Jalen Carter. Yes, they are. And that's not going to be all, Chuck. But wait, there's more. You still have that second round pick too. And the answer is yes, Geno is a better quarterback than Russell, says the 13th man. He is maybe at this point in his career. Where they are both right now, that may very well be true. Power Myth, what first pick will Denver give us next year? I'm going number 9 again. I'm going 7th. I say they get us the 7th overall pick in the draft. And that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. It says, I noticed we ran the weird 4 front on 3rd and 4th down, then 3-man fronts on the first 2 downs. I notice. That is a little weird. I can't speak too much on this, Mumbles, because again, I got to watch the tape on that to see what exactly we're running with that. But if they are running that 4-man front, I'd be interested to see where they've got the safety coming up a little bit more, because they were running so much cover 2. And I think some of it also comes out of mumbles with the four-man front in this game. The spread concepts of the Cardinals were going to force a little bit of that. And that's where it's unusual, where you're not going to see it a lot because of the fact most teams don't commit that much to those spread concepts, you know. Nolan Arvance with a $2 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Any thoughts on Dan Snyder versus the rest of the NFL? That's getting very, very dirty and a little naughty. Uh, Dan is a special kind of beast, man. He's a special kind of beast. To have the guts to be, ripping the NFL off of the revenue share and to not bat an eye with that, but then to now be countering it back with private investigators who you are getting dirt on NFL owners for, that you'll then show the dirt on if they try to force you out. I mean, he's going scorched earth on this. He does not give an F whatsoever in any way with Dan. That's obvious. Like he's the kind of guy that like will look up a girl's skirt and be like, yeah, charge me do the lawsuit. Go ahead, get a lawyer. I'm gonna still watch. He's like that kind of guy. Like, really? You're gonna be this overt with it, huh, bud? This overt. And I thought the second that he did the revenue sharing, the second you start taking money out of the pocket of other owners, like you're done. You're Dunsky. But I do wonder, Nolan, being the fact that he has been a man who's been able to dodge those Neo bullets from Matrix like nobody else, considering some of the other owners who've gotten kicked out in some of the other franchises in other sports, makes me do wonder if maybe he does have a little bit of that dirt on the owners or Goodell or something there, to where there's been that call where he's like, you do this and I'm going to use what do they call it, Nolan? They call it an insurance policy, right? Like if you got if you're in some dirty stuff and you potentially could have everything put down on you, you make sure you get an insurance policy on somebody else out there if you're in on it. This is just what I'm told from the criminal world. I don't know. I'm not a criminal, but that could be very well what we're seeing here, because he should be all that he's done, all the stuff that Dan Schneider's done throughout his time as an owner. The fact that he's still able to maintain the ownership speaks to something going on there, right? Something's happening. Barry Cesaro says, more Miles Adams, please. You better believe it, Mary. I want some more Miles Adams too, man. Barry says the PFF better give Miles Adams a high grade for that sneaky bump and run press on Kelsey. I agree. Yeah. Oh, God. What a great catch by you, Barry, because I saw that in the stadium. So they run Miles Adams onto the field. The Seahawks make a rotation in the game where they decide to um, run him out late, and he's coming off the sideline and he's trying to hurry to get to the line, and he's not going to get set on the line. And Kyler sees it, so Kyler snaps the ball early, knowing he's going to get one less defensive lineman on the line. Miles, rather than just like go, okay, I'm out in this play, I'm not going to be able to generate any pass rush. I'm already 2-3 yards away from the line at the snap. I'm not going to be able to get back there. I'm a defensive lineman as it is. Like I'm a defensive tackle. So what he does is Miles decides to just chuck. I mean, he lays a smack on Kelsey, the tight end. Absolutely, not Kelsey, but Ertz. Absolutely just decks him and just wham, hits him, completely stops his whole momentum. Meanwhile, Kyler Murray has already decided, because he can't see down the field, he's already decided he's going to throw to the tight end. He throws it like 5 yards ahead of the tight end, who's just kind of getting up to speed because it throws the whole route. The whole route's timing is thrown off by it, but we got to give Miles Adams credit on that play, because he's the one who chucks the tight end to the line and throws off all of the whole timing of that play. And it wasn't what he was supposed to do. It wasn't his really true responsibility on that play. He was just reacting to the fact that he had gotten out on the field a little late. Seahawks 17. I saw Puna Ford had a good game. Has something changed in the 4-3? I got to see on the tape Seahawks 17. I couldn't pull anything from looking behind. I thought they ran still a lot of the 3-4 stuff. I think as much as anything, he was doing a lot of the one gapping stuff that we want to do in this new defense, which is just get upfield and attack. And Puna's maybe getting a little bit more comfortable in that role. That'd be my guess on it. I'll give another look at the film tomorrow and have a little bit of a better idea. George Brady, is Pete Carroll a Hall of Fame coach in your opinion? George Brady, he is 100% a Hall of Fame coach. To me, undeniably so. He's going to get credit for what he did at the college level. He's going to have the win markers that you look for a coach to get in the Hall of Fame. If guys like Tony Dungy are in there, if Bill Cowher's in there, then Pete Carroll absolutely should be in there. Big country old-time quarterbacks like Graham and Unitas would be ahead of Russ too. I think you'd have to probably put them ahead of him, yeah. Agreed. I don't think you can just stat column your way up as a quarterback and be like, well, my stats are, we're going to consider eras too. And I'm not going to throw out those old guy eras just for the hell of it. I hope you're right, Daddy, about Dan Schneider, man. He seems a tough guy to get rid of. He seems, and you're right. He does lose a lot, Daddy, but he doesn't lose his team. He still is able to own that. Max says he kept those don't sign cap emails. That's right. Daddy Dennis says, have a safe trip back to paradise, Brandon. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Daddy Dennis. I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it. And let me make sure here we got Nolan Arvan. Oh, yep. John Robinson, what's your take on JJ's health situation? I hate to say this because that's scary for everyone. Do you think steroid use has anything to do with his health decline? I mean, those the one thing you can say about the roid guys, John, is that there's definitely some odd fallouts that happen with their health later on that seem to strike them. I don't want to throw that shade at a guy that I don't know for sure on with that stuff. That I have theories but not certainty on. Theories but not certainty. So it's hard to make that's for sure what's going on there. I think when you have your heart stop as a player, and if you have a heart problem as a football player, that should certainly be a place, John, that you start to consider not playing football anymore. There's a lot of guys that have died in this sport with heart problems, like a Corey Stringer type, dying on a field. Like it's one place that you really, it's like that neck injury of Chris Carson, John. You go, do you really want to risk it going down? Especially a guy like JJ Watt, whose career is set. He's not on a team that's going to the Super Bowl. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's going to be looked at as one of the defensive players of his generation. What more is there to prove? And I think it's as much as what JJ said on this, John, where it's that he wants to play. He loves to play. He wants to be his teammates. This is what he does. And when it's in your blood, John, it's in your blood, and it doesn't matter what a doctor tells you or what the risks are. You're just like, hell with it. I'm going. I'll have a 3 a.m. stream. Well, we'll be calling this soon here, but we're pretty late, I guess. We're 3 a.m. on the East Coast. John says Herbert's O-line is a mess. He's missing his main target, so the game might be another ugly one. They got a Jamari Slayer playing left tackle. Ooh, that is scary, John. That's really scary. I know you did some scouting on Jamari. He should not be a left tackle. So, but yeah, you're right. They're missing Rashawn Slater, who's out for the year there. They're down their center, right? Their center they spent money out of the Packers with a couple of years ago. So they're definitely in a little bit of a tough situation. Good point on that, John. This one could get a little tighter, and that Denver Bronco defense can certainly, hold some offenses down. I am losing my voice. It's going fast. It's going quick. Black Sabbath, could you imagine the skeletons Goodell has in his closet? Questionable trips to Thailand, maybe eating some poor innocent person in Germany. Or participating in a human hunt somewhere. Hey, I could flag, those guys get to that money standpoint where they get into that rich stratosphere of an area. It's like there's no-go spots. Anything is fair game, as they say, So I just flagged to me, the second Dan reached his hand in their wallets, the other owner wallets, and he's messing with their money and he's messing with that. Like that's immediate ejection. Like they get that paperwork on the desk of Dan Snyder by the next day. The fact that there's not been even a hint of him being out, that you're hearing like Al Michaels on a telecast trying to subtly throw messaging to Dan Schneider from Goodell, where he's like, well, I've heard it from sources that the owners would really like if Dan would just sell. Yeah, no S, Sherlock. I'm sure they would. But the fact that they're not forcing the sale, something maybe a little bit off. Daddy says, have a safe trip back to Paradise, Brandon. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Daddy. When Tyler was sitting on the sideline after the game with his head in his hands, I thought for sure I heard one of the adults walk by him and ask him, are you all right, son? Do you need a lollipop? Oh, God. D-Nugget, just watched highlights too. Still so many missed tackles, too many Geno sacks, and punting game needs to come back. Well said, D-Nugget. Well said. Agreed. Flag Sabbath, maybe some adrenochrome there for Goodell. Well, some of the owners are into that flag. I guarantee you that. And if there's some emails that talk about it, that's definitely something they're not going to want to have come out. Whatever it is that he has, flag, whatever he has, they don't want anybody to know it. And he might remain owner here in perpetuity if it's just that bad. That, or I'm gonna say, Dan, just make sure you're not starting your own car every morning, Dan. Make sure you're having your brake checks. Nobody's cut your lines or something, Dan, because it could get real dodgy for you if you're forcing a crew like the NFL into a corner. Nobody puts the NFL in a corner. King Bomber, probably one of the last questions of the day, but have you seen Jalen Carter at all? Thoughts on him? What position does he play, etc.? I think he's more going to be an inside guy at the next level, with more of like a 3-tech defensive tackle / you could do as a 3-4 defensive end. I think he's got a little bit of an ability to stand up. The Miles Murphy guy out of Clemson's like this too, where you can stand him up on the outside theoretically. They've got that in their athletic bag. If they're not necessarily super fast, they got the quickness to do it. So you could kind of move him around all over the place, but I think I see him more in the 3-4. I haven't watched him as much as Will Anderson yet to see kind of the completeness of his game, but at the first look of things, King Bomber, very heavy-handed, very quick off the snap. Two just great combinations, right? Where he's got some of that quickness and that power to his game. I don't think he's a freakish generational guy, but I think he's a real safe prospect if you're talking about picking in the top 12 and ending up landing him. He's probably got, he's probably good. It's not Aiden Hutchinson or him are different, but they probably round out to somewhat of kind of a similar kind of player when it's all said and done. Good high motor though. Very strong player. Very strong. Garth Knight says good call on Goodfellas ending for Snyder. Yeah, Garth, right? Like you're gonna start like you're hearing he's to the blackmail phase of guys that are multi-billion-dollar owners. what's it cost to cook a guy? Like what's it gonna cost to get like a real professional to go like make it look like it's an accident? You know what I mean? Like a couple $100,000 for guys that are billionaires. Like there does come a point where you're like, all I'm saying is just Dan needs to have a camera on him 24/7. That's all I'm saying. Back to Pacific Northwest. Dan Snyder, we need you in the owners meeting room. Yes. Just come in, please. Come alone, though. We only have owners in here. There'll only be owners. What if they had him in there like that and they did him like Caesar style, right? Like Julius Caesar. Dan comes in for the owners meeting and they just all come up with a knife. Just everybody. Oh God. You got Jerry Jones running in. Jerry'd be running to the front. Jerry'd be like, let me first. I want to get this so much. David M., any idea why the Cardinals got the ball at the 7 instead of the 10 after that touchback and illegal block penalty? You'd think Cliff would have been arguing the math on that half distance. It wasn't clear to me, David. It was on the other end of the field from where I was sitting, so I couldn't see it as clearly on that. There was a so I thought it was half the distance because he downed it at the 1, David, and if they call that, then it's half the distance from the 1, I thought. I could be wrong on that, but I thought because he downs at the 1, but it's illegal touching, so then it's a 5-yard penalty from the 1 because he did down it there at that half-yard line, I think. Mac Pacific Northwest, yeah. E2, Jerry. E2, Jerry. King Bomber no was called a touchback. Well, my bad then. Well, just another Cliff Kingsbury poop the bed moment, huh? If that's the case, because yeah, I wasn't clear to me again because I was on the other end zone, way on the other side, so I could kind of just barely see what was going on. But it did look a little weird. How I was like, how did we get that to 5? And I thought it was that they ruled it was down to 1. But you're right. I do remember him saying it was a touchback. So a little weird. And yeah, it's because he didn't reestablish himself, King Bomber. Yeah, that would be. But where they spotted the ball was like they waved what that call was off to the stadium or something. King Bomber Justin Coleman with another special teams 1-yard botch. You get him down with a 1, and he just wants to go into that end zone, doesn't he, King Bomber? He just wants to fall back into that end zone one way or another, or come out of the end zone to do something. Did you see the Seahawks IG with Coach Pete sitting in a really nice living room, just flexing? Grandpa throwing shade and Cliffy. I bet he's feeling pretty good about himself. He's got a right to flex, man. He's got a right to do it. I love it. Jan Jerry has a lean and hungry look. Jan Jerry? Yeah, you mean young Jerry? I bet. He does. That guy definitely wants it. Flag, yeah, Cliff's not a good coach, man. You saw it there today. Their game plan today, I don't know what they were trying to accomplish or what they were trying to do, but they weren't getting close to doing it, Flag. And his going for it on 4th down calls today ridiculous. If he hadn't done that during the game, they would have been much closer in a better shape to maybe come back in this one. And I thought he really, that's a game where you look at and you go, okay, here's a game where you're out coached just simply by you making these bad decisions and going the wrong way with it. And that showed up time and time again. Hey, well, we've reached 4 hours here on In the Stream, and I got to wrap this up because I've got an early morning flight tomorrow. So I really appreciate all of you guys in here on the chat. Do me a favor if you could, hit that like button for me if you could on your way out the door here as we do wrap this up. We'll be back on Tuesday over on Brendan's channel, but I will be back here live with you guys, I think probably Wednesday. We'll do either Wednesday or Tuesday. We'll do a kind of a full wrap up on this and get this. Actually, bear with me 1 second, guys. Be right back. 1 second. All right. Nolan Arvance finishing off right here. Thank you for the $5 donation. Nolan says, it was a meme from Kingsbury draft picks from a couple years ago. Look at his screens. COD double points and Kyler in his green pantsuit. Oh my goodness. All right, Nolan, I'll check it out after the stream. That's awesome. Coach Carroll. I like this. I like this little bit of like, I'll say what I want to say, Coach Carroll. I don't give a crap. I've been in this too long to, he's kind of like with the Russell shade this year and stuff. He's kind of in his he's in his bag a little bit. Coach Carroll kind of feeling himself. I like it. That's awesome though, Nolan. I'll definitely check it out. I like Coach Carroll doing that though. That's good. Throw a little shade. I like him feeling himself a little bit. It's good. Back Pacific Northwest just finished Philly Dallas. Are Eagles for real? They look real. Well, I think my wonder with them, Mac Pacific Northwest, is not if maybe Philly ends up kind of peaking a little bit early this year, but their fundamentals are strong. They have an outstanding offensive line that's not going anywhere unless it gets injured across the board, which isn't necessarily likely to happen. And that's, as you know, you go to the playoffs, an offensive line is going to help you out quite a bit if you have an off. God, I can't speak here. I'm losing my voice. If you have an awesome offensive line, that's going to take you far. AJ Brown changes that offense, allows Devontae Smith to slide more into the number 2 role. They've got a functional tight end there. The defense is strong enough with a good injection enough of youth with some veterans there to be really strong. You love what they've got on the outside in their corners. Having 2 legit corners on the outside, you can't just, throw away from one to the other. You're going to have to go with somebody. So there's a lot of good markers there, Mac Pacific Northwest. And if they end up making a lot of noise in the playoffs, I could see it happening. I do still come back to going, though, some of the limitations that you get with like a Lamar Jackson that seem to only kind of show up once you get to playoff time are a little bit of the same things I think you could end up getting into a little bit with Jalen Hurts, like you saw last year with them when they're in the playoffs. And it's what you get with Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs. Jimmy Garoppolo's gotten far in the playoffs in times, but it's not because he's been playing great, because the rest of the team's playing great and they're limiting his exposure. I think the same thing is going to have to happen with Jalen. And I don't know how much you can do that once you get into the playoffs and be really effective, but they're going to be in the playoffs. They're probably going to win that division, Mac Pacific Northwest. And they're going to be a tough team to play. I mean, they don't have a lot of weak links or places that you can go out there and attack. It's pretty, they're pretty strong all the way through. Garth Knight, Garth here. Garth, thanks, Brando. Late night and early flight. Hey, man, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for all your donations. You're very kind as always, man. And thank you for the recommendation too. You never know, might get a little bit tangy here late night. It is the late night, lady night. You're awesome, Garth, though. Thank you, man. Seahawks 17, appreciate you. You have a good one. Bash Gordon, early morning flight today, you mean? That's what I meant. So yeah, my brain's not working. D-Nugget says, I'll take Spicy Pete any day, but Cheerleader Pete is still the best. Cheerleader Pete's the best, but I like me some Spicy Pete. I like me some Pete feeling himself a little bit. D-Nugget, Nick Foles coming back with the Philly special. Maybe so. Maybe so, D Nugget. Maybe so. Not big moment guys. Yeah, I just big moment, and I think Pacific Northwest. So much of the Phillies' offense is derived from really protecting Hurts and his exposure to the throws he's got to make. And it's like you can kind of do that in the regular season, but then you get to the postseason, and I just don't think there's anywhere to run and hide. You need a guy that can eventually make those quarterback throws. I mean, this is one of the reasons I harp so much on the necessity of having a quarterback. When you look at a quarterback to bring in, that you find the guy that can make the throws, that the arm strength becomes one of the big main factors. And I know that seems straightforward, but I think a lot of coaches, a lot of people look at quarterbacks, and it becomes more of look at the accuracy, look at the processing, look at the mobility. For me, first place I'm going to go to is going to be arm strength. He's got to be able to make all the arms. Otherwise, I'm drafting a guy or bringing in a guy to lead my team who's got limitations, and those limitations are going to be fraught out to bear at some point or another. And it's probably going to happen at the worst possible time, i.e. into the playoffs. D-Nugget says, D-Tube Short just said there is a L cloud in the sky and double XP on the video screen referring to gaming weekend. It's the meme on IG. I'll take a look. It's awesome. King Bomber, good night, Brando. Hope you enjoyed the game. Another great stream. Thank you, King Bomber. Had an awesome game. It was just fun as hell. King Bloop 123, was the M's or the Seahawks game more fun to be at? King Bloop, the Seahawks game was by far more fun to be at. It was great out the gate with the M's. We were really excited out the gate. We were into the game, but 13, 14 innings in, you can't score a run. 15 innings in, you can't score a run. 16 innings, can't score a run. 17 innings, and you're just there's this haze of smoke in Seattle right now. You can barely breathe outside. You're in it for 7 straight hours. Your team's not scoring. It was tough. And we were doing everything in that stadium we could do. We're sitting there waving the freaking towel like this all night. This was me for 7 hours. Go Habs! Go Habs! Go Habs! That was me 7 straight hours. 7 straight hours. The last 3 of which were without water or beer, which was not good. All right. Well, thank you again for all the donations here into the chat. I appreciate you guys. Please do hit that like button. Please do get subscribed. We just passed 8,600 subscribers. We are on the way to 10,000 for the year. So if you're not already subscribed, please do get subscribed. It helps me out. It helps this channel grow as we are on our way. I will be back to home base this week. I'll be on my flight tomorrow, but I will be celebrating nonetheless as our Hawks are 3-3, and let's just call it first place. I'm going to say first place because that sounds better. Who considers tiebreakers this early? Tiebreakers are it's record. We're 3-3, top of the division. No one saw it coming. Look out, NFL. Look out, NFL. Seahawks are bouncing back just a little faster than you thought, aren't they? My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I appreciate you putting up with me here in a hotel room in delayed lighting. I've got the little halo going around my face here, but appreciate you guys for putting up with all that. We'll be back at it soon, but please don't ever forget in the interim. Don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.